Carmine Core versus Oxygen, and I'll explain in a second. But first off, we're going to start with BDS endpoint. Then I think we pop down to Luna. No, we do Team Vitality and Jobless, then Luna Galaxy Gentlemates, and finally, to wrap it up, to end the day, we have Carmine and Oxygen, and that is going to be an absolutely insane match. And let me just explain why. So basically what we're looking at here is the rankings for teams that can make it to the major. So technically everybody but Jobless and the top 4 are eliminated. Hi Sun. Everybody but Jobless and the top 4 are eliminated, and Jobless is so far off of points that it would have to be a quote-unquote miracle run for it to actually just go through, which is insane. I don't know how they would qualify. I think a lot of things have to happen, but basically they would have to have it, because they go against Vitality, right? Yeah, they go against Vitality, so they would need one of these other teams. They would need either Endpoint to beat BDS or Luna Galaxy to beat Gentlemates to even have a chance. And then I think they have to win this regional, and then maybe they get a tie. I'm not sure. I'm still, you know, a little bit confused on that. Missed half of when the stream started. Doesn't matter. But yeah, Jobless is technically still in the running, but not really. I don't see a world where, even if we didn't have like more realistic tiebreakers happen, that Jobless would actually earn a tiebreaker or usurp one of the other teams and take their major spot. It's just not realistic, and we'll see if they can even beat Vitality today, because that's who they got to go up against first. But the one that we're paying attention to is Carmine versus Oxygen, and that is going to be interesting because currently Carmine Core eliminated. They literally, even if they won the event today, cannot make up enough points to be able to surpass any of these 4 teams. And that was kind of the case when they went into the Swiss yesterday. They were already eliminated mathematically because of the points. So Carmine Core right now, what they're fighting for is to gain as many points as possible so that they can stay ahead of the teams that could make it to Worlds over them, and that is specifically just Oxygen. So if we look at the full ranking, which shows the entire season, we can see that Oxygen is currently at 56 points. They've still got, you know, one event to do over here that's finishing out this Open Qualifier 6. And depending on their placement there, they'll get, you know, a couple more points added to their total. But the reason that it's so important that Oxygen and Carmine are playing today is if Oxygen beat them, that gives them an opportunity to move further through today's or this weekend's qualifier, and they can gain more and more points so that when they go to the major in London, where Carmine cannot go, they've already been eliminated, then they will be able to possibly catch up to Carmine on points and surpass them. Because BDS is going to the major, Vitality is going to the major, and Gentlemates is so far ahead of everybody that they are basically qualified as soon as they, you know, win one series at the major, I think. Yeah, Oxygen is eyeing Carmine's spot. So that's why the series is so important. Hi King, how you doing? And I mean, Jobless isn't grayed out, but they like their major potential, they just can't really surpass anybody. So yeah, they're technically still available to take somebody's major and world spot, but it's so improbable that I feel like it's not worth taking the time to talk about it. So that's the craziness that's going to go on today, but we have to wait until the very end of the day to be able to see the result of that. They're keeping the best series for last. You know, I suppose that is intentional planning on their part, even though I would love to watch it first, start off the day with a banger, but I understand. So instead, we're starting off with BDS and Endpoint. Who do you guys think is going to take that? Because I think it's kind of obvious that BDS is Endpoint was good enough to get through, but they only had to beat Novo. And Novo is not one of the top teams. Like, I think if Endpoint had to go against Resolve or Gentlemates or, you know, one of these two teams, because these two teams were more on fire than Endpoint was. I think 100% looked pretty solid. So yeah, I mean, Endpoint had to beat Low Block, Novo. Who did they have wins on? And Jobless. And they lost... No, where was it? No, Oxygen. They had to beat Oxygen. So they lost to Oxygen, beat Solary. Yeah, so none of their wins are quality. The 3 wins that that got them through into the playoff bracket was Solary, Low Block, and Novo. That is the least quality Swiss run I think I've seen out of all these guys. Because they lost to Luna, they beat Solary, then lost to Oxygen, beat Low Block, and beat Novo. Yeah, so I don't think this series is going to be very close. I think BDS, if they're coming in, you know, they're coming in hot, that they're just gonna completely wipe the floor with Endpoint. But yeah, that's my opinion. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I don't see too much potential in that matchup. But Vitality Jobless, that's going to be interesting, and that's up second. I'd still say Vitality are the favorites, but Jobless has looked better consistently. And remember, this used to be the Moist roster. So basically, Moist without Joyo is what Jobless is. It's Ixo, Oli, and Rezi. So it is a roster that has made top 8 before. And they've, you know, done decently. They've just never moved decently to exceptional, you know? Where some of these teams, they've really had pop-off performances. I haven't seen that out of Jobless. They're just like steady Eddie, basically. And then the third match of the day will be Luna Gentlemates. I think that will be a great introduction to the final match of Carmine Oxygen, because I think Luna's been on their game. Gentlemates have been slow starters notoriously. I think we've seen this at least 2 or 3 events in a row now, where Gentlemates seem to start off a little bit rocky, but then they get that momentum behind them. And they start to turn it on. But will Luna Galaxy be able to shut them down before that happens is kind of the question. So yeah, I'm excited to watch all this stuff. I don't think I have anything else to go over. Twitter was kind of quiet. I think everybody's just focused on the gameplay. When is the first one? 5 minutes from now. So we're going to go ahead and tune over into the main broadcast here. I think if I do that, yep, that's the correct screen. Beautiful.
The entirety of South America kind of in there because they had a 4-way tie.
But yeah, I'm excited to start this.
But yeah,
I think it'll be greatly entertaining.
Fun, or are they party poopers? BDS, Carmine Corp, Gentlemates, or sorry, Gentlemates and Oxygen. We're looking at you guys. Be fun.
Come on,
all right.
Be the right thing.
Be fun and lose, please. Thank you.
Do the right thing.
Fingers crossed here. Well, then we look
Let
forward
me just make sure I've got everything else.
What's going on here,
Beep.
Cole?
Yeah, so basically it's a little bit simpler to an extent. Gentlemates, they clinch worlds if they defeat Luna Galaxy. So they could clinch worlds today, pretty much. Team Vitality clinch worlds if Oxygen defeat Carmine. So they'll be rooting for Oxygen against Carmine. Team BDS clinch worlds if Team BDS defeat Endpoint. So another team that only need to win. But they don't only need to win, actually, because I lied, because also Oxygen need to defeat Carmine Corp. Oxygen, meanwhile, cannot clinch worlds in this event. Even if they win every single game 7-0, win it all 4-0 from here, they still have to do a lot of work at the major. Depending on how KC do, they'll have to finish anywhere from top 8 to winning the entire major to make worlds.
Okay.
Crazy.
I mean,
so good to know what Cole just explained is basically every team that doesn't just beat their own opponent to clinch worlds wants Oxygen to beat Carmine Core to be able to clinch worlds, and that means that mathematically, point-wise, no other team could push them out of the top 4. So really, it's kind of like the world against Carmine right now, which is a lot of pressure against them. I don't know if they've been doing very well with all the pressure, especially considering like how they've
this is just from yesterday,
how they
so
performed
it's,
in
pretty
their
close. I just was
in their
curious,
open qualifiers, you know,
how
struggling a little bit.
Shogun
It seems
was
like when
doing,
the
in
heat is
season
on,
overall.
Carmine, where they used to be super solid no matter what, I guess that confidence has been shaken and they just, you know, look a little rough out there. But
predictions graphic this season with half of a monitor.
Just look
because
out.
you know it's going to be on the right hand side every time.
Anyways, here's your playoff bracket. Single elimination going forward. Let's show you the schedule because it's not straight up and down. It's not going from bottom to top, top to bottom. We zigzag a little bit in there. We got K-Corp.
yeah, I wish they would just go top to bottom, but I understand why they don't.
BDS
Or bottom to top would be fine too.
Endpoint, managing to squeak their way
They
in
used
here
to do
into
that,
these
but now I
tops.
think they schedule it based
This is
on,
fantastic. Johnny, though, BDS,
you know, what
we saw
series
for
are the
our
most
favorites. We want them to lose here. We
the
want
most
Endpoint to be our saviors.
tense.
Yeah, this is the
Hey, Erica, how's it going?
time Toxic's been in the top 8, and he gets
I didn't know,
played
were
as
you
BDS,
wanting
so not gonna
to
be
VC
an
today?
easy one, but BDS have lost
I
in the
noticed you
quarterfinal
were
once
busy
already
watching
this,
videos, so I thought I'd
split.
wait
We
for
had
you to
the
ask.
qualifier 4. They dropped their quarterfinal in game 7, failing to
Kind of want to
reverse
play
sweep
Rocket
resolve, so
League? Well,
this
then
isn't,
play Rocket
You
League.
know, it's not been an easy round for BDS. Well, actually, in the last event as well, they were.
Drowley's
they
hair
kind of
is
kicked it into
wild.
high gear when they made it into the
We
semi-final.
Well, that's
Yeah,
not
I
very
do think BDS are
enthusiastic.
gonna
I
be
don't
too
want
much
to pressure you
of the-
if
they're
you
the
don't
champions.
want to.
They just won the last event, so how could we possibly think Endpoint win this? But like we talked about already.
Oh, you're still
if
in
Endpoint
bed?
win this,
No
it
worries.
keeps that
Chill out then.
tiebreaker scenario
That's fine.
alive just a little bit longer, so I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Team BDS trying to play spoiler to clinch their own time at Worlds. They need to defeat Endpoint here, as mentioned earlier, and have Oxygen defeat
You didn't want to
Carmine Corp. So
join
they
in
won't
my
lock
ghost
anything in
hunting
here,
shows?
but it
No,
will
I just
certainly
hovered
be
over
feeling a lot
it
better
really
if they
quick
can
to
end up
see
winning it. And shout out to
what you
Endpoint
were doing
as
because
well.
I saw that
mean,
you still were
the three of them
sharing
last
your
time around, they
screen,
didn't
so I
even
was
make
like,
the top
oh, just
16,
in case
and now here
you're
they are in the top 8. It's a huge turnaround
busy
for them and their coach
and didn't
Andy
want to
Landy,
just
Stumpy. And it's good to
assume,
see
so.
Endpoint back. You know,
Very
our
good.
own boys.
Yeah,
But no,
very good to
also,
see
I
Endpoint
wouldn't
back. It was
want
nice
to
watching
join on that.
Resolve for a lot of yesterday. I always put Endpoint in the same category.
Even if
as
I could,
Resolve a lot
I
of the
wouldn't
time,
want to.
But Resolve are not here.
That's
Endpoint
not my
have taken their
vibe.
spot this time round. And when we look through at the Swiss, they actually had some decent wins. We were saying that Carmine Corp, we wouldn't consider their wins.
You fell
to
asleep
be,
in call?
particularly
Of
good,
course
but
he
they actually
did.
played,
I figured because I
4
saw
of
it
the
when I woke
same
up this
teams.
morning and I responded to your
They
message.
lost
I
it
was like,
to
she
start
still
things off to
has
Luna Galaxy, then they
videos
beat,
sharing your
Solary,
screen.
lost
Why
Oxygen,
would she
and
get
then
up that
beat in
early
3-0, then
and
3-1
share her
Low Block,
screen?
and then Novo. Really good
like,
shouts for them.
that
So
doesn't
I
seem
would not be surprised if we
probable.
don't see, didn't we, a couple of weeks ago, just massive sweeps across all of our quarterfinals. I don't think that's happening.
You woke up
again
30
today.
minutes ago? Yeah, that sounds right.
I'm very curious. A little off
Yeah,
topic
especially
here.
considering, I mean, it wasn't
How-
super
how
late, but
often
like
a
when you
team
messaged
with
me
a,
last night, I looked at the
team
timestamp and
room,
I was like,
are they
yeah,
playing
there's
together in boot
probably
camp
a very
and have
slim
plants in
chance
the
that
room and
she's
winning? If
awake
that's the
actually
case,
watching
BDS
videos
is
right now,
locked in.
so.
They do
Yeah.
certainly have the is it fauna or flora?
Because I'm trying to, I'm trying to get in a routine where no matter what I have planned for my day, I get up at the same time. Because I think that'll end up being more beneficial in the long run. Because like one of the things that really messes me up, or I've figured out that messes me up, I mean, it's the end of this happening, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much going forward, but having to wake up and start stream at different times because of the RLCS watch parties, like starting at 8:45 one weekend and then being able to put it all the way off until 10:45 for the NA weekend, like it's made it so that it's hard for me to consistently get work done in any other specific part of the day because that moves around. So like on the NA days I could get like 1 or 2 things done before I started stream, and on the EU days like this weekend it felt like I just had to wake up and immediately hop on stream, which is jarring. I like my routines. Basically.
Of their season. They're up against it against a red
You woke up 10 hours ago. Well, good for you. But yeah, I'm trying to go to bed by 10 and wake up at 6:30. I think that's the... Wow, are all of them wearing the Endpoint decal? Wait, they are. Full 3-man of Endpoint decals. I don't mind it. Wow. And apparently that's the power that they needed. That's actually a really good decal. I do want to say I like the Endpoint decal. Is this the one from last season? Does Endpoint have one this season? Is that the current one or last season one? I think Endpoint has one this season, right?
Players and the names that we've got on Endpoint, and
I like that
full
decal.
respect for the fact that they have
It's
stay
clean.
relevant as long as they have with ever-changing Rocket League scene. See these players, Toxic maybe
You like
having
it?
your
Read your mind?
You
Wow,
lost towards
BDS
his
are just
teammates.
getting called out here.
You
What?
are doing phenomenally well to start this off.
Are they all in the
This is gonna
same
be the
room? They must be
fastest
boot
brace
camping,
against
right? I think I
BDS
saw
in history.
somebody,
15
what
seconds
must
in,
have
he's
been
gone bang,
Arju,
And Endpoint,
reaching out for a fist bump.
Well, I tell you what, game one is theirs if they can just lock in, but this is the mindset. Does it switch now, Shogun? You've got a 2-goal lead. Do you keep pushing the button, or do you start thinking about maybe playing a little bit more conservative?
Wow.
Yeah, the good news is they got a 2-goal
I like the
lead.
aggression that they're showing so far. Wait, nice? Dude, that pinch was insane.
For both of those goals, and he has been the standout performer for BDS over the past few weeks.
Man, what a
I'd like
50.
him
Good
to
follow-up
maybe
by
regain
Tox.
form. He's not gonna do it with
Toxic,
current
not Tox.
pieces.
Toxic. Toxic is a different person than Tox.
Yeah, you don't really want to see Endpoint play this like they've got a 2-goal lead or something.
Why
like that,
does it
because
look
if they
like
do,
Matane
and
is sticking
end up
out
losing this
his
lead,
neck
you can't really see them regaining
in
that
his
form
case?
right
Is it
away
just
here.
like so poorly
Toxic
positioned,
trying
that
to get the
webcam?
almost ricocheted into Monkey Moon's car. Exotic now in field to Drali, who wants to try and right some wrongs from the start of this game.
I still think BDS should win this, but it is exciting to see how good Endpoint is doing off the rip.
He's
I mean, it's
certainly
basically
made
all
up
down
one
to
of his,
Matane.
one of his friends so far this Blue Monkey Moon, but let's see if that is a trend for the rest of the series.
Man, I'm really, I can't get over this decal. Do they all have purple standard on too? Purple or pink standard? No, that's orange.
Pressure, they're starting to
It's orange. Toxic has pink and Matane has alpha boost. Okay.
And as I said, the offense is starting to build for
And that looks
BDS
pretty
much
good.
better here after that first 15 seconds, which only can be described as catastrophic.
Catastrophic, but also
Not bad.
when it comes to
Ooh,
Rocket
nice.
League. Matane, though, a little bit too quick.
I think I'm gonna have to
Hold his
look up the
ground.
endpoint decal because I actually really like it.
Popping up to the air.
Hold
We'll
on.
see what Toxic can come up with. A little bit too easy for Exotic to read, and now I just got baited in. So now they're on the breakaway. Backboard, read it.
Ooh, ooh, good
He's
save.
not
Holy
even
cow.
the door is slammed shut in his face.
Oh, you just
Hey,
tell me,
Noxie,
Charlie,
how's
as
it
well. It's
going?
one of those scenarios. He's just gonna be going another crossbar.
Oh,
Not this
whoa,
again.
they're playing clutch right now. Holy shiz.
Come on, grow up. All right, you don't have to copy paste. We're not having this a second time in a row.
Yes.
Backboard looks for it. Matane takes it away.
Endpoint decal.
He took so long to line that up. He looked like
Nope,
a
that's
plat
not-
3, trying to score his first goal in ranked. And that's the reason that the Endpoint could get back in time if he just had the confidence to go. Surely it's a first goal, another
Items.
infield save.
Not bad. Happy
Right
Sunday.
across this
Happy
time it was
Saturday.
Arju. BDS just want to open the floodgates, but they are just not
Sorry, we're
budging.
looking up right now to see
It's
what
turning
year this
into one
endpoint
of
decal
those
is. I'm
games
almost
also
positive
very
it's
quickly.
last year's.
We already know. As
Unfortunately.
good as it has been, the tilt is
Hey,
also
Aboot.
there, and it has been throughout the majority of their season.
When will the
Things go
1000
wrong.
games
Matane
video be uploaded?
completely go
By
wrong.
the end
Case
of
in point,
June.
Matane, well, he's stolen a hat trick, but he does have a
By the end
hat-trick.
of June is when I expect to have it
He's
done.
done it again. How good's that? 3 goals in 3 minutes.
Diabolical.
Not technically for me. Yeah, but it's not
Goodness me,
technically
look at
Sunday
the
for me,
overview.
so
That's
I
the
was just
frustration
replying in
setting
what
in
day
though,
it was
Shogun,
for
when you
me.
miss so many shots, you look at the saves.
So
5
happy
saves
Sunday
for
to you,
Endpoint.
happy
The
Saturday
crossbar's
to
got
myself.
6. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. The shots are coming through. 9 shots for BDS. Yet to trouble surely now. Is anyone coming through? Exotic's got no
3:23
boost.
away
It's so
home.
slow and so not in the net.
So,
Okay,
2
that
minutes
is
left.
not. Wait,
No
what?
goals somehow for BDS.
doesn't look
in
right.
field. Exotic looks for a sidewall read.
That says end game, not end point.
I'm not even going to say where it hit. You already know. For those of you not with visual, you don't even need me to tell you. Here we go yet again.
Oh, 24. 24. Please say it's 24.
Able to put the ball
Yay!
in.
Wait, it is 24.
That's just absolute
Wait,
class.
wait.
Look at the
It
placement
is in the
from him. He's
esports
making
shop.
no
Okay, so I
mistake
can get the
there.
endpoint decal. It
Every
looks
day
really
of the
good.
week,
I wouldn't mind
left-hand
having it.
side. And all you need is
bang.
14 shots to get 1 goal. There's motivation for anyone looking to work on their offense. Just put
Who's
14
editing
shots
it?
on net.
Me,
One might
so,
eventually go in. They still need 2
You know, I'm
in
gonna
90
have to learn a
seconds
lot
BDS have one save.
to be able
Literally
to
every
do it.
single time BDS have had a shot on their net, it's pretty much going in. Matane just barrels through that challenge. Toxic.
Oh, you were
Walking
talking
down
to
the
Sun
board,
that hours
decides to
too?
try and take it by himself.
Ah, I got you. Wait,
Time ticking away,
how is that just in
Matane
again?
has her 4th
What is
of
going on
3
with
shots, by
BDS?
the way. The statisticians are going to hate this one.
Yeah, that's not great for the shooting percentage, or really good for the shooting percentage.
That is the
depending on
current
which way you look at it, but
endpoint
a
decal.
nice
Ye-
little
Yeah, I
breather
couldn't
there. Just give
remember.
yourselves a little bit of
Because
breathing
the
room
other one that
after
came to
it
mind
looked
was
like
the one when I
BDS
googled
perhaps
endpoint that popped
could
up right
start
away,
hitting
which was the
net
black black endpoint decal, with like the dots running down the side of it. But this looks really good, especially with the pink standard boost that I think it's Arju that's using it, or Matane, one of those two. Ooh. Alright, they got called out pretty hard there.
Still time left.
How have you been though? It's been a second since you've been in Shadowboot. Also an Oxy. Black, blue, white dots, right? Yeah, exactly that one. Because I don't buy that many decals, so it's got to be, you know, really good to make me want to spend money on it. I shouldn't spend money on it. I have way too many items in this game already. I don't need more.
Right, one team had
Matane has got to do everything here. Not bad. Ooh, if he had 12 more boosts, he could have gotten that double tap.
Every day of the week, as you said, it's positives for BDS that they are creating the pressure.
It has. If you grind away at the ones mode, you know you hit a penta rapid in 1600 ones.
20 seconds left. They need one more exotic.
That is almost unfathomable for me. That sounds awesome. Glad you got a sick clip. I definitely, after doing that challenge, took a long break from 1v1. I've queued one casual 1v1 since the 1000 games of ones challenge. And then I just recently on Twitch, because I stream there as well, wow, my voice is really cracking today. I played a private match, best of 5, versus somebody that I actually met during the 1000 or the 100 days of ones, and it was super fun.
That is the most shots I've seen for so few. Actually, no, that's not correct.
In regulation, though.
Wow.
That is an overtime amount of shots. Yes, you are correct.
That is a lot of shots in 5 minutes.
Dang, that's a small room at endpoint already.
This. Take a look. Feast your eyes, ladies.
You got no views on TikTok though. Also, did anyone raid you during the 100th day? No, because I was on YouTube, and it's not a thing. You can't raid on YouTube. Technically, you can redirect, which is like raiding, but it's a lot harder. It's not as easy to redirect to someone's stream. It's really weird. It's like a preset thing where you can't just like pull up a list of live channels. You have to like set it up in the back end of YouTube Studio before you even stream, and yeah.
Just a classic EU game, EU quarterfinal.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
You meant redirect. You were trying to get Squishy to raid you and others. Yeah, I ended stream before Squishy was done. He did a long day. When I was finishing my 100th day.
And can create some entertaining games.
But no, I don't think anybody did. But you guys mentioning it in Squishy's chats, at least brought it to his attention, like he talked about it. But what I didn't know is that actually, so I don't know how many Rocket League creators you do know, but apparently because I streamed it on YouTube and the VODs live on after the fact, another creator who did see it was Ravina. She saw my one of my VODs, I guess, and checked it out briefly. So I played in a creator tournament, like I think 2 weekends after I finished 100 days of ones, and it was like a draft, a 3v3 draft, and she was one of the captains. And when she picked me, that's what she said. She was like, "Oh, I want to play with this person, Likeable Paper," because I saw that she was doing a challenge where she played 100 days of ones. It's like, wow, other people saw it. I don't know. It's like weird, even though I know, I had the support of you guys because of, watching the stream and tuning in and all that sort of stuff. That's incredibly validating in and of itself, but it feels different. It feels like a coworker praising what you're doing when another creator says that they saw it, that they tuned in. even for a little bit.
Yeah, definitely want to set a pace from here. Drali commanding
He has
an awful
heard
lot of
quite a lot
respect. I'm
about
very
you,
impressed,
though,
actually,
and he
the
was
way
talking
Drali
about how
has bounced back. He
crazy
was the one that had the most
1001
issues
games
in that
is.
opening 15
Yeah, it is
seconds,
crazy.
responsible for both
It
the
is.
goals.
It is certifiably insane. I will agree
I
with
don't
that
know.
take.
It does not seem like he's all that rattled by it.
Yeah.
He realizes just how good he is.
And I did think about it when I decided to do the challenge on how like it does work for me because I'm in champ, but how much harder it would be for somebody who's that high ranked, because it would take the queue times would just take forever. There would be even less margin of error. Wow, that was beautiful for Arju not to get faked there. That was scary there for a second. But yeah, I don't know. It would put it to a whole new level. If you were, you know, someone at that level, because I think it's still pretty easy to get games for the most part, especially if you queue enough regions. You'd probably have to queue multiple regions to be able to get enough. But like somebody like Moxie or you know, like the top 15, top 10 would probably struggle a little bit more to do like a set amount of games in those days, rather than just like playing for a certain number of days. You'd probably have to put like a time limit on it instead, rather than a game count. But the game count is more content friendly, I suppose. Even before I started talking about you, I didn't even join the stream aiming to talk about you, but I got reminded of it mid-stream. Huh. That's wild. What did you think of Toxic's pinch? The one where he was saving it in his own goal and it pinched all the way to the other net? Is that the one you're talking about? I think that was, yeah, that was Toxic, wasn't it? I mean, it was sick. I also listened to the comms back when he did that.
They're just so willing to jump right in front of
yeah,
net. It seems
that was
risky,
wild. How many
so
regionals was that ago? That was last.
Often pays off.
Was that? Was that open qual 4?
In the first game?
Ooh, nice block.
This is a recipe for success.
Yeah, I like it when teams post their comms of crazy moments of that, like when that happens. But it is. I wish we could hear the comms more immediately. Like if somebody was streaming them. I'm sure. I don't think if the players wanted to stream their own perspectives on like Saturdays and Sundays, I don't know if they would be allowed to. I think the broadcasters for Rocket League, like Blast and ESL, you know, don't allow that. But I think it would be so cool. I've gotten spoiled because of Apex, so I wish I want more. What? Yo, that should have went through. Oh my gosh. You'll be back in 2 years. Have a good life, son. I appreciate all the time you spent here. My team's comms are questionable. Yeah, but I mean, that's something small. You know, unless you're actually like making inappropriate comments. I think, you know, the scene would get used to that. First, you might have to like at the start, maybe it would be in your best interest to try to clean up your comms a little bit. But like, if you listen to Apex comms, because they stream their scrims, they stream their what a double tap. Whoa. Okay, sorry. Let me shut up for a second. We'll appreciate this. Holy cow. Whoa. Yeesh. That was nice. But yeah.
How many times have we said that about BDS?
I think you would have a tiny bit more beef publicly between certain pro players, but I think it would benefit the scene more than it would be detrimental. I just think that you would get so many more fans of individual players. Individual pro players would be able to more consistently build up a second revenue source that makes being a pro player more sustainable. Because like, just think about this. If you have somebody like Drali, say he doesn't stream at all. I actually don't know if Drali streams, now that I think about it. But you had Drally. He blows up. Everybody's like, wow, he's doing really, really good in RLCS this season.
In game number 2,
like,
and now it's endpoint. They all need some
imagine how much better it would be for a professional if, like, they had that streaming career. Because all they have to do, literally, they can be the laziest person in the world. All they would have to do is press live, minimize it in the background, don't care what happens on the stream at all, and just, like, play their games and, you know, do as normal. Like, there would be pros that would take advantage of, like, the content sort of side of it, and they would interact with their chat more. But literally, there are pros in Apex now that I've watched it for a full split, and they're starting up their second one. Like, they stream their scrims, and they stream their competitions, and they don't interact with their chat at all during any of that. And they get at least, like, I think the lowest one I saw was maybe like 25 viewers, but if you have a consistent 25 viewers and you're streaming scrims and competitions, like, that is at least something.
Neither of them used it.
They do allow it. It's just that screen shares create more general delay, which sucks. Well, no, I'm screen shares. Are you talking about, like, screen sharing it through Discord to somebody else to broadcast it? Because I'm just talking about they open up OBS and stream it themselves.
You'd have to think, as we said, the counter-attack strategy, it did work in the first game,
Ooh.
but it is reliant on BDS
Close.
being able to hit a barn door with the tractor. So you wouldn't
What a save! Oh my gosh.
Just opens the door again.
That was clutch.
Just let him do whatever they want, because look at the pressure off the
There might
ceiling
be a
reset.
mid-stream. My
Exotic
brain
all he
is
did was
fried
put a
right
boost all
now.
around for BDS.
No worries.
Monkey Moon has a half moon in his tank.
I don't know. I find it hard to believe if other games can do it, that the Rocket League community are just a bunch of babies, and that they could do it. Or at least, if not everybody, some of them definitely could. And it's just, it's a culture thing. Kind of like how NA has a culture of not taking rank seriously and just, like, going for clips all the time. Like, the difference between EU and NA pro development and whatnot, and sweatiness of practice. Like, I think that same thing is true for people not streaming their comms for scrims or for stuff, because, like, you can't tell me that there is seriously that much strategy that it would hurt them to stream scrims with comms. Like, and if there is that much, wow, I can't believe they're still alive right now. This is crazy. What am I witnessing? Wait. Holy cow. Wow, and just like that, they, what? How did they keep it out that entire time? And just right there, Toxic flips through to the mid boost while they're being challenged, huh? Oh my goodness. But yeah, I don't think that it would be good for the scene, it would be good for the fan bases, it would be good for the pro players, it would be good for the teams in the scene, because imagine if you had a pro player such as, you know, a really valuable Zen that regularly streamed his scrims. Like, he would get a more valuable contract, because not only is he getting it because of his offline following, of his YouTube videos where they just post him playing replays. Like, if he had a live, like, Twitch following too, like, that would be super valuable. I just, like, do you watch competitive Apex? I'm just seeing that, like, it works really well in that esports scene, and it allows more value to come through for pro players. Like, if they randomly get dropped from a team, like, then at least they can still pick up another offer because of their, like, their content. But actually, I just realized why this happened to me. We won. And it's because if you get a timeout, the opposite coach can come in and listen to it. What? Are you talking about in Rocket League?
Very early pre-jump. Here's Exotic. Not got any more boost, but his opponents don't know that, so Toxic has to play to the side. In field, Monkey Moon.
Oh, you're in call now? Are you actually ready?
He just absolutely rockets that one home. 3-0 here to BDS.
Do you watch enough pro
They
voice
are
comms to
cooking
figure
now.
out what the other
Look at
team's
the
strat
big
is
setup by
mid-series,
Drally,
sometimes
and no one back.
mid-game?
Toxic trying to
Yeah,
scramble Matane. He's looking for bumps in the back corner for some reason.
It's not really a good
BDS.
excuse in a
There you go
fast-paced
again. 8
paced
shots this
environment
time.
in Rocket
Shooting
League.
percentage
Yeah,
has
what I'm
gone
saying is that, like,
dramatically up.
okay, so that
Scored 3 goals from those
so
8,
there
so they'll be
is
happy
a
with that.
problem with the potential to cheat, like in Apex, for example, 60 players on the same arena, being able to see somebody's stream live immediately when you're pushing one way. Like, the temptation to cheat would be there, but the only fix that needs to be there for that is you put like a 5 or 10 minute delay. That's all you need to do. 5 or 10 minute delay on your stream, and the broadcast can do the same, the main broadcast. So say like all the players are, or at least a player from each team is streaming their comms, streaming their gameplay. All you would need to do is put a 10-minute delay on your stream, and anything that you say within like 10 minutes of the teams watching your stream, like if they cheated, if somebody on say BDS and Endpoint are playing, and the Endpoint coach is like, man, we just can't figure out this BDS team. I'm gonna break the rules. I'm gonna watch BDS's comms and see what they're doing, see what they're talking about. If you put a 10-minute delay on it, by the time that you get to the point where they're playing, like it would make sense. It'd make more sense to pay attention to your own game. So like, I think it's a really simple solution for what people would be worried about. Especially in any series that is not a best of 7. But like Rocket League changes so fast, especially like the strategies that you're using against each other, that I still don't think it would matter. You could be halfway through a best of 7, hear the first game's comms, and it wouldn't be relevant anymore because the game would have changed so much. But
no excuses. Don't put a hole in the crossbar. Just
it happened to you guys in a 2-2 scrim.
Another 11-shot game. I mean, I don't know.
That's actually a rule for streaming your POV in comms and Radiant. Yeah, exactly. Like, but like, it wouldn't be that much different. Like, you could still even keep the main stream start times the same. In terms of like when the public sees it, so you could still start at the hour, and you could just have everybody start that's involved in the broadcast 10 minutes earlier. Like their actual game time would be, instead of 9 a.m. like it was for me right now, it would be 8:50.
Utterly silent by BDS so far, and they are going to need a little bit more out from him.
Let me see, is that actually on the right one?
Maybe not in this game.
Nope,
There's not much you can do at all in this game. We look towards 7, Exotic goes. That would be a heck of a read. And he almost got it. That is so hard. And it's not even Toxic gets the stop.
Well, that's one way to farm a couple of saves. I think he got back to back there off the post and out again.
Vitality versus
It is all
Resolve
just stat
Mirror.
padding for now because BDS, well, they have well and truly.
Yeah, they're kind of crushing them right now. But yeah, I don't know. I just think there's so many benefits, and the only thing that's stopping it from being a thing right now is just like mental blocks. Which frustrates me, because I think Rocket League has so much potential in general. In terms of like an esport, but that would just be like an easy grab. An easy grab. Because like, I watch comm videos rarely. And the reason I watch them rarely is because it's not live. It's usually like they edit them, they release them a week after they've already played, and by that time I've moved on to a new piece of content. Like I'm concerning myself with the next open qual for the other regions that's going to be live. Like, why would I watch an old comm video unless I was specifically a fan of that team? Versus like, if it was live, there would be the draw no matter what team it was, just because it's like, wow, this is the action. Like, you can hear the passion, you can hear the disappointment. Like, you know, maybe if you were really worried, what you could do is you could make it so that they can't hear your coach when they talk. So people don't hear like the full strat book. You would just be able to hear the teammates, or like when you guys take a timeout and your coach is having, you know, a conversation with you guys, you just mute Discord for the stream for that. Like, but it's small things. I think the majority of it would really. Like, it would be a benefit.
So give an extra 90 seconds, I say, to let them cool off a bit, so you can give yourself a chance in this game.
6-0, 0 seconds left. Never back down. Never what? I'm gonna say possibly in that specific situation that the dream can be announced dead. But now we're right back to 0-0, and oh my gosh.
We'll take all the shots that we require, and it will go in.
Wow, beat him, Arju.
Maybe it'll go into
oh, I got the demo.
In the last few games. Toxic now.
Wow, I didn't even see him on that side.
The position that they want him in. Drali more than up to the task.
Last game is still winnable. Yeah, even now, I think they could turn the tide.
Is that the first demo that Endpoint have had this series? That might be the change up that they have discussed. A little bit more physical.
But yeah, I talk about this too much. There's also a lot of things that like content creators in Rocket League could do, and you know, like
and it can disrupt these top teams. Just
I think there are a few. Wow, that was nice. I think there are a few too many like tournament organizers just doing a tournament to do a tournament. And I think if instead we focused and consolidated our efforts towards like fewer tournaments, but tournaments that are more appealing, more intelligently structured, or you know, created, like I think it would be better. You know, because there's a place for everything. We kind of had this discussion yesterday when Nick came in, of how like a creator tournament just to do a creator tournament is not good, especially if you're putting them against pros. Like the whole draw of having a creator tournament is. Why is this frozen?
Highlight the creator.
We get a second goal on the board.
Sorry.
Nice
Sorry about
to miss
that.
the whole midfield split.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Oh dear, I've got to react to this.
But I guess they scored a goal. Yeah, but the whole draw is that like you have a fan base that you're trying to introduce to other fan bases and expand out. But if they're only going to be there for one series, like what's the point? Like I think you need to have more. You need to make use of that, and the reason it works for pros is because most of the time you're following for the great play, so the great play outweighs the like creator sort of like social following, because they're just the best and people like watching the best. But you know, in absence of that, I think you need to have something built more around the skills of the content creators, which is content, not gameplay. If you just throw content creators into a tournament and you're like, oh yeah, I see the name of my favorite streamer on the pitch, that's cool. Like that doesn't mean as much if instead you created like content around, like an example of somebody doing really good at that is Musty's Energizer thing, where it was like last standing and everybody was streaming it. Like I think that was very well organized. That took creators and that made them, that showcased what they were already good at, which was streaming and, you know, entertaining people for a long amount of time. But if you just take creators and put them against pro players, of course they're just going to get smashed. How have I never played Matane before? I might have, I don't know, but how I swear he has to be like super bad at comm. Really think so?
Drali is just getting made to look silly in net. 4 goals in half a game of Rocket League. Believe it or not, it's not BDS.
Don't let any pros
It's
in.
the other team, Endpoint, who really didn't look like scoring for a couple of games ever since that first one.
Play how they would play chess.
This is
do it for the content.
Wildest shifts in
Yeah,
momentum I have seen.
I think there's space for both of them. Like I do like watching a couple of the off-season like pro tournaments. Like the Battle of the Boot Camps thing that Nick mentioned yesterday. Like I am excited to tune into that. But that's because it's pros against pros. If it was pros against content creators, I'd be like, all right, well, we already know what's going to happen. It's going to be the content creators get crushed, and it's just going to be the pros at the end of it, and it's going to be, yeah, a glorified RLCS show match. Who's going to take the one series this time?
BDS, well, they will get one off the kickoff, but still need four. It is the beauty of BDS, but the resilience of Endpoint shining through a little bit here.
He's insane in RLCS, but how have I never played him?
Of bottle statistics. What is the largest lead that we've seen throw away? Just so we can have some stakes on this one, because this should be over.
Yeah, aren't a lot of pros and high-level players not really playing ranked as much recently because of the DDoS situation? I feel like I've heard a lot more of that recently. Like, it used to just be a lot of the, or a few of the top EU pros that talked about it and how it's basically impossible for them to actually be able to practice the game. Wow, that was nice. Wait, I just realized it's 6-1 in favor of Endpoint, not BDS. Wait, what?
What if it was a double 5? All right, here we go. This is, you know what? You called me a biased caster earlier on. Let's go, BDS.
Let me check, but I'm gonna tell you a story about Juicy yesterday. All right.
Oh boy.
We're a little bit weary of Juicy in this stream. Or at least me personally, because Erica pointed out an incident after they won a series, and Juicy, I don't know if he forgot, he didn't realize, or he didn't care, but he did a typical dude thing on cam, and it severely grossed me out.
They just want to try and get some momentum back.
So I'm just constantly like, whenever he's on cam after a series, I'm like, oh no, please, please spare me.
They won't call a timeout. They should, absolutely. I mean, Toxic's on 4.
And to free the boys.
No, stop it. That's not what he did.
After a week, called Endpoint silly for not calling a timeout, thinking that the series was over.
Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about it.
This is the most BDS result
I was shocked to see where I was like, there's no way. And they left it on for so long.
You didn't. I missed it the first time. You didn't even need to point it out. But then he pointed it out, and I had to go back and see what you meant. Curiosity did me dirty. Hey, I mean, they already got the Brazil, so what does it matter if BDS changed it to a 2-7?
Then they score another one and get the Barca.
Yeah, not sure what.
Oh yeah, true.
Goodness me, 5 goals to the good still of Endpoint, even though BDS.
Tell me what happened, but he started queuing ones. Juicy is known for never queuing ones on stream. After he got DDoS sniped like a solid 8 times in a row with another pro player. I need to check who it was. Wow, he was queuing ones because he was getting DDoS snipes in 2s.
I have no idea what
that's unfortunate. Because I know people would just like, that's crazy.
Come on, go ball! Someone!
Barca.
People just
suck. I don't know.
How do you have to suck so bad at the game that you have to suck somewhere else? Like, what the fuck?
No Barca, no Portsmouth.
Yeah, how can you be such a terrible player and think that the solution to that is to be a scourge of a human being?
I'm going to search up one. All right, you tell us everything that
lost so much of
BDS
yeah.
I will look for classic 7-2.
Yeah, I don't know how it's possible, but I guess some people just like
into this series, but it's sort of just tuning in and out.
I don't know, they don't care.
Second monitor, just glancing at their team.
I feel so incredibly guilty when I'm accidentally mean to someone. Like, let alone intentional about it. I don't know if I could be intentionally terrible to someone.
I'm a Liverpool fan, and I'm the one on the microphone right now, so you're not allowed that one.
Holy cow. Okay, I'm too cold. I'm gonna have to plug in my heater. Hold on.
No, I'm in my blanket right now. It's my blanket.
We're just sort of done bourbon live on air, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
It's got less of a ring to it, I'd say, overall. Why it didn't take off, but yeah, we'll take that. I was just saying, Shogun, imagine if you're just tuning into this series, but you're not fully watching. You know, you're sort of just, you know, glancing at your second monitor, you're having a cup of tea in the kitchen, you're looking at your TV, you know, you've got it casted to your TV.
Yeah, but actually, you made a good point, so I just grabbed a blanket.
I just heard them say they've had 50 shots. And look away, look back. End pointer up 7-2.
Instead of wasting energy, using energy
probably
in
like by
June
80% right
of
there,
all
if not more.
months.
Should not reveal that one live.
Turning on a heater.
It is June.
I'll just put a blanket on. It's fine. Wow, I'm instantly warmer. Holy cow. That was quick.
We all predicted,
all right.
rightfully so, that BDS should walk this. It is not the case at the moment.
Can I just say as well, we're in 2024 where we're all saying, oh, the defense is so good in Rocket League, it's crazy. Well, here's your case study.
Oh my gosh.
That. The defense is still
Wow. Wait, 2
2
players went up for that, and it still went in. Beat one, out 50'd the other. Wow. They just didn't have any boost too. They lost so much MMR. I would be... that would... It'd be so triggering. Because, like, imagine you've invested so much time in this game, and all you're trying to do is practice your craft. Like, as a pro player specifically, like, it's bad enough as a casual, because I've been DDoSed at least 2 times now, I know. I think even, like, other people, like, you guys watching didn't quite believe me, but I'm almost positive I got DDoSed during the 100 Days of Ones for one match. And it just, like... Yeah, we did. It was just, like, it's so demoralizing to play against not only, like... Ooh, they kept that out for a second. I was gonna be impressed. But, like, to be a pro... Like, it was bad enough for me just a game or two as somebody who enjoys the game and wants to get better, but as somebody who has already put and committed so much to the game and to not even be able to practice, like,
this is, yeah, ridiculous.
That's frustrating. But, you know, I did see a good point that somebody made on Twitter when enough of those people posted about that, is that they said, well, it's quite possible that actually 6-mans will be revived because people can't play, you know, can't queue ranked. So at least the pros do have a system where they can do, like, private matches and all that stuff, but still, it's not. You'd prefer to just be able to play the freaking game. And to have so many pros talk about it and say how much of a problem it is and still not have any sort of response from Rocket League, you know, it's a little bit discouraging. It's like, I get if you don't want to respond because you're working on it and you don't want to, present communication until you actually have, like, a solution. What? How did that just go through? Hold on.
After game number 3,
it'd be so funny, you know, knowing how toxic 6-man's management if 6-man's was actually the one people, like, commissioning people to just go into matches and DDoS players just so they can go back to 6-man's server.
Yeah.
Regular programming.
But, like, you get what I mean, right? I feel like there are other games where they're open and honest about the communication and they can actually, like, say stuff. Like, you don't have to commit to a timeline of, like, yeah, we'll have this fixed, you know, in the next couple days, we promise you. Like, you don't have to commit to that. You don't have to legally expose yourself that way, but you could still be decent and communicate to the people that are suffering. You know, like,
there's an issue.
Yeah, and like, say I'm working on it and it's just a really hard problem to solve. Like, I feel like people would appreciate that.
Hard. Yeah. Like,
because
IT 101 is to let the user know that I'm aware of your issue. I'm working.
Yeah, because otherwise you're like, well, are they listening? Do they even see this? Are they paying attention? Are they working on it? Because, like, for example, so I've talked about Apex a lot. I feel like you guys need to accept that I'm going to continue to talk about Apex a lot. But for one of, I think it was the last the last qualifier for North America, which had implications for which teams would go to the major. So basically, it was a really big deal. A hacker started messing with pro players and giving them cheats. So like one player, I think it was a controller player, he turned on player outlines so he could see literally everybody in the map. And against his will, like he just hacked into their accounts and enabled it for them during their game. Another person, what? That was a crazy save. Another player, he gave them aimbot, again, against their will. And he did it to like, I think it was 3 people total that they knew of during the event, like while they were playing the qualifier. And it got to a point where like the first player that was hacked, as soon as they knew that they were hacked, they left the match. So they left their team in a 2v3 situation, basically, where they were down a player. But like they didn't want to be disqualified because it was seen that they were hacking. So they decided to like preserve the game because they were already like in the end game, basically. The second player that it happened to stayed in the match just as a body and decided not to shoot anybody. And then his team started to get attacked, and as he was saying, I have aimbot, I can't shoot anybody, I can't shoot, then he started to shoot. Because he was just like he wasn't gonna leave. He wasn't gonna let his team get screwed over like that. And he's one of the biggest creators in Apex. It was Imperial How. Like, if not one of the biggest, the biggest. He's so popular, it's crazy. He's like if K-Dot, I'm trying to think of a good example. No, he's if Kronovi continued to be a pro player and continued to just win every single thing for 5 years straight. If he was just undeniably the best for 5 years straight. And if Kronovi started on controller and halfway through switched to keyboard and mouse and was still the best player in the world. Because for Apex, it's usually the other way around. The players started as KBM and then they switched over to controller, and that's what Hal did. He did that. He switched inputs and is still the best. One of the best players in existence. Has so many titles to his name. And they hacked that person, and instead of just laying down and taking it and leaving and having his team be in a terrible situation where they were down a player when they were in a great position, he forced the organizer's hand and decided to shoot. And so basically they stopped the tournament and communicated that they would be working on a fix and they would keep the players in the know. And just a little bit of that in Rocket League would go a long way. It would go a long way.
They've decided at long last that they don't like what they're seeing.
And that was on the weekends. Apex competitive didn't communicate for like a couple days later, and they didn't have a solution, but they posted again and said, we're still working on this, we want to preserve the competitive integrity. And then they continued to work on it, and lo and behold, eventually they came up with the solution, but the community was kept updated the entire time.
Yes, they have won this. Yes, they scored by 6. I feel like they just want to take some of the sting out of this game to get back to.
I mean,
drew up their ass with their rainbows and unicorns to say that
I mean, it hasn't really been the case for a lot of this season.
Well, the thing is, like,
the typical stature
I don't remember it very well, but was even Psyonix really good at it?
We'll be hoping for
communicating.
Another bit of a wild game, and then we'll just take it to championship.
I feel like Psyonix was better than they've been with Epic, but they still weren't the best.
I want to say that if they can hit
I do remember when the first incident of the invisible car happened. Psyonix was on it within 2 hours.
Are we on pace for that?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, if only we could go back to that.
That was before.
Let's get a quick tally.
That was when the McLaren came out.
They've had 19 shots, 18 shots, 16 shots, and 15 shots. Quick math: 37, 16, 53, and 15.
Actually, no, that was when the Endo came out.
plus the game that
Yeah, I was gonna
they
say
lost
the McLaren
7-2,
was
which I don't know how many
epic.
shots they had when they did lose. They've had 77
Yeah,
shots.
because it happened again with the
23
McLaren.
shots away
But
from the magical 100,
it happened
and
first with the
potentially
end,
it could go 7. So
Okay,
it
so
is
what we want
possible.
here is BDS to take shots, but not
And
really
again
score
with
many of
the,
them, because we're not going to get 23 of them in this game. Maybe.
the car that starts to
Even when they lost,
Dingo?
7-2 they still
No, the
had
other
11
one.
shots. So
Diastro?
that's 77 shots.
Is that the old timey
Wait, sorry,
looking?
no, I must say 9.
Sports
77 shots.
The Diastro kind of
overall
looks like the
for
breakout, but
series
an
in
actual car.
that one.
games of
Yeah.
Rocket
Yeah.
League. Boy,
That
oh
one
boy, if
as
we hit
well.
the 100, I tell you what, it's party time.
That one
Twitch
was
chat,
fixed a lot
everyone watching
quicker
back at
than the
home,
Endo.
I want you
I remember
dancing.
that.
Because this does not
Yeah.
happen very often. In a
And then the
quarterfinal,
day I think
in
the Endo
Europe.
was fixed within 3.
We always get, I feel like every single time though, we get to the final European
Well, even if the
qualifier,
fix didn't come
it
through
always
right
goes
away,
weird on us, you
like
know,
the
and
communication
they
could be
announced
better.
it is
Yeah.
towards the end of RLCSX, where
But
out of nowhere,
ever
we
since
had
with
Guild
Epic, they
Esports
haven't-
coming forward,
they don't
where it was in
ever
the middle
address
of
any
BDS
fixes
full
until
domination, your
fixed.
vitality were on the rise,
And
Yeah.
you
trying to
just
steal that
don't even
RLCSX title away from them. And then Guild
acknowledge it
Esports, who only, the RLCS analysts predicted
And it's not
perfectly
even an announcement,
to
it's
go
just
ahead
an
and win
hidden
the entire
attachment.
thing. Did
Right.
do so. There is something about this final event.
There is certainly
Have you run
just-
into it,
you
Aboot?
just
Have you
know
run
that
into
the script
a lot of
has little bit
DDoSers
more in store
yourself,
for
or
it, but I
have you
love
been
this little
largely
shots record we're going for. Now,
spared
for
that
the
'cause
first
you're not
time,
a-
BDS
like,
will be wondering why everyone's
I guess
happy
you're
when
not-
they
you're not
don't
a
get it in the
juicy.
net, but just get it somewhere remotely near it.
you know,
let me do it.
championship
Actually,
Sunday
have to win
player,
this for us to get close to that.
where a lot of people know
We
you.
are certainly, well, I mean, we're going for a game 7 regardless. We're going for maximum entertainment value.
Because I
here. That's what
wonder
we do.
if people still
That's
get
what we're about.
DDoSed a lot if they're not
So
like
far, I
a
can
name,
confirm
if they're not
BDS
a
yet to get a shot on the
like a
ball,
pro player
and
sort
that
of
didn't count.
target.
No, that didn't. We got one from Endpoint.
Because I'd assume it
That's been
happens
the
less
longest
to
time
people
Toxic
in my
has
rank
been
just
cut.
because like the DDoSers
As
want
well,
to be a
I
high
think
rank.
Toxic's
They
car
don't want to
certainly
be
got. Mate's
champ
gonna
3
try and get a bit
GC1. Like they want to be SSL and do it to other SSLs.
But
Wow,
BDS
Bell
will
just call him a
still have
noob
their
at that point?
timeout.
No,
If
he
they
said he
need
was a
it,
good
Alvarez
player. He
has to
said
defend.
1600 in ones.
Has to try and
I'm
save
just
it
trying to
for
find a
teammates.
way to
And
say,
Jarvis
like,
shuts down the angle.
if you're not a content creator or like a
mean, how
pro
many times
player,
has that
that
happened
the
for
name
BDS
is
where they just
easily,
somehow let
you know,
the ball
recognizable.
pass
Do
their
you
last
still
line and they turn around
get
and go, "Oh,
the
goodness, get back
do you,
someone."
do you still experience a lot of
Payoff
DDoSing?
there for Endpoint. They
Because
were
like we've heard
probably
it from
pretty unlucky in the end, as you
pro
said. The
players
touch
and
was a
we've
little
heard
bit
it from
heavy to get a
content
follow-up.
creators, but is it because are they being targeted because they're a name, or is it a problem with the high rank?
Trying to get a solid game, you know. We talk about Casio.
Because I've experienced it a little bit, but like I wouldn't say nearly as much as it sounds like, you know, these pro players are experiencing.
in this series so far. As I said, yet to record a shot. This could be the
That
first
is-
chance
wow.
here, but
Yeah,
in
because
the
if they're
backcourt,
experiencing
fantastic
as much,
defense from Endpoint.
high-end
Quick reminder as well for
high
Is it-
frequency that they're giving
first
up
on the
on
ball.
playing, right?
Jobless.
Yeah, basically what I'm asking is it targeted harassment or is it just a cheating problem?
To go and win the whole event themselves. So the series looking this way is perfect for them to hopefully go and get the job done later on. BDS can
Nice.
ruin some of those hopes, take away one of those strikes. There's Matane. Toxic's not going to follow. Matane looks to try and get a block, doesn't do so, but Arju's got plenty of time.
Good bump.
Throws the ball down the line, looks to try and chase up. and-
Raptor! Do you even have your eyes open?
Still get it to work, but all he
What'd
can
you
do is
ask,
find
Erica?
Exotic, takes it
Who's on
downfield.
contention of making it
There's
in
Toxic,
and whatnot?
who
Like, what's
He's
the
probably been a
status
little
of
bit quieter. Matane's been
qualifications
quite online.
here?
Another shot comes
East?
second.
We don't really care about any series but Jobless Vitality and Carmine Core Oxygen. And even Jobless Vitality, Jobless basically have to win the entire event and have one of BDS Gentlemates or...
Skim downfield.
Oh yeah, BDS and Gentlemates basically. They have to have one of those two lose. Because Vitality is in first place for the major. They have 40 points. They have confirmed that they are going no matter what. So what Jobless needs to do is outperform. Whoa!
No.
Holy cow! That was gorgeous. Oh my gosh! Holy cow!
My.
Yeah, so Jobless need to win the event, and they need BDS or Gentlemates to lose, so that they can. I think maybe that secures them a tiebreaker. I'm not sure though. Ooh, that was clean. Come on, please.
I've been watching, to be quite frankly honest with you. I'm the RLCS analyst title.
No. No, they're tied. BDS, Gentlemates, and gosh, who's the other? Oxygen are all tied on the same points. Oh yeah. They're playing against Luna Galaxy.
He's halfway in between a reset and wanting the double touch as well. He could sort of see it in his mind, weighing up as he was.
Which is Atomic, Chronic, and oh, it's not Tox, is it?
To work now. Toxic's going to get a free ball in the center, takes it up. Charlie can wait. Arju, what can he do? He doesn't get the touch. Clear comes through and. Well, point. You don't want to do what BDS did down the other end. Make sure that third man sitting nice and deep with 40 seconds left.
Oh, Drali's going for it. Matane decides to go for the bad shot himself, but he needs more.
That would have been a nightmare for casters.
That one's going to go sky high. Drali's in.
Oh yeah, it is. It's a Chronic, Tox, and Atomic.
Nobody came for him, and it went
That's still a nightmare for casters.
What on earth was that? One of the weakest shots
I thought Erica was going to do a late stream last night, but it was her testing things. Fake news. Were you let down?
Put it in the title. I don't watch it.
Oh, poor Raptor.
Yeah, I was testing.
He was like, entertainment.
I was testing to see if I figured out how to do the Twitch and YouTube thing.
I don't
yeah.
believe
So are you
it.
going to then?
Timeout BDS.
So, because I was trying to figure out a way to do it without having to use double bandwidth.
And it was the worst thing that could have happened to them. BDS
apparently, the way to do it is to stream it to a source, like
to 14 shots needed to break
a different
100.
source, which I think it's Restream or whatever it's called.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
they'll worry about distributing it
Shots, by the way. I feel
to
like
your
that's
channels.
slanderous. That's
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's
Then
disrespectful.
in the series.
Interesting.
It's kind of more like
Now, can someone please tell me? Either you show on
but yeah, it's pretty instant.
or at home.
Especially with Twitch. And
have we got
the
to
chat
game
that they
7?
give you already gives you both
called the
YouTube and
1-0.
Twitch chat together. It
Yeah.
just has this, like the sign on it to let you know who's on what.
I have to take any prediction I get correct at the moment.
And
I don't
yeah, it's
know,
pretty good.
man.
All I really had to do was go into my.
It's the first game of the day.
So I'm
We've
still
got
using
3 more
Streamlabs
after
just
this.
because
You know,
it's
for
a
those of you
little
out
easier
there,
to
we
handle
still
than-
have some absolute bangers to come away. We've got Jobless
Streamlabs.
Vitality, Luna Galaxy are on hot form against Gentlemates, who looked like they were
Yeah.
struggling
Just went in
yesterday.
there and got my
to end the
events,
day, we've got KC against
board.
Oxygen in what is the main
And
event.
tied it both
But
to
before
YouTube and
then,
Twitch so I can
we
get both
have got
notifications.
BDS taking on Endpoint in Game 7
added that as
in
a
one of the
doc,
least
and-
predictable series I've seen.
Got my little Twitch
And
buttons.
I think we can all agree, regardless
little-
of the result here in Game
readings
7,
and
we should have them play another best of 7 just to be sure it wasn't a fluke. Because,
Everything's
I mean,
good. Everything
there's
looks
no
clean.
way to say that the best team has won this series, because I'm not sure if there is a best
Hopefully.
team in this series. I'm not sure if
I
we've
get to
really
stream.
figured out what is happening here in Europe in quarterfinals in the final event of the season. But what we do know is the timeout for BDS. They might need to just calm things down
But
a
yes,
little
I'm
bit.
sorry,
They've
Raptor,
lost
that
1-0
I
somehow, and
disappointed.
they're now 14 shots away from 100 shots.
But
If
in
they
my
lose a
defense, you
series,
should have read it.
Shogo was having 100 shots.
True.
That would also be a record.
Yeah, the one downside
But, I
about
think
deleting
they've basically all
video
but broken the
and
all-time
you know
series
whatnot
record
from
for
my
shots.
phone
We're getting
is that I don't
confirmation on
know
that. We
when
do
my
know
friends
it
go
is
live
below
anymore. I just have
100.
to happen upon
Just not
when
sure
I'm already
who's
checking
done it before
Twitch.
them, but we will get confirmation of that. Game 7 is upon us.
I was
Here we
like
go.
smiley face
Strap
when I
yourselves
saw the noti, then I was like frowny face when I read the title.
One of these teams is moving on to the semi-finals. The other one
Aw,
will
poor
be
Raptor.
eliminated.
That's funny.
We do have the Monkey Moon who is trying
Well,
to
if it
get
makes you
over
feel
that side
better,
wall. All the way out, Exotic
I
waits to
am
take his opportunity.
95% sure
Retain
that
goes
I am
to
going
Meteor.
to be
Retain.
streaming on
Ceiling
Twitch
reset.
tonight.
Goes on the far
Wow.
side. Exotic with something.
Bang! That was
That
clean.
was
Has
nice.
had it all, and it's Exotic.
Woo.
Game 7. Look at
He
the
brought it
ceiling
all the
reset.
way.
Finds that top corner.
Jeez.
Arju just sits in net like a statue, and BDS strike first.
One shot, one goal. You can keep that up. As we do see the demo come through, Toxic.
Not bad, not bad.
Gonna try and go
Noise.
That's not gonna
That
work
way I
for
don't
him.
have to just export my VODs over to YouTube as
Leaves
well
it for
and just
Arju. That
oversaturate
bounces.
Oh,
the videos.
oh, oh, goal.
Calamity.
Fudge.
Gets rid of his last bit boost.
He just wedges it out.
Did I just
Endpoint,
walk?
you feel like they should have equalized right there. Toxic goes sidewall, goes double.
Nice bump. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Make a mess.
It's
My
a triple save. It's so
gosh.
messy. But they are to keep it out of net 4 now. They're still low on
That should have
boost.
been a
They're
goal.
still panicking, still
In many
panicking.
ways.
And still in a little bit of trouble if Endpoint can get it down the other end.
Yeah, Endpoint just need to be a little bit more clinical here.
Some reception.
They seem
Ooh,
to be
he's gonna
expecting
get
BDS to be playing
smoked.
as well. BDS are making mistakes. They are something there to be capitalized on. Toxic off the wall. Jirali goes to meet him. That's actually worked out beautifully for Toxic. Leaves here. RG backboard. Monkey Moon. Oh, that was so smooth. Stays back.
Wow. Wow, that was just like right on top of him. That was good passing play, but then
Yeah, he was facing his own net,
fell
which
short.
isn't- Well, I don't know much about Rocket League, but I think you want to be facing the other way there. Fake comes through. Endpoint had a couple of chances there to get one back, but we still are seeing double commits from BDS. You can see the panic setting in from them as well. You know that they've got the major on the line.
You know what I
Also,
do
wanna be
wonder?
securing it on their own boot.
They're all wearing the
Their own
endpoint
back
decal, but
here
are they actually
Monkey Moon
all
takes it
wearing
up.
the endpoint
So the
decal?
ceiling looks at the pass. It's only too wide. Matane can't get the
Are
touch. He's
they
gotta keep
using
it in.
Bacchus mod?
Drives up straight away, so aggressive.
And they just have it
Well,
equipped
who's get it to the corner?
for the Auric
Keeping
purposes.
track of our secondary competition, by the way.
Ooh.
We're 11 shots away. 3 shots so far from BDS. Now we see
Nice.
puts it off the wall.
Oh!
What a stop.
Beautiful
that
save.
would mean-
They need more
Come
of
here.
it.
They would do the same thing for BDS, no?
No.
Enemy turns
Huh?
kill and becomes their
That means they
best
would have to
friend.
do the same thing for
Oh, just
BDS.
when you needed
No,
the
I meant like
crossbar,
endpoint
absolutely
asked the
capping
players
clutch
to
on
do that.
Sheffield, Game 7. Now
So
look
they-
at the
so
other
they
end. Shot's
equip
gotta be
the
wide. It's more of a
decal,
pass, if anything, no boost. Does
but
it
on
secure
on
it?
their
I thought
own
that was
screen
only
is Bacchus
visible-
mod.
For the good of
I
it
thought
as
that was
Monkey
only
Moon
available
goes
client
sideball,
side.
finds Matane, Endpoint.
What?
Oh, they've been trying
I didn't
to
think
wedge
anyone
this
else would
ball
be
in
able
the
to
net,
see it.
but they've got
No,
a case
no,
of
like they
BDS
put
is
the
here,
endpoint
almost
decal
open
on
at
for
the
everybody
same
to
time.
see, but then they
Can he get
Bacchus
it?
mod their
Monkey
favorite
Moon
preset.
applies a double commit pitch down the other end.
Oh, I
I'm the
got
third
you.
man on
I
BDS.
Yeah, so
understand
instead of
now.
using Bacchus mod to get what they want, they put...
It's too early for my brain to work at full capacity.
They feel like they're comfortable, and suddenly it goes whistling over the top of them. Now we go to the side.
No, paper,
Riley's
I
got
don't
plenty
want to
of
listen
time.
to what
That
you're
first
saying.
time,
I just want to be
the
right.
second
Jeez. I'm not gonna lie, I started to get a little frustrated there. I was like, I think I'm explaining this pretty well.
Put it like that. We'll get there when we get there. Exotic looks to try and add another one. There we
Good
go.
save.
That's on target.
Oh, yeah.
We needed 14 coming into this. We have got 7. Well,
Still a
they-
one-goal game.
Gotta
They
put
could
the
get
foot
this.
down, though. There's only
They-
45.
oh.
Monkey Moon goes again. Here we go. BDS, they know the record's on the
I-
line.
yikes. Yikes!
I
I wish. I just knew it was coming though, because I was like, my curse is so strong, surely they cannot survive it. Surely I've said it's only one goal and then BDS is gonna score, so it's not.
And I'm talking about this as if it's done. If we've seen anything from the series, this is not done just yet.
94 shots for BDS. Minute 40. Could be huge. Endpoint. Well, I don't think they're worried about that. They're trying to win
Archie's
this
called
series.
out.
Charlie, can he get it downfield? He's got to fire it.
Wow, good save.
Arju
Nice
does.
bump on
That
Monkey,
counts
but
as a
Monkey
shot.
is just
Monkey Moon
stronger.
bumps it
Holy
again. The
cow.
bumps are coming through. It's on net again. Another shot. We are at the
Nice,
line. We've got
not bad.
Fabio.
Over to the side, Exotic.
What are they even
Goes
talking
for
about?
it. How can you get this one in field? No boost left, no real options. Just over a minute left on the clock. Drali gonna go ceiling. Oh, that drops down so awkwardly, but Exotic's got it covered. Good third man positioning.
Oh, not again.
Exotic. He did so much from this. There we are. There's another one. 3 left.
Wait, the fake.
Then goes Drali.
Dang.
2 left. 3 goals.
That's crazy.
I think this series is all over, but the record is still on the line. Endpoint need 3,
Oh.
BDS need 2. Whichever way you want to look at it, whichever game you care about more. But I'm looking
So
at
they're
the
talking
100
about
shots.
most
It has
shots
been
per
a stellar
series or
performance in
something?
Game 7. Endpoint
I'm guessing
still have
is a
time,
world
but
record.
They need to go
Oh
right now.
Drali back into that midfield. Monkey Moon was waiting for it. Waited a bit too long.
Are they both in contention of holding the title?
I guess so, because he said
that's-
3 for one and 2 for the others, so.
That's
unfortunately.
crazy.
do stay at the same amount as we had when we came from the kickoff. We've got to hurry this up here, BDS. There we go. That's what I want to see. Classic rule 1. Just smash the ball.
Yeah, but it's still not on target here. It's going to be BDS's series. There's no doubt about it. That's not on target either. There's 20 seconds. Two.
All right, BDS.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
On target.
That's a shot.
Just go.
That's one.
Come on.
Okay. Please, Drolly, come on, buddy. No. Why are you playing back corner?
Wait,
the
this
game
might?
is already won. Might be one more. Go on, exotic.
It's
No.
That's so painful. That is 13
They're
shots.
so sad.
Oh, they try it.
It's still win for BDS. Congratulations. Sorry, we are all over the place with our storylines in this one. BDS have won it. Congratulations. They're moving on to the semi-finals.
I don't know how we made a mini game out of total shots in the series, but that was good.
You said
fun.
99.
Well done to BDS. That was
that's what I heard.
the most ridiculous series. It was certainly a series of all time. I called it the best series of all time. Obviously, for entertainment value.
In 7
and that's
games.
about it, but
He's gonna say
congratulations
that was
to
a
BDS
series
and
of all
Point
time.
putting up a strong. I don't know what sort of fight anyone was putting up in that series. I'm not sure
It
what
was
we
a scrappy
witnessed.
fight.
It was very scrappy.
Everyone was just winging their arms around, and if you get in the way, it's your fault.
It was almost one of those ones you're watching, you're like, okay, I might stay away from that. Not sure what
That was
is
a good
happening over
series.
there, but I might just
That was a good series to start us off. It didn't, on paper, it didn't seem like it would be a good series, but
go back to back here in the
it was.
European Open qualifiers, and that, I believe, has secured themselves for the major as well.
Yes, they should be completely fine by now. That's one of the results that Jobless did not want to see. They still need one of these top teams to drop in the quarterfinals and still win the entire event themselves. But they were close. Oh my goodness, were they close?
I can't believe that didn't go in. I was waiting for that to be an own goal.
For Endpoint, and a heck of a lot for entertainment for all of us.
And they've won by 1 game. So there you go. Sometimes
What a
it's quality,
save!
but if you're BDS, it's definitely just keep on hammering that net.
Well, geez. I had a lot of fun for that.
Favored that
We got
left
3
side.
more in store. Do not go
Yeah,
anywhere.
sure seems like it. Alright, they said don't.
Single goal. That's on the left side.
We'll watch the promo for. I think this is Worlds.
I won't. I'm gonna go get coffee or make coffee.
Okay. I don't think I've seen this version of it. Because they did the one that's combined with London. I'm liking this though. Oh, that was the whole thing. Okay. Of course. I was waiting for like it to hit the hype part of it, and then it just, you know, just stayed at that level. Okay, chat. So I mean, that ended up being a really good series. Still didn't result any differently than I think anybody expected when they started. You know, I think most people voted for BDS, and BDS did come away victorious. It would have been a crazy upset if Endpoint made it through, especially if Oxygen beat Karmine Corp, because I think Oxygen would have had a way easier time beating an Endpoint that took down BDS than they would a BDS that comes through regardless of, you know, how close it was with Endpoint. But the next series that we have on our hands here is Vitality versus Jobless. So we'll be seeing that. Looks like they're going to be back in 3 minutes. Okay. So Jobless is the one team in the rankings that still has a chance to make it to the major, but like they were like Shogun and CJ were mentioning, Jobless need Gentlemates to lose. They need Gentlemates. I guess actually Oxygen could lose too. But for maximum entertainment levels, I would prefer if Oxygen beats Karmine, so that there's a good chance that Oxygen can close the gap at the major on Karmine. And then Jobless beats Vitality, and Gentlemates lose to Luna Galaxy. Because Jobless needs one of either Gentlemates or Oxygen to lose, and then they need to win the entire event. And I think that puts them, if they stay at 36 and they go up to 12, so that's another 4 points, so they're 28, and then they go up to 16 would be second place, so 28, 32, yeah, and then they win 20 points, yeah, so brain, yeah, 36, yeah, so they would play a tiebreaker against at least one team. Because now BDS is not on 36. They won their series, so they'll hop up to 12, so they're actually at 40 points. Yeah. Yeah, well, so basically, if you want maximum craziness to happen, you want Jobless to win this next series. And then continuing the craziness throughout the day, you want Jobless to win this series, you want Luna Galaxy to win against Gentlemates next, and then you want Oxygen to take down Carmine Core last of the day. But we'll see if that actually happens. I am going to vote for Vitality though, because I don't think Jobless could beat them. Vitality, though they had a slow start yesterday in Swiss, going down their first 2 games against, who was it again? Who did they go down against? Somebody they shouldn't have. I know that for sure. Oh, Low Block. Yeah, one team that they definitely shouldn't have gone down 0-2 against was Low Block. But after that, I mean, they had a pretty routine day. They won 3 games in a row against Low Block, reverse sweep them. Then they, only dropped 1 game to Oxygen and 1 game to Gentlemates. So I think, I think Vitality are looking solid. And I expect a continuation of that run of form. So yeah, but let's tune back into the broadcast.
That was perfect. Look at you. Professional.
Well, what a series. What an absolute goal glut between BDS and Endpoint to start the day. BDS continue on into the semi-finals in a 7-game thriller, which saw them shoot the ball 99 times. Not quite 100, but maybe one day. I'm joined by Ignacio. You guys, like I just said, shot 99 times in that series. That's more than 14 shots per game, and you scored 24 goals in total. How is it that you guys are able to produce so many scoring opportunities?
I think we got so many scoring opportunities and shots because Endpoint is a team that's sitting a bit in net sometimes, like they like to defend like that and play on counter-attack a lot. So definitely like they gave us like a lot of space, but definitely some game they punished us because we overcommit or we went a bit too far, so that's why I guess.
Did you expect Endpoint to be this much of a challenge? I mean, they were able to take you guys to Game 7. They won Game 1 4-2. They took Game 4 7-2. Did you come in today expecting a 7-game series against these guys?
We definitely thought it'd be a bit easier, but they actually played great. It was a weird series because the game we won, it was like 5-0, 6-0, 7-1, stuff like that. And then when we lose, it was like the same, but for them. So definitely was a weird series, but every team
it was
threat, so you gotta
the most
respect them, obviously.
Swingy series I think I've seen.
Major. You've done it with that win there, so you will be going to London. It felt like
usually a team that beats somebody 7-1 or 8-1 or whatever it is, 7-2. Like
top 8 last time.
They've got enough momentum on their side that even if the game gets closer, it's still on their side.
For the major and for
that didn't happen for
this. Is to win. We wanna be as much as prepared for Worlds. and winning on LAN will be a great thing because this is different context. So for Drali and
so
for the team together, then
previous
it'd be
game
great that we could get the win there in London. So we are.
But now we move on to
hoping we can
Vitality
achieve that,
Jobless,
I believe
which,
in
you
the
know,
guys in the
could
team,
just be a
and
Vitality
we can
beatdown.
win.
So next round you play against the winner of Carmine Corp versus Occident. Obviously that's a series with massive implications for those two teams, so I'm sure they're going to be feeling the pressure. But who are you predicting, Cassio, to win that one and then play against you guys tomorrow?
It's a tough one. Recently, Oxygen was performing better, but KC against big team always play really well. So I'm gonna say KC for the story because we didn't win against them once. So I think we want to play them now and do better. So KC.
Well, that would definitely be a spectacle, Cassio.
Nice.
I'm
Chip
sure
on their
everybody
shoulder.
would be
I like that.
delighted to see that matchup. But either way, regardless of who you play tomorrow,
They're
good
competitors.
luck with the rest of the online
They're
season,
not
and
watch
congratulations
partiers like all of
on the
us.
win today. Appreciate you giving the time to talk to us.
They just
Thank
want to
you.
play the team
Bye.
that is the better competition. They don't want to play the team that could have
99
more
shots
crazy
on the
scenarios.
net, 99 shots on the net. Take one down, put it in the net, and then BDS will win again. Cole and Shogun with me now.
So nicely. Why don't you always sing a little song for us when you catch?
I'll start leading the chants for us. How about that?
It's beautiful. Do we like to sing?
Was that a
chat
song?
type one if you love the little sing
It just
song?
sounded like he was monotone saying a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, I'll type as well. I'll pre-type.
But either way, Shogun, how was it down on the field? You were down there in the action. How was it?
Yeah, absolutely exhausting. I've never seen a series like that. I feel like I've been around here for quite a while now. I thought I'd seen how most
Holy
series can
cow.
go. No, apparently not. That was utterly ridiculous. 99 shots. That's utterly ridiculous and also very upsetting that we did not get to 100. Look at this goal, though.
That goal,
Exotic's
though.
That goal
Dangerous
was
right
gorgeous.
so far.
I think it was my favorite goal of the series.
I know.
Like
Exotics
Exotics one where he brought it all the way up to the ceiling and then like power shot it to the bottom left. It was pretty cool. It was satisfying to watch, but like just the entire context of that other one.
Yeah, the sheer surprise.
This is going to be, I think it was game
It was
1
great.
or game 2 where you said this is looking like one of those series. And my goodness, Shogi, you could not have been more right.
Yeah, that was quite the series. It was enjoyable to watch from here, Shogun. Yeah, you're exhausted. I'll take it from me. Let's take a look at the major points now, just what that means, because
Is
obviously.
he? Wait a second. Did I just see that right? Does Shogun have a Hollister sweatshirt
They're
on?
still in it here. But for BDS, this is cool, fantastic.
I haven't seen that
That is
name
major, locked
in
They will
years.
be in London. We will see them walking
Wait.
out yet another LAN. And yeah, they'll continue the good work that they've shown all so far this season. It'll be good to have them there.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that with two teams locked in. It gets tighter and
Please, go back to the casters. I want to confirm.
We'll have a few more matches for you guys.
does
3 to be
Leaf X look
precise
like, a
for the rest of the day.
Spanish conquistador?
It's best of 7
He
across the board.
does.
You lose.
He totally does.
And in case you're curious as to where we're going next, it isn't
I'll go back,
just
son.
down to the KC Oxygen match. That will be the last one. We're saving potentially the best for last there. It will be Jobless versus Vitality.
Look
So
at
let's
that.
start talking about
Potentially
this
the
one,
best
because
for last,
Jobless,
but I mean,
a
maybe
lot of
not.
eyes
Maybe
Shogun
we
are
started
on this
off with a
squad
banger
today.
of a
They have
series
to
there.
make a miracle run to be able to stay in talks.
That was
they're pretty much the only
crazy.
team that can really upset the status quo of
Game
that top
7,
4 for now,
absolute
and, they've got
shootout.
to go through a Vitality that have refound.
I thought you
their
said you were
form
on
over the
break,
past
son.
few
Why were you
weeks.
doing
We were wondering
homework?
what was going on with them for the first split of the season.
is
Well,
a
they are
break.
back now. Did not heed any of the calls that were happening about, oh, maybe you should make a
Summer
roster move. Nah, they believe in this squad, and they've been proven correct.
Yeah,
to this
he
point.
calls it half term.
Yeah, I'm
I
glad
don't know
that
what
they've
half
done that.
term
It's good to see Team
means.
Vitality still
If
trucking
that's
and
like
showing that
a-
stability
like
can
a-
be
like a
viable
Christmas break.
here in RL Esports. But I mean, Jobless, they are
Typical
hoping to be
son,
signed
noob
by
lied
somebody. That is
again.
what they are here. You know, with that name, it's sort of a coming get me claim, and they're doing enough. To
Typical
say that they
King
earn the
calling
right,
out
keep making these
anybody and
quarterfinals,
everybody if there's
keep
even a
performing as the
slight
best possible
opening.
teams, and keep showing they are more than viable in Leaf. Fruity's still here, coaching around.
On break
Holy
sometimes
hell,
we get
long
set
he's
homework.
survived in this world.
Fruity is
You
one
didn't
of my
notice last
favorites. Being able to just
I
throughout
didn't
the years
watch
talking to him
all that.
at
yeah,
Lands
yeah.
and chatting, such a wonderful fellow. So yeah, to see
Yeah, no, he
a lot of
looks
these
completely
players to
different.
eventually make their way into the coaching roles and continue to be a part of the scene makes my heart
Wait, so
happy,
how
because
long
as
is
we
your
see
break? Is it
evolutions,
months or is it just like a
Shogun, of
short
this
like
scene,
week,
it's
week
sad
and a
when you
half
see
sort of
players go,
thing?
but I mean, you get to see new, exciting players come up too, I suppose.
I mean, we've seen some of them transition.
I can't believe Vitality's not boot camping. That's actually probably the most surprising thing of this weekend.
Post being a pro, but this player on the screen right now. Okay, well, just a moment ago, this player also as well.
Oh,
makes a big difference. But I feel like Radosin has been just the tempo setter.
A week and 2 days.
Is feeling comfortable. It all falls into place on this one. I think Zen is a great team player, but he's reactionary in a bit of a way.
Fairy's cam is not.
That space. Radosin's the one that achieves.
Wait, why?
Shout out Fairy Peak using.
Why does Fairy's cam look so bad? Literally, he streams. I know his cam should look better than that. His connection should look better than that.
It's so impressive in this tournament. You know, we have this sort of vibe of Radosin that he's always a great player.
Okay, question. We just saw Radosin drink out of a water bottle where he didn't uncap it the entire way. He left like one of those little threads connected so that it just pops off and hangs to the side. Do you do that?
In the last sort of couple of tournaments, Steve, and that's what's impressed me the most.
Right, we saw a couple squads are going to be cheering on Vitality.
Yeah, I've never seen that before for a temporary water bottle.
If you want to cheer them on too, make sure to spam.
We call semesters terms, so we got half-term break 1 week, which are mid-semester breaks, and end-of-term breaks 2 weeks. There's 4 per year, and then wait, what? 6 to 7 weeks of summer break.
Are we going to go that route when it comes to productions, or are we sweating?
How much school do you actually do then?
We'll follow it up. All right. Coin is going to save us.
Wait.
The coin. Good old coin. The coin does
half-term
not
break.
fear,
So that's like winter break.
And I respect the coin for that reason.
Yeah,
I guess maybe if you take away, do you have Thanksgiving and do you have Thanksgiving and spring break?
Well, we're gonna find out if the coin.
Well, yeah. Do they celebrate spring break like Easter sort of?
But only one of those criteria they control,
timing,
and that is to win. Can Jobless do it? Let's find out.
There's 4 per year. End of term breaks, 2 weeks. End of spring break, yes, but not Thanksgiving. Okay, that's expected.
One more after that, and then
how do you have 2 weeks at the end of every term? Halfway through a term, you have 1 week, and then you have 6 to 7 weeks. There's just not enough weeks. How much do you actually go to school?
Compared to last time?
No, probably not. Just had a quick look at the stats, and Jobless, one of the most offensive teams in the event. And if there's one thing we've seen from Europe is that they have no defense, all offense. So, well, am I hoping? Maybe I want some normality, or maybe
okay, what's happening? Hold on, Zen. Calm down. Me and Kings are different. Oh. Well, like, the question stands. Like, how does King possibly even go to school at any point? It just seems like there's break after break after break. Like,
it's for just making sure that
how long is your term?
Make sure that you stay confident going into the
do you have four end of term breaks per year? Are you including the end of term?
They're one of the few teams that managed to stay together, and so far it has proven to be a good
in the EU, we have this law where all plastic bottles need to have their caps stuck to the bottle for recycling purposes. With that, I thought that was actually like for a long time that was the opposite, that you couldn't recycle a bottle with its cap on. You had to throw its cap away because it was a harder, different, non-recyclable plastic.
Yeah, just quite a red sort of.
Oh wow. That was ambitious from Zen, thinking that he would not get called out on that. I can't believe he tried to do that. Wow. He so read the shiz out of it.
No boost for Zen. I'll let him off there. But great start for Jobless.
Well, he cycled round. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're back.
Okay, what just happened?
Alpha just absolutely slams his face into it. Happy days, minute 15. We're tied up.
Oh, wow.
Give some credit to this kickoff, though. Dosen just nullifying the back corner. Just killing it slightly backwards to Alpha who runs, and that's the Vitality special.
First term, no breaks.
The Sam double kickoff. I called the Sam because I mean, it
2
was so
weeks, second term, halfway.
Double goal comeback.
What?
Completed, but
I think I need punctuation to understand what's happening.
I do. I need something other than what you're doing, son. It's not. It's not.
You know, you're implementing a strategy.
Understandable.
Even though we just saw Zen maybe make a little defensive blunder.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that you're thinking, keeping wired. And we were talking about what this series ends up meaning with Jobless trying to do something a little bit special with Resi.
They're trying to sauce him.
If Vitality
Wait, Alpha put his cam a little bit further down, so now we get to see more of his face.
And as well as that, Gentlemates will also be grabbing a world's spot off the back of this win. So if you are one of those French supremacists out there wanting all the French teams to make it to worlds in the majors, you are rooting for a Vitality win here today.
If I don't get any punctuation, it sounds like it's just week after week after week.
Yeah, if you want to play, see a bit of, what do you call it?
3 lines on the shirt.
Yeah, because there's what? How many weeks in a year? 5? For 55, 56, something like that? 52. And you're taking out 7, 8,
sensational. That's clinical. That's defensive positioning.
9, 10.
I think he should take defensive position
11, 12.
Because that would then tell you to be
13?
facing the other way, so it then bounces out away from your net.
But and then not only are you taking out those, but you don't go to school on the weekends.
A little bit of money into some, perhaps, teachers with qualifications or something in the defensive department, but. Oh, well, this could
16.
Just be this Saturday, Sunday, there's a lot on the line, I know, for Vitality. Not as much, but when there is pressure, everyone can kind of
yeah, what?
It does create some interesting things on the pitch.
It gets very silly very quickly. Then they want to make this a lot more of a serious matter.
Well, yeah, now after COVID they do.
It took 2 players to block him away from it.
Oh, no, that was a cultural thing.
Dosin does get the bump Alpha.
Mexico doesn't go to school on...
We're mentioning Vitality being in form and how it is a really good thing for them. But I think even Redosin, own goal league, I mean, we saw it last season, they won the World Championship, so I think that's a good sign as well. And they are a team we can comfortably say are able to play the same on LAN as they do online. You saw what they did in the spring split last season, followed up with the World Championship victory. So, they're not a team where, they go all right online and then you think, gee, I don't know what they're going to do at the major. You can be comfortable so they can perform on LAN.
It's a copy-paste of everything that they do at home. But with 90 seconds left, we've not spoken that much about Jobless, and they're currently in the lead. They've been
that's about the same as the US.
The fact they're the only other
well,
team
yeah, I guess maybe is our summer break just longer? Because they said 7 weeks. Yeah, so
all these players from various teams around Europe, EXO having his shot at going to a major after being extremely confident that him on Oxygen was going to be able to do it. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to be the player to bring Oxygen to the major. But wanting to make sure
so
that
there's
to show up there
3 weeks of half-term breaks, 4 weeks of end-of-term breaks, Christmas and Easter. And 6 to 7 weeks of summer, so until the 14.
And as I mentioned before, the
38
weeks on that one, but
not including bank holidays and single-day
holidays. There's 4 lines everywhere, these guys taking down SAR. Obviously, we know it's SAR.
There's only 3 term semesters.
18 times in the qualifiers, so they certainly are no slouches. And
this sounds like a lot,
as we said.
Final 30, wanting this pressure for Vitality to lead to a goal that they're going to be hoping for. Resi flicks it over the top of Redosin. Alpha to pump it back from his own half. Only a good interception. Back corner is found. Zen up with a lot of boost, a lot of time, but does get shut down quite effectively. Rado, central. Alpha's there, has to get out of the way, tries to spear himself through a player as well to open the gates.
Zen playing a lot of this third-man approach.
Well, I mean, Jobless, I guess, are going to take the first game here.
It's Resi going to be happy to kill time off the clock. Look at the fake, sends Zen back in a touch. He's still able to get a touch on it. Oh, he's in trouble, but he does get it down. He locks it in. And Jobless take game number 1.
All right. Well, we're suddenly this might be similar to the previous series.
Well, they've started. They started what needs to be done. Now they just got to win 3 more.
They also have 9 to 10 hour days.
It was, mate. That was like watching 2 prime boxers just taking chunks out of each other, sending mortars down range.
My break is like 2 months and 2 weeks. Wait, Rapper, why did your message come through to Truffle?
Yes, that's a great game 1 here for Jobless. We still had a little bit of chaos. We had an own goal, and we had Zen making a little, I'd say, defensive blunder, but he had no boost. And
if I had extra peripherals, my days
here. I mean, he probably could have done something better with that. The pre-jump did come in early there from each side. But well done to Jobless. Where all the talk is on Vitality already qualifying for everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what.
Not so much on this Jobless team.
That's similar to what I had, because we ended in into
so you
June,
can't
but we
blame them
got
too
all
much.
of
Little bit
June
a team
and
effort,
July and
on
into
that
August.
chance.
So yeah, that'd be about
I'm very
2 months in
excited
the
to see
league.
if Jobless can continue their hopes, because a lot of our permutations
Okay,
for the
school
major,
start
they
around
end
8,
after this
8:30 and
series
finish
if
3:30.
Vitality do end up winning it. I'd love to see this Jobless
Yeah,
crazy
that
run
sounds
continue to
about
go through, because
same.
I think that's what we're all here for. We're all here for the chaos, surely.
Yeah, we want just.
I think the
absolute
only difference
tomfoolery. If you
was when I was in elementary school,
Yeah,
we
that's a
started later and
Been
ended
tempo, we need to
earlier.
see a bit more from Vitality,
Because
and I'd say probably one or two
yeah,
less
because of
over.
the buses. The two
big
schools
carry out,
were they had the elementary school and the elementary school and the middle school kids went on the same bus. So they would drop off the middle schoolers first and then go up to the elementary school. And the same way around. So like the buses would stay at the elementary school during the day. And they would take the elementary school kids first and then come drive over and get the middle
First 30 seconds though, gone without
Is it by
incidents
minutes
so
or
far.
like?
100 boost challenge from Alpha in the corner.
Well, the schools were, I'd say, probably
Lots of
like
challenges in
10
this
minutes
corner, but you
apart.
can't really work it out into a nice offensive position. At least
So you-
Vitality have been
you
unable
get out
to
in-
this series so far. Alpha with a touch, but it
See, I
does go a
can't
little bit
remember
right.
the middle
So,
school time.
again,
I'd
so
say
confident,
I'd
works
say
his way
probably
in
the
there,
middle
and
school
it's giving
started
Vitality
at
no
8
time to form any kind of
and
cohesive
ended
defense.
at 3:30 or something like. No.
Yeah,
No, they started and ended at the regular time, but because of the buses, the elementary school got out like 15 minutes earlier and started 15 minutes later. So that in total, they lost 30 minutes every day.
Champs can win this, and I was the only one that predicted them.
So I'd say
So far today, though,
elementary started 8:15 and ended at 3.
It's Ixo again, the opening goal. Alpha,
Which makes
flipping
sense,
back,
it's only-
awful positioning. Rather
Yeah.
than can't
My
make any
elementary and
contact
middle
on the ball
school
because
were
he sees it
both
go
7
top
to
corner,
3.
waits the bounce to come back out.
7?
Ixo
I can't imagine
has
starting
read it
at
to
7.
perfection. Minute 20. Jobless with the
That
number
seems
eight.
terrible.
CJ, what we're saying. Ixo, absolutely zero respect to any player on the pitch, and it's brilliant.
It's the new meta here for EU, isn't it? We're seeing
It was one of
upsets
those
in the
unlucky
qualifiers.
early
We're seeing
kids
top 4 teams go down to the lower bracket.
has to
We're
sit
seeing
in the
K-Corp decide not to
school
show up on the second
gymnasium
weekend.
for an
And
hour and a
I think it's
half.
a bit of a trend right now. The lack of respect for these top teams. You know, once you see a couple of upsets.
Yeah,
you
that
think, well,
time
why
for
not
me
us?
was
Why
spent
can't
sitting
we
on
do
the
it?
bus.
If we bring the aggression and, as I said, really take it on the front foot, as you're seeing with Ixo right
Because
here.
where, where our house was, it was either at the beginning of the route or at the end of the route, and it just so happened that it was the wrong way around of what a kid would want. So we were at the beginning of the route in the morning and at the end of the route after. So I was really happy when we got when I was able to drive, but then I didn't do my homework in the evening, so I ended up going to school early in the morning. In high school, I would go. I would try to get there by 7:15, so that I would have like 45 minutes to be able to do homework that I procrastinated on the night before.
Dude,
Yeah, it's
I
perfect.
would
Ixo could not
love
be playing
getting
this
out of high
series any
school at 3
better.
when I
Like,
had my
going,
free
making
blocks.
sure that nobody on Vitality feels comfortable at any given moment is great.
I don't know if
Only
it's
gets rid of Redosin at the back, so it forces Alpha just to wait a little bit longer. He
Love
can't come in
getting out
as
at
aggressively
3 or
as he
2.
would have liked, but
I
the
can't
pressure does
imagine what that
continue
would
for
have been like, because
Vitality.
I guess I didn't do any winter sports, so I got to have that then. But in the winter, it gets dark so early that it doesn't feel like you get out at 3.
We also had
The colorblind striker strikes
free
again.
blocks, but they were like pseudo free blocks.
Maybe
We
that
also
could be.
had.
We don't know.
Did y'all
but
have dual
I like
credit,
that.
like where y'all go to college at the same time?
Yeah, but I didn't do that because I took IB. I took so I had technically dual credit, but not that dual credit. But yeah, some kids.
It was more like an AP thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, you could have free periods where you did like study breaks. There were end early days if you were a senior and you had enough of your other credits and you just had like a few classes left. You could end a period or 2 early, I think. Something like that. And then there was the dual credits where some kids went to the college part of the day, the community college. there was the kids that did the VOAG. So they went to the agricultural center, so they would get on a bus at some kids would ride the bus to school, and then they would get on a different bus when they got to school to go to the VOAG center for half the day.
That's crazy.
So they had even less classes or less class time because they would spend, I think to get to and from that VOAG center, it was at least 15 minutes one way. It had to be. Between getting everybody settled on the bus, actually driving over there, and then everybody unloading and getting into the building. It had to be like 15-20 minutes. And then I chose to do the one option where you did more school and you were there at the school for the maximum amount of time while doing more school.
Which I took advantage of my full credit.
Consecutive plays.
I took over the max amount that you were allowed. You're only really allowed to pick 2 as a senior, but I ended up taking 4 somehow. So some days I would be off at 12, like at lunchtime, and I'd be done the day until I had to go, to track. And then some days I was still out until 8 p.m. Yeah.
A little bit wide as
I would take night classes at the uni.
But I don't think that's a strategy
Dang.
against Vitality. They look very
I don't think I would have done that because the thing is that, like, I can't remember if it was junior or senior year. It must have been senior because I had enough experience with my higher level classes, my international baccalaureate. And we went to the college for people to try to, it was like basically a career day, but with college majors. Where they're like, okay, you can go to this and you can figure out what. You basically just had like a small introduction to all the different majors that you could participate in. And I remember getting there and listening to probably about like 80% of the teachers and thinking to myself,
And the colorblind
these guys either aren't good teachers or they don't actually teach anything.
5 shots in total for that game.
Like they're not able to get their point across in a meaningful manner, or everything that they say that they're teaching for their like the classes, because they basically went over like the first introductory classes and then did like an overview of what the entire thing would be like, and it was like, I already learned that like 2 years ago. Why would I pay to go to a college class to learn that again? There was one, like, I remember being really impressed with the English teacher. I thought that the like, I can't remember if it was writing specifically or what, but being really impressed with them, being really impressed with the machinery, because they had like a mechanical engineering, maybe is what it was, classes where we went and we just like looked at the shop really quick. But yeah, those people seem solid, but everybody else, it was like, why would I spend my money here?
How they can bring themselves into a late season.
That's all college is. It's just
a shame to see teams like this
to go listen to somebody talk about what they think is right.
But it also means that there's so much more cutthroat when it comes down to the results that you need to secure.
Well,
consistency.
I mean, when I did get to college, I think there was, like, I felt like I learned something in almost every single class that I went to. But like, when I got to college, I didn't necessarily, like, because I was going there to learn what I enjoyed, it felt less necessary for it to be like super valuable, I guess, in terms of like its translation into a job or something like that. And so I approached it a little bit differently. So like classes that maybe wouldn't have seemed, or I guess maybe would have seemed like a waste of time to some people, as long as I learned something cool, I was happy with it. So I was really paying attention more to good teachers rather than like good content, I guess.
Quite a short career on that front, but
yeah, no, I was very much the opposite. I much rather care about the content that I was using as opposed to the teacher.
Off the corner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I did photography and art history, so it's kind of it's obvious.
I think it's mostly the problem for me was I got him getting fucked over by advisors trying to force me to take
this has been just
extracurricular classes that wouldn't really
to what we saw in the previous series.
I wouldn't have
it's
used
so much
for
slower and
at the
more
time my
considered.
accounting
Every
degree
touch feels a lot more deliberate for the most part. And
I was taking very little
I think
accounting
when one
stuff
team
and I
has
was getting
pressure,
really
it's rarely
frustrated
then just
with
being
it.
absolutely sent back into the opposite
Yeah.
side.
But essentially,
it is
I just
having
decided
actual
to
moments of that
dip
sustained
schools
pressure and the moments
do
of
my own
a
thing
slow
and,
play, a flick, a little
not
pass
pay
across.
attention
It's
to my
not
next
just
advisor.
send it as hard and as fast as you
sweet as
can
she
in
was,
any given
I was just
direction.
Yeah, just give me a notice that I already talked to you. I'll go pick my own classes. Don't bother me.
Create a little bit more up front.
Oh.
Any game, something where you're having one shot.
Yeah, I didn't really have to talk to an advisor until, like, I would say after my second year.
Just for, you know,
It was kind of just like, I mean, maybe it's because I went to, like, one of the bigger public universities in Montana. But basically, they just showed you what classes you needed to take online. Like, they gave you an overview of the major and what classes, what types of credits, how many you would need. And then the only time I really went into my advisor was when I got to my junior. Well, I guess technically I could call it my junior and senior, even though I only took 3.5 years. And I had to go in specifically so that they could push me through into some classes so that I could finish on the timetable that I wanted. Which I accidentally, before I even decided that I wanted to do art history as a minor, took the right classes to be perfectly in time. Otherwise, I would have had to essentially wait an entire semester to be able to get one class, to get the one right class that I needed. But I took Asian art history because I thought it was interesting before realizing, because some classes they only sometimes they only provide certain classes certain semesters.
Mid boost stolen back by Alpha. Ixo forgoing the ball. Resi now comes in 4, and I feel like lots of these players aren't coming in with a lot of boost. Ixo, great
Oh! I mean, that's what they would do too, but even that I didn't care for. I just like, I don't care. Just let me go. I already know what
sheer ambition on the play.
I don't need you to.
Yeah, 0 boost, but he didn't worry. He positioned
Refresh me
aggressively.
on what I
The double
already know.
commit saves in was just bouncing around off the crossbar.
I don't know. I just don't feel like you need to go into an advisor
There's a
just
bit
to
of game one
go
about
ahead
it now.
and
Suddenly,
get
they
your own
change up
classes.
the aggression, and it is. I don't know why I'm calling him your man, but you are pointing it out a lot. Ixo showing that aggression, so good for Jobless up front.
I have a feeling you have a thing against authority.
Minute 45. Oh, I can then take the ball central. Finds for a dosing. No,
I'd much rather do things
that
myself.
goal.
But I don't like putting trust in
on his wall, I think, and he uses you as motivation.
I understand that. But I think there's a level of difference between. Wow. Okay. Oh my gosh, I almost got that.
Doing well with the aim on that, in fairness.
Where I'll go in and I'll listen to them and, you know, see if they say anything that I don't know, you know, be respectful. But then if, you know, I decide, okay, yeah, I didn't learn anything that I didn't know, then I just, you know, moving forward, I'm like, okay, I'll go in, spend my time here, but I already know what to do. If it's unavoidable, if it's something where it's like, yeah, I need to go talk to them.
I don't know something, then I'll go out and ask. That's how I see it.
They need to keep holding on though, because they're not out of trouble
waste
just
my
yet.
time
Zan's gonna have to throw
going to
himself forward.
listen.
Just wants to keep it in.
Or
Same out pitch.
potentially learning something
This will
new.
be dirty if he gets a goal. Everyone's looking for the bump. Only back in time though. This is the speed from Jobless. Even when they come into trouble, they are able to get back in time and help out that last man.
Nice bounce. Central goes in favor of Vitality. Zen to the ceiling, but Rado fancies a touch on that ball as well. Only good control.
The
Great
Zen
figure in the top. Resi
recovery.
also gets rid of
He looks
Redosin.
so
There's 2
awkward
goals
there.
needed to chase a Vitality here, and Alpha gets rid of a player from saving.
I just realized I wasn't live.
You weren't live.
Like it wasn't caught up. Somehow it buffered and got behind. I was like, I can't see Zen on screen when you said that.
It froze a couple of times. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with their broadcast, but
It's their broadcast because I was like, it's never been bad for me before.
yeah,
Wait, are you on
it's been
YouTube as well?
happening to me, too.
Not just that Rado own goal, a Zen
Let me
defensive
try
mistake. That
Twitch.
Yeah, it's been doing some weird lagging. Or like it'll freeze for a solid 2 seconds and then it'll come back.
Number
exactly
3
where
going
it
there.
came back.
2-1 in the series, and as far as I can remember, chat didn't go jobless. I don't think the coin went jobless either, and all of us on the desk went for Vitality.
We're gonna try being on Twitch and seeing if that works.
That's kind of step
I've got to put
as
it
a professional
on.
Rocket League unit.
Okay, it is on.
Maybe they can win this series.
Perfect.
The sky's the limit for this team.
Coffee.
Only 2 goals, and you can see how clinical they are being. Last game it was 1 shot, 1 goal. This time they
I like how Fairy
7.
Peak is just living in the darkness.
The shots tally for 2 goals. Vitality 6 shots. Could not
Why is
land
Jobless
anything
winning?
in particular.
Because I guess they're playing better.
Yeah,
I think they've called out they've called out Vitality a little bit on some defensive holes where there was just like a slight hesitation, and Jobless isn't playing scared is basically I think a summary of what I'm noticing. Like Jobless are not giving a single care in the world what Vitality is doing, and Vitality is making just enough mistakes that like that combination means that Jobless is taking the lead. But I mean, a 2-1 in the series is nothing. We just saw Endpoint getting a decent amount of motivation or momentum and still not being able to beat BS. So that's why you can't have anything less than like a best of 5, best of 7, because it's just like the amount of time, the amount of adjusting between the 2 rosters, like it needs that amount of time. Every single time I see a best of 3, I'm just like, this means nothing. That doesn't actually give us the better team. It just gives us the team that off the rip happen to make less mistakes and held on just long enough. But like, if you actually want the better team of 2, you need a robust like format along with a robust series lane. And I don't think anything less than best of 5 is worth watching, really. The only reason that you wouldn't have a best of 5 is because you have too many teams to not play best of 5s, or to not play. Well, yeah, but we're talking about a game in its own, like the actual like game of Rocket League nature.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that is so volatile.
Best of 3, there's no highlight or allowance for adjustment.
I mean, Zentra's
yeah.
around for the shot all
It
pass,
basically it takes away a best of 3 is a brute force way to play Rocket League. Wow. How are you still ahead of me? You have like low latency turned on or something? That must be it, right?
Maybe, I guess.
If you go to the little cogwheel and you click on advanced, do you have low latency clicked on?
Here we go, Jobless. 330. We need to keep putting the foot down. We know
that's the only thing I can think of.
Where is it?
But it's a great start here, Zendo with a shot on
it.
Great save so far.
It is?
Turn that off.
Help defense comes
well,
through and arrives for Oli.
yeah, because I think if I turn it on, my internet's not good enough to consistently load at 1080 with low latency. Well, that's a good that's good to know. That's a mystery solved. Ooh, good demo.
My quality of life, people.
Miscommunications, issues.
Oh, please.
With Vitality on the defense, they're now letting that ball go low, but what does it let in? Resi then go for more challenges.
Yeah, they're not in the Arsenal coin flow state
at the
moment, but this is really dangerous.
Is that just a straight up miss right there?
Oli's in trouble. Great read though. As you said, it just feels a little bit too methodical from Vitality. Like they're not synergizing as
you know
well
what?
as
All
we
of a
have
sudden,
seen.
I had a real crazy craving for is ice cream.
Coffee.
The best team, or at least the world champ, should I say.
It's so early in the day. I don't know why why I want it, because usually my stomach is a little bit more sensible.
Under half-time now. Oli trying to go for that one shot.
But man, ice cream sounds really good. Like specifically,
and also the offensive
cookie dough
start all
ice
from the bumper of his car.
Oh man.
He's up to challenge Radosin. Great shot from him towards the opposite corner.
Yeah, cookie dough ice cream.
Hopefully, Zen was thinking from Oli.
I tried testing it and I was like, okay, think about different.
Oh! Goes top corner, but the crossbar yet again dented.
And it's a phenomenal player, that crossbar. Anyone that wants to work out how to defend, look up a tutorial on how to be a living,
I want cookie dough, Ben and Cherries. I thought about, like, if I lived on my own, when I live on my own, will I be the person that buys little personal-sized Ben and Jerry's? Because, like, presently in the household, we don't buy ice cream unless it's something like we go to Cold Stone for a treat and then we just end up buying a tub instead of like just the personal cups. Like, other than that, we make ice cream. And because you have to make it, we don't make it very often.
It can be dangerous if your teammate isn't present, but Alpha, on the opportunity, did find himself right place, right time. Great rotation. I just got reminded of the churning butter comment. They were boost starved.
Oh, jeez.
Opportunity, vitality to make sure they do not go to a serious point that they, I'm sure, were not expecting.
If he was more straight on, would have had an open man, but all he could do is hit it to the corner as Ixo takes it out.
It's something, that's for sure.
The positioning from Vitality.
I buy it less now than I live by myself.
It's not intentional, and it means
see, I just think, like, I can't imagine myself actually buying that many snacks or like candy to keep in the house. But like, I could totally be a person that keeps ice cream in the freezer, you know?
As I think we've seen them be, especially in the last
like, I do like making brownies and cookies and, you know, stuff like that. So I think, like, I would make those sorts of sweets, but I would buy ice cream.
You can just see a few touches where they're
possibly
going, help. Someone takes it, so stuffed up. Ixo takes it up. Out of the corner though, not going to find a direct line to net. Rodosa, nice patience from him, has a lot of boost, gets at around 2. He's only going to find Resi. Pre-jump comes through from Alpha. He was up so early on that, but
strawberry swirl.
not quite seeing the follow. The bounce dribble's only going to be in the hands of that man Sand. Where did it only come from? Overtime. Would be nice to Jobless. Like, can they steal it?
2v1.
He's only got a clone boost. Resi goes low.
Dang.
Jobless might just steal this game and might move.
Holy. Wait, what?
On to match point.
Bigger brains get more
goals. Dear.
Ixo absolutely missiles himself towards Alpha. Resi with a relative
I love
opener.
making brownies as well.
3 seconds remaining.
Paper is too relatable. Brownies, if you don't make your own, like if you've never tried making your own desserts. I know my internet just paused for a second, but I was waiting until the game ended to actually
if you
get it
genuinely
back up.
predicted and you thought Jobless take this series, just put a me smiley
but
face.
yeah, if you're not used to making your own stuff and you want to try it, the easiest thing you could ever make from complete scratch, like not box brownies, those don't count. Those do not. I repeat, those do not count. Box brownies do not count.
Look at them all. Predicted Jobless.
Brownies is the easiest recipe to try.
It's so crazy how opposite of the side of the spectrum they are. Box brownies are so easy to fuck up. Regular brownies are so easy to make.
So I want to throw it to the chat as well, those watching live, perhaps those in the comments if you're watching.
Yeah, I guess, like, we make so much of our own stuff that I forget that regular people don't just have flour and sugar in their pantry. Like, so, yeah, that's one of the things where I commonly, like, I forget what people are saying. Very looks like he's a little bit upset about how they're playing. You live with your friends? Does anybody make stuff?
Yeah, we're not getting any confirmation.
Or are you like a typical bachelor pad?
They're very smart.
Well, he said. Well, I don't know. I'm a little bit weary of him since he said that he had to wash a spoon because they didn't include it in his takeout order.
Right. Vitality, on a serious note, need to buck up their ideas. You see this sometimes when you've got a team who, yes, they've qualified for Worlds, qualified for the Major, and they can get a little bit lax. You see it, especially the winners tilt from Worlds when you win an event and then you go on.
You know something that I want to start making semi-regularly, but I haven't done since Christmas is truffles. I really enjoyed having homemade truffles, and they weren't that hard. They just took time and knowledge. Like, as soon as you know how to make them, I think that, like, it's a lot easier.
They are like a dog with a stick, and they are sprinting around going crazy, needing to
We
get this
have
win.
those, we just don't bake.
right now
Oh,
it's
you
like
mean
a
like
little dash out with an enormous
bag
stick
of
taking
flour
up
and
the
sugar?
entire
Yeah, but
footpath,
I'm talking
knocking over
about
people.
a
That's
bag
what
of
it
flour
is.
and
If they
sugar
can
that is
take
bigger
down
than
the
like
enormous
this.
scalp of
I'm
Team
talking about like the
Vitality,
actual like
the world
bag
champs,
bag.
Really,
It's
been
like
looking
this
fantastic
tall.
so far. You look at yesterday. I mean, we're looking at recent form. Took
'Cause,
down
like-
Oxygen, took down teammates.
So one of my exes, I went over to visit him for like a couple days in a row, and I decided like as something nice to do because he kept making dinner because he likes making dinner. He likes cooking, but I don't like cooking, so I was like, okay, how can I repay you for your kindness of constantly making me meals? I can make you a dessert. And so I was like, okay, when I get there, you know, we're gonna go to the grocery store right when I get there so that we can get all the stuff for the days that I was there. So we didn't have to like worry about, oh wow, worry about doing that during the middle of it. And I looked at his pantry, and he had flour and sugar, but they were like like you could maybe make 3 batches of something out of it. And I'm used to the ones that like you could make stuff for a month. Those sizes.
And perhaps no game audio, perhaps didn't flick the right stick around, no awareness, didn't
I meant
turn
if I
off
use
camera,
my own fork, I will have to wash it after.
And that is the worst possible
You're not
goal.
very
You can see it off the
environmentally
timeout
conscious,
as well.
are
After
you?
you've had a chat, Fairy Pete running them through all the necessary procedures. They're 1-0 down.
I mean, Radosin with 100 boost got outpaced by a player with none. Like, the positioning, the decision making was just shocking. And that is now Vitality chasing with 4 minutes left.
Just in?
Zen has to push his way back.
I am. They always give me wooden forks.
Oh, they just pushed up way too high. You can see Zen third man. Look
So
how
you
close
still
he
throw
is.
it away,
Where's
it's
he
just
going?
more
There's
easily
no back at all
biodegradable?
for Vitality. Structurally, they're usually so on song.
Truffle
And
day?
Zen,
We've had
of
2
all
truffle
people,
days.
has made an enormous mistake, giving up 2 freebies off the timeout. And
We've
they're
had 2
3
truffle
minutes
days.
40
We had
away
one
from being
initially when I
eliminated in the
figured out,
quarterfinals.
when I came up with the idea of doing a truffle day, and then we just had one for Erica and King show match. After last Sunday, RLCS.
Cannot be found from Resi, but beating 2 of Vitality.
I wasn't here. Well, that's your fault.
Is stunning. EXO and Alpha both shying away from that rule 1.
You can see how comfortable EXO is, though. He said, Rodo, you
Not,
want to play?
nah,
tango. You
but
want to dance? Let's dance.
what?
Alpha
Nah,
said, no
bot
thanks, and
that
EXO said,
big.
Rodo, I'll get
What?
back in there. 2 goals still.
Raptor, please help me out here. Check your spelling before you press send. You have bags, not that big. We have bags like the size of a football. Yeah, so like the basically single size.
Have been exactly what Jobless needed, especially after that Vitality
Which,
timeout
again,
as
if
well.
you don't bake
The morale
regularly,
Vitality
that's
could not have been higher, I
entirely
think, in that moment
reasonable.
in this series,
If
at
you
least.
got the big bags and you
And
didn't
yet,
bake regularly, it would
no
go
respect.
bad before you
Jobless don't
used
care.
it
They're here
all.
to get a job done. Zen
Well,
don't
not
really
bad, but it
want,
would get
but
stale
Rodo
and
drops it low.
icky.
Alpha's there to shoot. It is one
goes
pull
on.
back, and you
Yo,
see
worm.
Radosin light
Uh,
on the camera.
Yeah, a lot of time left and a
that shit
great
before.
little drop down there from Radosin. Alpha, he just
Yeah, I
finds
mean,
the
you gotta
opening,
store it, right?
squeezes it in between the 2 of the defenders, top left,
you could
left-hand
keep
side.
it for a long
Back to
time
2-1.
as long
It's
as
not
you
quite
store it
panic
right. As
stations
soon as
just
you
yet.
get any
They've done enough
humidity in
to
there, that's gonna fall to
steady the
pieces
ship
real
for
quick.
now, but they
You
still
gotta
need
keep
that
it
one.
super
that just
dry.
didn't
We hit half
really
time
care
in game
about
number.
anything.
What is this, 5 now? The
Hygienic
3
food
match points,
sucks.
the series points the Jobless have got, but Zen
Please stop.
taking over. Bumps Oli, Resi's there. Oli though taps it back towards his own net. EXO, incredible
We have a bag of one
positioning
as big as
and
a
saves
laptop
the
bag.
blunder coming in for his teammates.
So that's more, that's probably, it's hard to explain without actually like telling you just like the ounces or whatever, the pounds, but
And the other one
yeah.
now, Alpha. Off the ceiling, he's just lost it, but
I
managed
think
to
it
find a
has
dunk on 2. Radosin has your placement. How
Ooh.
about it in the middle, and how about the
Nice.
equalizer for Vitality?
That's what
I
they
have
needed.
big
And it was only
fingers.
30 seconds after we were looking back and thinking, oh, maybe not. But Radosin sends it central.
Maybe you need a bigger phone.
Zen slams it over the middle of the
Maybe
net.
you need to make your
Bullseye
keyboard bigger.
for the young gun.
Yeah, if that was me, I would have put it
You
straight
know,
off the
you
crossbar
could
back
do
into
that.
my
You could
own
make your
net, so he's
keyboard
done
bigger.
so well to get up. It was a quick infield pass.
Hello.
Dang, another one?
We haven't seen one of those since 2019, and he's
Are you talking about the huge keyboard from Barcis?
against Vitality to get the lead back.
Huh?
Somebody made the biggest keyboard.
Unbelievable.
Oh. I was talking on his phone. You can digitally make it larger. I'm assuming he's typing on his phone, and that's why big fingers, fat fingering a touchscreen doesn't work. But you could just do the old person / disability settings.
Oh god, those are terrible. I tried troubleshooting a phone that had all that stuff on. You can't access half the stuff on your phone.
Jobless, as I said, that is such a good goal to get. Sometimes
I have the biggest that is available. You mean like the biggest phone? Because I'm thinking like, I think you can actually like change the size of your keyboard when it pops up.
Biggest phone available would be an iPad.
Patient on the backboard, drops down, great positioning. Resi now from the backboard, sends it long.
Keyboard, yeah, mine literally has keyboard size
Oli goes away from the ball.
on here.
In a 2v1, how does he do?
It's important to note as well with this minute left.
It doesn't make it that much bigger, but it does make it big enough. Takes up like half the screen, just under half the screen rather than like the bottom fourth or third, bottom third.
And they get a well and truly necessary goal back. 52 seconds left.
Just came to say hi. Hello. Thanks for dropping by.
Vitality, they need to win this series, and then they'll find themselves at Worlds. That is their win condition to make sure that they lock in the last 2 lands of the season. Jobless are
I am still cold.
Goal with the minute remaining still gives Vitality that hope.
All I have to do is turn off the air conditioner.
Is there any more magic coming through for Jobless? So what have they got? 50 by Zen. A lot of aggression. Rezi's in big trouble. He's done well to recover though. He's dodged the bump. And he's found an
Alright, here we go, here we go. Get him.
What a touch from Alpha. You could see the shot was going to be huge there. But
pizza time? What kind of pizza you getting?
He was just a little bit close on the follow.
Pizza, pizza, pizza. We've made pizza before and it was so good.
18 seconds. Feel like Jobless want to close this out. They don't want this overtime. They've got a lot of pressure.
It's a great challenge midfield. Ixo shuts it down.
It feels a lot cleaner, even if you get like really nice pizza.
Zen is then back for the 1-2.
You can still like, I can feel the grease.
Ball instead just goes to the ground.
Who am I supporting? Well, Jobless could win here with 1 goal.
To take down Vitality.
What the fudge, Vitality? Well, they came back on this one at least. Swoop. Welcome in. How you doing today? Oh, you've been here. You're just working. Okay. Wait, do you need me to actually like talk about the games then? If you're working, would it help if I spoke about the Rocket League that we're watching rather than college and food and keyboards? Good. How is everybody doing? I'm doing good. Other than being like a tiny bit cold. But it's ridiculous. I have a blanket on my lap. My legs are perfectly toasty and comfortable, but I'm still cold on my upper half.
They will be done. Vitality will be able to come out and win. They need to make sure they're still going for these shots that are out.
Nah, that's your stream. Do what you want.
That pinch was incredible.
But I mean, like, I wouldn't mind talking about the games a little bit more.
A couple of times too. Making sure that they do not have those opportunities.
You made margarita today.
Comfortable. The Jobless, that has been
margarita.
So far.
I feel like I don't know exactly what that means in terms of ingredients. I have to look it up. You have to go, so have an awesome day. You too, Max. See ya. Peace out.
I mean, look at that. That is, it's textbook. They've scored 3 kickoff goals now in this series. Vitality, we saw 2 earlier
Rado
on.
Is just, he's so passionate.
Another one to the good. In the best, no,
I can't think of
in the most important.
I shouldn't have started watching this on Twitch. I have a problem, chat. I just noticed that the Apex Watch Party streamer that I tune into is live with the start of the second split of Apex. It just started, so this will be Europe and Middle East Africa region. He's watching the games, and I had the most intense
Sort of in their trademark,
urge to click on it and just completely forget about Rocket League. Even though this is a good series, we've had good Rocket League today. It's too shiny. Is Erica on the pizza diet? I don't know.
That's obviously going to be a fake. Only has no idea. He has to
No, that's not true. We've talked about it more recently than that.
The defense is
2 months. Yeah, month sounds better.
Just go straight back to Zen. Actually takes a
I know
shot
I didn't have it in
very
the
high up,
entirety of
in the
May,
backboard.
so I didn't buy any.
Just take a shot on the net there and force them down and make it awkward.
Resi launches it and
Pepperoni? Wait, what? Pepperoni without pepperoni? Added ham and oregano? You absolutely butchered the spelling of oregano, by the way.
Oregano.
Oregano.
An outrageous touch for a player having the series of his life against one of the greatest teams.
Wait, what's the
in the
point
world,
of saying
against one of the best
pepperoni
defenders
but
this
without the
game's ever
pepperoni?
seen?
That's just pizza dough.
Basically,
Zen had no idea, or he might have had some idea, but Ixo was just too quick. The pre-jump in the end is a possible thing for
Oregano I cook so I know, nodders.
Straight in Ixo's lap. Great goal.
I like the confidence, King. I also appreciate a person who knows how to spell oregano. I'm not hungry yet, but I could eat soon. I'm probably gonna have salad again.
Got the lead. They need a lock back down the hatches right now with these demos. These bumps are going to be pretty tough to deal with. You can see Redoson circling, looking for something. He's got to find
I was sad this morning. It's crazy that I didn't realize I was this sensitive, but basically yesterday was the last bagel that we had, and I haven't made muffins, so I had to eat cereal for breakfast this morning. And I was laying in bed sad about the fact that I had to eat cereal, and I didn't want to get up.
They need to make sure that they are staying extremely vigilant, no matter what the scoreline is.
You know, I've also, at one point, if we make like buns or something, I'll have buns for breakfast. I'll have any form of like bread over cereal every single time. Cinnamon rolls would be so good. Oh, we should make cinnamon rolls. I want that now. It'd be a good weekend to make cinnamon rolls. It would have been a better weekend last weekend because it was a holiday.
Constant defense against the world champs.
That's a cheese pizza? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was my shiz when I was a kid. I didn't like pepperoni, it was too spicy.
So Jobless, you got to expect them to do the exact same thing again here on Neo Tokyo.
Because I'm sensitive to spice.
To his name, sent long, sent to collect. Resi, come block
I couldn't even have pepper on anything because it was too hot.
Crazy pepper.
Yeah, I think if anybody added any pepper to something that I ate, I was sensitive to it until it had to be past when I was like 10. Yeah, pepperoni spicy, exactly. That's how sensitive I was. That's what I'm saying.
This is good boost advantage coming in, and only Predator missile going straight for the attacking player.
I thought I was sensitive to spice.
Past Zen, who's going 50s again. So many low 50s in this series.
Sun saying, I cook too. And King replying with, no you don't, lil boy. Frying an egg does not mean you know how to cook.
Shoots on target, just wide in fact. Two players did manage to find themselves back. We approach 1 minute remaining. Ixo with a challenge. Only with the backflip goes low then with a challenge versus.
Hey, I think if he can do anything that sort of resembles cooking, that's good. Yeah, maybe you don't qualify that as cooking, but I know too many people who refuse to do anything that even remotely looks like cooking or baking. So I like that. Like the people who say I can't even boil water, it drives me nuts because it's like then you're not even trying. You're not trying. It's not that hard.
Anything to secure it themselves. Alpha right hand wall sees the player central. It's Redoson. Just a reset on target. Ixo, gorgeous save from the post.
Oh my gosh. Okay, it's still.
An equalizer for the Golden Hornets.
Phenomenal save, but you've
I've never ever had pepperoni that was spicy, not in the slightest. You're telling me if you ate a pepperoni right now, you couldn't see how a kid that can't even eat pepper would
But the
find it
kickoff we
just
saw
a
they did
little
previously
bit
for a couple of
spicy.
other goals. It's going to be another intelligent one. Rado ends up getting it towards that back right-hand side. Zeb
Maybe-
100
Have you
challenging
ever
for
Maybe
Rado.
it's an
Taking his time,
American
heads backwards
thing.
himself.
Like an
And
American
dribbles that back
pepperoni
corner.
is different
A
than the
lot of pressure
pepperoni
on
that
these
you're
players.
used to. And maybe
Very hard.
American
Alpha to
pepperoni, they
save.
add spice.
Double commit comes through.
No,
over
it's
there.
spicier in
A little bit
the
worried
UK
about that
or
one.
in
7 seconds.
Europe.
Are we going to get a
What?
overtime? Are we going to get
Yeah.
vitality magic?
No, I
off
don't
the
think
kickoff
I've had
again?
chorizo.
Only
At least
just
not that I
looking for
know
the
of.
pass.
Maybe
around.
maybe somebody
He
added it
comes through.
to a
Dawson
recipe.
up in the air.
And I didn't
so
know.
good. It's nice
Stay
and
behind it.
spicy.
Game 6.
Pepper has no spice,
another
bruh?
champ
It
field.
does.
Can Jobless play a massive upset?
Sam
I
kicked
actually
off
don't like
Alpha. The
pepper all that
immediate double
much.
demo, so Rezi is left on
There,
his own.
especially if you get the
that's
right
just
kind of
the
pepper,
taste.
it's more spicy.
strong.
Like
And the
I've
Jobless
had
player,
2
Alpha,
variations
long
of
back
black
in the
pepper,
opposite half.
a generic
And now
kind,
we
and then an
finally get
actual
within
like
3 seconds
good
in overtime in
pepper.
this series.
And the
Huge
good
pinch,
pepper was
Rezi does
way
well.
more
Just get a touch on it.
spicy
Looking to land,
than
but
the generic pepper. The
Dawson
generic pepper is
takes it
kind of
back.
just like, yeah, you added
That
black
means in
flakes to your
early
food.
flick. Look at the space he's got
But
to
the
work
other
with as well.
one,
He has to
I
back.
actually
He's
have
going
to be
for
careful. I only do like one.
Helps
I don't think
out
Salt is
really
spicy
in there.
now.
He'll be happy that he had a
Stop
teammate
making
to
fun of
support
me.
there.
I'm
To
sensitive.
dodge him as well, so
I'm not
clearly
saying
two
that it's not
defensive
weird and
goals,
that I'm
but
weak.
yeah, hand that teammate back up.
Like I'm not trying to argue that I'm not weak and so incredibly white for the first half of my life not being able to eat any pepper. Like I understand how it sounds. I'm just saying black pepper is spicy. And pepperoni is spicy.
Yeah, they're winning this midfield game though, Vitality. You can just see the space
Sausages
they're
are
getting, how
spicy?
early he has to back off.
Some are.
Sausages are
He's got to wait
spicy.
for support in behind. He's got to wait for his teammates to respawn. Then throws it
Yeah, but that
across.
doesn't.
This time
Just
there's
because
no
they're not
one
that
home
much doesn't
for
mean it's not still
Vitality. Looking to
spicy.
push forward. Who's going to be that player to take the game by the
If it has
scruff of
any
the neck?
spice, it's
Look to play
spicy.
offense. It's a whifty in the corner. You can see
I
the
think
pressure
if it
coming through
hurts,
the
it's
bumps on
spicy,
Alpha.
and that's when I don't like
He's trying to
spice.
carry it
I'm
around. He's been the
frustrated.
hero, faking everyone out. Over to
No, that's
Rezi,
when it's
Jobless,
hot.
Trying to keep this ball in.
No,
Trying to
that's-
get to
no.
work. Alpha. Oh, so well. Every touch. So much value on it.
Okay, would it be better if instead of saying it's spicy, I said it's warm? Is it the word that you have an objection to? Rather than the actual level of heat?
The good defensive block. 2 minutes in this overtime. And Jobless
mild.
attempting to take down a French Titan, as Endpoint couldn't do versus BDS earlier.
You want to give this much space to Zan. He's got
We're still
around
not
one with
watching
ease.
Rocket
He's gonna
League.
get a
Swoop is
reset as well.
disappointed, I'm sure.
Takes all the
We're arguing.
Vitality's probably gonna reverse sweep this part. Were
Vitality,
they
the sheer
reverse
audacity.
sweeping? I don't remember.
No, they already had one game. It was 2-1. They won the second game, I think.
That's
They
right.
managed to go again with another late goal. Gets a goal in overtime, and Rezi confirming we get a timeout for Jobless in the chat. And interestingly as well, Jobless,
so we get-
with
we
their
get a
early
game
leads,
7
released
again.
Their first goal
Cool.
scored. Out of their 23 games they've played this event
too
so
hot for
far,
Zen in there.
CJ, they've
Gotta
scored
open up
first
the window.
in 22 of them. They just
Gamer
don't
sees
get
sunlight?
in, but we see the losses that they
Fairy's
still
like, oh,
managed
I'm so
to sustain.
disappointed. Zen
Something
actually
is not going
saw
quite
the sun
right at every
today.
single
It
turn
just
for
we're
them.
not going to win now.
Regardless,
Gamers
they
must
get to
be in a
game
cave.
7 versus Vitality when they were 3-1 up. It's going to be an interesting timeout.
I mean, at this point, I want
They don't
Jobless to
concede
win
first,
just so
but
that we
they're
can get the
really
crazy
good at conceding
scenarios.
last. Unfortunately, so far, as soon as the game goes to overtime, you can just see how much space.
Because
there is
Jobless
on
would
the
have to
pitch,
win
just
the entire
difference in
event. I don't
gameplay
think
compared
that's
to
happening, but if they
regulation.
could win
And
here,
Jobless, they just back right off. You just cannot
still be
give
fun.
Action.
that kind of space. And when he gets to work, you could see there. They gave him space. They all backed off. He beat 3 off the dribble. Got the pop over the top. The reset on the backboard forced 3 members, everyone on Jobless to commit. And that means Redocent can secure the open net. Was then with the tap in. But game 7, they have all the momentum here, Vitality. This is where Fruity is going to, well, I was going to say he's earned the big bucks, but they're jobless. So
They're jobless, mate. Yeah,
they're not earning.
Wow,
This
that's
is where
quite
he
a
gets all the
burn
respect.
while the coach is trying to
A little
work.
bit of prize money, maybe.
CJ going out and calling
I'm
him,
gonna be- maybe.
calling
I'm
him
very
his
intrigued
jobless.
as to see what Jobless are going to be actually talking about in this overtime.
I
because they've
wonder
got the game
if
plan
teams
down.
are this
They've
good.
got the aggression. They've got the no respect.
Oh yeah, Zen's
standing
just
up,
like
going to his open window, breathing in all of that French
he's
air,
just chilling
and making sure that he fills himself with the passion of his country, of his nation.
Yeah,
don't catch your record.
Get ready. Windows closed. Back to gamer
He
hours.
closed his cord on the window. That could have been.
That scared me.
I mean, his headset nearly got thrown out the window as well.
Headset is so
And he's got some
ugly.
fresh air. He's feeling good.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
a very
just a little bit of a
ugly
mental reset. Stand up.
audio
See
device.
yourselves back into this game.
It's
Game
like
7 again.
it reminds me of
Another one that I'm here
gaming
for.
in
It's been a lot of
2010.
so far.
Yeah, mate, you've got
It's like they
14
never
games in a
grew
row.
up the last 14 years. They just kept the same style.
It's-
Because you know what I'm talking about, where like
I know.
the racing chairs
People
first
that
came
go 14
out,
in a row,
and
but this is
Yeah.
just the seventh.
then the headsets looked like that.
Vitality and Jobless. If Vitality go through,
look like
it's
there's an
Worlds,
alien
and then
on
if
your
Jobless go
fucking head.
through, their hopes
Yeah.
are major. They stay alive. Job is not done though.
I think that was the first headset.
Regardless,
the
it
type of
is
headset
the
that
biggest game
Ozzy
that we could have
had.
asked for here in Europe.
Was
With those
it?
permutations.
Yeah, she had that type of
Here,
headset.
looking at
And it was crappy audio.
percentage likelihood now.
I
3
bet.
games,
But that's
2 games in a
JBL.
row
I
for
think
Vitality
JBL is
and the game 7 and the
okay.
overtime confidence.
Yeah,
You have to
JBL's
think they're
gotten
pretty
good.
healthy favourites in this one. That doesn't
I
change
at
things.
least know that I like their
Interesting
speakers.
sometimes. All about who can
Their
strike first.
speakers
A lot
are
of demos, a lot of pressure.
pretty good.
Vitality keeping up the aggression. They're really a team that, as we said, they can play the same no matter the situation, and they're showing it right here.
Vitality with
Nice.
that chance of Worlds, need a couple more results to go their way if they're going to be able to do it after winning this series.
Wowie.
But they've got the
Yikes.
offense
Oh, that had me
starting
scared for a
strong.
second.
They have to now track
Thought he
back
wasn't gonna get the
any player
challenge.
ball that he can. Whereas they're removing Alpha from
Why are
that-
you
from
confused,
the
son?
pitch. First minute elapsed.
I mean, I understand it can happen pretty
Vitality
easily.
that has been the difference maker. That in previous games
Who?
they did not have the opportunity to go for.
Wally
Getting
looks
that
like Jesse. It's an
unbelievable
old Rocket
air
League
dribble
streamer.
bump
I don't know
crunch.
if he still
Zen
does.
with an opener and
But he
giving
was
just
really
the
funny. He was
second.
known
Oh,
for
you're
being
saying
the
Oli?
luckiest
Competition versus Jobless this
Yeah.
entire
Wally.
tournament
I
so
thought you were-
far.
Zen's
What?
cooking, but
It
it's
sounds like you're
it's
saying
inexcusable
Wally.
for mine. You just cannot give him that
Wally.
much space. Look how late Oli jumped as first man to challenge. And all he did was just
I
basically,
mean-
he was the cameraman for the air dribble underneath. He had a great angle.
I guess
actually,
maybe a
for
little
the
bit. His
montage,
features
but
are really
there we go.
strong, though. I
It
think
does make up
Jess's
for it.
features are not as
It's
strong.
questionable, but
He's
not
got like a
fans. You cannot
really
doubt this
prominent
team.
brow
So
and
good
nose.
statistically
Yeah.
in the Swiss
Yeah.
stage, and
But
now
he's
in
kind
the
of got that.
playoffs.
I think it's the hair.
It's the hair. Yeah, the face isn't really the same. It's definitely just the hair.
Scoop it round, gets it through that back corner, muscles it through Zen. No
Just
amount
got
of
reminded by all the
fresh air
Jesse
buff
clips.
is going to be enough for him. And we
Jesse
have
still
tied level
streams.
yet again.
Does he though? I thought he
give it
came
time.
back for a little bit and then
We
he
came at
quit
the best
again.
possible time, similar to what happened before, but Alpha.
Because he streamed, he actually streamed Jobless. Wow, what a shot. He team streamed for Jobless, Open Qual 4, so the first one of the split, yeah.
Zen too.
And then it was the log off now guy for the last two.
Dead center of the net.
You're
and
not
that
up to
is
date?
Alpha
I mean, I don't actually
54
follow
on a
him.
mission.
But I thought I saw that like he streamed a little bit, and Chalkcast talked about a few of like his rage sessions. But then like I thought that he quit again.
Oh, unfortunate. Trying to get the demo instead of gave him the
There's a lot of
boost.
time left, but if they keep giving these easy chances to Vitality, this lead can get blown out.
Jobless actually have a 0%
Are we-
win rate in games that they don't score first in this entire event. So it's not looking great for
In
them.
this entire
That'd be
event?
the near third goal
What?
coming in. Exo dives in front of
Not
him
even
quickly to
just
clear the
like
save
against
away.
Vitality
Yeah, do not tell
specifically,
them
but
that,
like
whatever you
against
do,
literally
that's,
any
not-
team that
not-
they don't
Of what
score
DDM did
first,
to Fruity.
they lose.
Well, there you go. That's
That's crazy.
Well done, man.
Where's Janoob? He's always here. I don't know.
No
Maybe
boost
he's
for
just
him.
chilling in the
Jobless.
background like Swoop.
Have to get to work now. Still a lot of time left. It's down the right end.
Oh, come on! That was a great 50.
What a wall.
Exo did nothing there. That was all Resi.
Steamroll
Holy
the defense.
cow.
1-man, 2-man. Resi doesn't care. It's a left-right good night, and Exo to finish it
Gorgeous.
off with a jab. Equalized again. Game 7, halfway through. This game is going to come down to a
It reminds me of Harry Potter for some reason.
I'm sure his first name is Chad, but we're going to have to check his Wikipedia after this. Phenomenal stuff there. And again, they find a goal out of nothing. It's so
I don't
unusual.
understand.
He looks like Harry Potter if the animation actually became a real person.
As well, though, when he just
I like the little animated.
The same on the scoreboard. That's what
I think you're making very loose connections right now.
You just bulldoze your way
I'm tired.
both are a goal. And now the game's tied up. Game 7.
Because, like, yeah, I can see what you're saying, but also at the same time, I think based on the qualifications that I'm assuming you're using, a lot of people could look like Harry Potter.
I mean, right now,
Like, I'm assuming it's just because he has dark hair and he's wearing glasses.
No, that's his whole
Yes.
feature.
Ooh. Dang!
Looks like a twig, just like the little.
Oh,
little shapes in
Radosin.
Harry
That
Potter.
was a big reaction.
What on earth happened?
Wow, he got called out hard.
He's gone on his holidays.
Whoa.
I'm liking this.
Massive,
I would prefer if they wouldn't tease us with a possible underdog winning, and then the underdog just eventually loses anyways. Like, it's great that we have a long series, but at the same time, it's like I want the underdog to actually come away with the W. Wow, and here we go. Nice.
Radosin's throwing.
Radosin has to take that touch, fine, but the demo is instrumental.
Dang.
You see Zen having to do anything to get back after that agonizing 3 seconds. Sees the ball floating towards his own net. We've seen Vitality come back 2 goals in 2 minutes. Jobless need to make sure that does not happen again.
Hell, it has been the perfect pick-up so far.
The low
That is one of
50s, man.
Weapons. 90 seconds now. Resi with boost.
Wow, I just now realized that he has the rainbow boost on. It's so loud.
With 100 boost, looks for the shot, misses. Oli just works it around. Radosin, who's gone for the pre-jump. Zen misses the second touch as well. And things are starting to get desperate.
Wow, I kind of like Vitality being
Since I said that it was 2 minutes that Vitality
at home rather than boot camping. They have closer cams, so you can actually see when they're calming to each other.
Ixo going central with it, blocking out Radosin. Radosin, though, taking his time. Resi bumped away from it. That ball now central. Oli, right-handed.
Like, especially Zen. You can see Zen talking.
Range of Vitality.
I feel like I've never noticed that before.
Zen missing the touch. Resi just launches it downfield. Great demo from Zen, but we are seeing coverage coming through from Jobless. What a
Oh, oh.
He tries to bump him. Zen defends well.
Oh, nice demo. Yeah, just immediately tackled by Oli.
Again. Alpha launching it downfield. They have to get it go right now with the reset, with the follow-up, but it is just too much at the moment.
Right now, it's just not happening for Vitality. A demo from Alpha. You have to think that's some rage being let out on the pitch. Alpha dropping low. Radosin to receive instead.
Ooh,
blocked out by Ixo. Only 15 seconds remaining. And Jobless, having come from the job center to becoming architects of their own future.
There it is.
They actually did it. They actually did it.
Of Vitality.
They absolutely broke their hearts. They took them all
gave
the way
him
to
so
Game
much
7.
hope
They
and
let them
snatched
get
it
back
away.
in the series.
Holy cow.
Only to let them down again. 5-2 Jobless.
Wow,
will
Radosin
move
looks
on to
devastated.
Championship Sunday. Will upset the world
Good.
champs. And we'll
Holy
keep
cow.
their dreams alive.
Practically mostly his fault.
That's
I've been
going to
watching
also be
gameplay.
very lines about Gentlemates and Oxygen, hoping that Vitality
I think he
wants
started
to secure their
overcompensating and
major
then
chances
doubted
here
himself.
and now.
Yeah.
And Vitality
Unfortunately.
having a loss means that Gentlemates and Oxygen, they are not confirmed for
I
World
like this
or
scenario,
Major.
so fortunately for
There's still those chances on their
Dang.
own sides, but Jobless,
All right,
my
then.
word. Ixo said
Woo.
last split he was going to be the man to do it. He was going to get to the Major. Maybe that prediction was just one split too late.
I mean, a phenomenal turnaround there in Game 7. You can see how much that hurts for Vitality. They had a chance to
I mean, they
really
still got
secure
so much work
that
to
World
do.
Championship as well and lock in World's points.
Especially if
seeding,
the victor
everything's still on the line, bar that
that
line
comes
late
through
qualifications
in the other
points they already
series is
obtained.
like
They
Gentlemates.
couldn't get the
If
job done. It
Gentlemates
was Jobless.
wound
That
up
3-1
to
lead
a
in the
day
end.
3 on the weekend
They
comes
needed
through
all 3
over
games
Luna
to get it
Galaxy,
done.
then I
Odd
don't
Champion
know if
though, they had a
Jobless can
0%
overcome that.
win rate when they concede first. Well, perhaps not now.
Radosin with the
Stunning play
132.
from Jobless. I
that's
can
not very
fault them
much.
in games, 4, 5, and 6, when they just could not shut it out. They had that chance. But regardless, we were saying that goals will mean one. A series also means one as well. It doesn't matter how you end up winning it. They move
That was
through.
quite a dunk.
A semi-finals appearance for Jobless and Vitality missing Champ Sunday.
Dang, that was such a nice goal from Alpha.
They started off hot too, and then the Jobless just kind of took off.
Yeah, Radosin got called out once, and that forced him to overthink his game.
I mean, come on, ladies and gents. If you are not entertained by this region, I don't know what you are
Yeah.
doing.
I mean, actually, looking back at the goals that they conceded, like, it was just a, you know, one after the other kind of, you know, snowballs. It was a snowball rather than like a clean, like, takeover from Jobless.
This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown.
All right, well, I mean, we got one series that turned out a little bit differently than maybe people expected. And 2 Game 7s in a row. Radosin was not peaking, let me just say that. True. True, he was not peaking. Wait.
What is this ad that I'm getting?
Chat, hold on. I didn't even realize this, but the song that I have playing right now is lo-fi, but you will not believe what the name of it is. It's the song that I happened to pause when we started again, and the one that I just unpaused right now and looked at. Anywho's, going back to the other page. That is entirely coincidental. Yeah, it's Zen. Unfortunate. Maybe I jinxed him. All right, so next up we've got Luna Galaxy versus Gentlemate. So the big thing here is that Jobless needs Luna Galaxy to win against Gentlemates to even make their run worth it. So they played first, they got it done, they did the work. Son, stop spamming. I'm gonna time you out if you continue. But yeah, so Gentlemates, they are one of the 2 teams left that Jobless can unseat in their, you know, run for the last major spot. It's either them or Oxygen, and so they're going to have to win the entire event regardless, but they also need one of these 2 teams to lose in the quarterfinals. Which, for everything crazy that we want to keep surviving, ideally it would be Gentlemates. If Gentlemates lose to Luna, and then Jobless can defeat Luna tomorrow, and whoever comes through on the other side of the bracket, then they will have stolen away, I think. No, they tie. They get a tiebreaker. So we can get another tiebreaker here going into Major 2. And we want Oxygen to win, because then that brings them ever closer to overtaking Carmine Core in their Worlds qualification points. So Oxygen trying to move, accumulate everything that they can. So like ideal world, if you want maximum craziness to happen, you can have 2 things. You can either have a 3-way tie and do a tiebreaker between Jobless, Oxygen, and Gentlemates, which is you want Luna. Oh wait, yeah, you want Luna to beat Gentlemates, and you want Carmine Core to beat Oxygen, and then you want Jobless to win the entire event this weekend. Then you get a 3-way tie between Jobless, Oxygen, and Gentlemates. Or what I would prefer is Jobless, Luna beats Gentlemates, Jobless wins the event, but Oxygen beats Carmine Core and goes to finals to bring their points super close to Carmine, so that if they perform decently at the major, they can possibly overtake Carmine. Or maybe, I don't know if there's a world, since Carmine is on 83. I think the math doesn't work out for them to be able to tiebreak. It would just be Oxygen either gains enough points to take their spot, or Carmine retains it. So yeah, those are the 2 things that could happen that we're looking for here. Whoops. Why did it do that? Whoops. All right. All right. But we're about to have the main broadcast come back. And we're going to listen into what they're going to say. And I am going to take the opportunity while the main desk is talking up the next series to go to the bathroom and possibly even go get myself some food. So, let's go ahead. I'm going to mute that. Let you guys tune back in to the broadcast. And I will return in a short bit.
A Team Vitality that had their eyes set on that semi-finals have been, quite frankly, humbled by a team without an org, but are absolutely clamoring for one after a performance like that. Jobless take down Team Vitality in Game 7 in spectacular fashion. And I would love right now to be talking to Ixo about what was going on previously. But Fruity, I'm not chatting to you for a very long time, so I'm very happy to have you here. How are you doing, my friend?
Getting older. No, I'm getting older every series I play. No, I'm doing good. It's been a while, so yeah, doing good.
I mean, you guys managed to take it down from Vitality. I think not many people were expecting that result to happen, but chaos is continuing to reign in Europe. What was the secret when it came to Vitality, who have looked fantastic throughout this weekend so far?
Well, if I told you that, then it wouldn't be much of a secret, would it now? I mean, I think we just found our fitting on the ground, and yeah, we've been working hard to find something that really works for us when it comes to under pressure situations, and I think it showed today. Losing 2 overtimes when we had the match point is kind of it's tough, but then bouncing back in Game 7 and taking it like we did, I think that really shows the caliber of the players and how much we've actually worked for this.
I think in terms of that mentality as well, going into that series, when you conceded first throughout some tournaments so far, you actually had a 0% win rate because you conceded first in very few games. It was like, I think 2 in the end, one of them being in that series. And then you managed to win it out and get a little bit of win rate. How do you, as a coach, talk to your players through that kind of situation where you're thinking you've lost a couple of overtimes, you're now suddenly in Game 7 after being 3-1 up? That is a very scary time.
Yeah, it is scary, and I mean, looking at stats, I don't really think about stats that much in a game like Rocket League, because it's all about for me at least, it's in the moment, and that's what I told the guys. Like, we had a talk, especially after each overtime loss, that we just need to find ourselves again, because we kind of got lost. I think it's been a while since we actually had a chance to make a top 4, and you kind of forget how that feels, and yeah. So it's just a little bit of nerves, a little bit of like wanting it too much, but then I think we got used to it in Game 5 and then, Game 7, sorry, and yeah, we just showed up. The boys did excellent.
I mean, you've obviously got tomorrow, Championship Sunday still to come. You'll be facing the winner of Lunar Galaxy or Gentlemates. But regardless, that series is not the only one that you need to win to keep your major hopes alive. You've got to go to the grand final and win there as well, and then go for a tiebreaker. There's still a lot more steps. Are you just taking it one by one at the moment?
Yeah, I think there's nothing else. I mean, even today, like, we could still be out of the run for the major and the season is over for us. So we're just gonna sit and watch with our nerves. I've been in a position as this as a player myself. It's never fun, but yeah, we just have to take one series at a time and just see how it goes, pretty much.
I mean, if there's any prospective orgs watching right now as well that have been that are sitting on the sidelines thinking is it now time to get into Rocket League, what would you say to anybody that is watching thinking, oh, you know what, these jobless guys look pretty good?
I mean, a lot of people had the chance to sign us, and even like last split when I was on Redemption, there's still a lot of interest from organizations, but it's hard to convince people to come into Rocket League at the moment, I'm going to be honest. But I think showing up as the only, unsigned team consistently in top 8 in Europe speaks volume. And I think it's a bit of a shame not seeing an organization come in and pick us up. But I think it just goes to show that I think they're missing out.
Yeah, I agree. Well, look, Fruity, job is still not done for Jobless. There's a couple more series you guys need to win. I'll let you talk to your boys, but thank you so much for talking to me again. It was good chatting to you, mate.
Thank you, Sammy.
The irony of their name, Jobless has the most work to do as they continue on forward in this bracket. Yeah, it's Cole is certainly, you can see the nerves in their face, but I think they're determined.
Oh, yeah, completely. I mean, they have things set out for them fairly comfortably now. They have to win this event and then take it from there. When we were coming into this tournament, it was all about grid serve resolve. Can they win the event and get the tiebreaker? No, it was Jobless all along, arriving there like sharks in the sea. And the way they're performing there against Team Vitality, that's the sort of performance we want when all this pressure is on them, CJ.
Yeah, they, I mean, 3-1 up to then go to Game 7 and win is a massive confidence booster. Obviously, as Fruity said, it's not quite in their hands just yet. They need well, I want to say a couple of upsets, but obviously a couple of results to go their way in the final 2 quarterfinals, but they've got the job done. All you can do is control what you can control, and they've done that with a huge win over Vitality.
I got to ask you then, CJ, that just seeing how many times teams have poked and prodded towards these top dogs in the European region, like Team Vitality, it truly is a unironic way to say EU depth now. I genuinely think that there is just such good amount of skill in this region.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I spoke about it in that series. I think seeing other teams get upsets as well creates a bit of, hang on, we might be a chance as well. Why can't we go and win this? So, yeah, it's great to see. And, if that saying, I guess, if it bleeds, you can kill it. The classic one. If you see the top teams lose, falter, then perhaps you can get the job done yourself.
Well, even the one that wasn't the upset, Series 1, was Endpoint getting 3 games against Team BDS. So looking forwards, Luna Galaxy, are they thinking, wait a minute, it's one of those days, there's something in the air? I think they will be, Leaf.
Well, let's keep moving on. We have, of course, a lot more games to get on through here, but just to keep you guys updated on what we're seeing, BDS, Vitality clinched on through. You still see a tight run in those next spots there. The tie between Gentlemates, Oxygen right now. A lot of important games coming forward here. But looking at the bracket, it's all single elimination, right? You lose, you're done. At least it's a best of 7, but no second chances. Jobless is taking that very seriously as they move their way into the semifinals. But we do have 2 more matches to go. And just so you know, we're saving that K-Corp Oxygen match for last. There it is. Up next is going to be Gentlemates versus Luna Galaxy. Cole, we didn't really get to talk too much about Luna Galaxy yesterday. We talked about them in pre-show a bit just to highlight the fact that they're at this point here because they kind of made their sneaky little run through into top 8.
Yeah, exactly. They was doing things below the radar, Luna Galaxy, but they did it fairly comfortably, only taking 1 loss, and that was a 3-2 loss versus Team BDS. As we learned from Team Endpoint earlier, if you can take Team BDS
I got my food.
to a decider, you can certainly win some series. They are this time, though, up against Gentlemates, and they have been not at their most fluent best so far, CJ, but I always feel like Swiss into the quarterfinals is a real major reset for these
realized
players.
You missed last match. Jobless won. You talked the entire time. How can you say that you
didn't look fantastic and then showed up
how
in
can
the
you
playoffs once you get to those best of 7?
Miss?
Sometimes it feels like a different game
I'm
altogether
so
when you get your timeouts. It feels like you really settle into the series. And
I'll show you.
Gentlemates,
A salad.
would be a pretty tough team to beat
with a lot of
even though
croutons.
they've had a bit of a pretty.
But yes, I am hiding cam, and I will be muting more than usual.
I like the smiles on Eversax too.
So I can munch away.
Very locked in Eversax.
He looked so glum, didn't he? And then the little
Me eating?
We put out, Eversax started looking grumpy while Itachi was celebrating, I'm sure, a great goal. But yeah, he's smiling now. It's all smiles there. They've got the plant. They've got the Flora, I think it is, not Fauna. I always get those mixed up. But yeah, over to Luna Galaxy. Tox is there. He is looking very locked in. And this is the team that, with a Chronic coming in, I wanted to see performing well, making at least quarterfinals. I'd say, CJ, this is about par for them.
Oh, eat something spicy? No.
Yeah, they're a team that's sort of right in that top 8 and around the mark.
I'm good.
But, well, if they can do what Jobless did, I think that can give a confidence booster for any team. We talk about, being able to beat these top teams. Seeing Jobless get the job done in Game 7 against the world champs has to give them a little bit of confidence, Leaf, that, even though these guys are the major champs, there is upset potential.
Oh, there definitely is. I mean, you've seen the ups and downs of Gentlemates. I mean, that consistency isn't, hey, we're top dogs definitively. It is.
Did I really go to the bathroom and get stuff that fast, or are they just taking forever to start this game?
Pop up for a second there.
Does this belong to anybody else?
Huge. You win this, you clinch it, right? And I believe Worlds as well. So for Gentlemates, I wonder if they're realizing how much weight is on this game for them. Hashtag M8 for Gentlemates, if you think. LXG for Luna Galaxy. But Cole, I think you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, looking at their body language, it does not seem like the pressure, at least going into the series, is going to be on them at all. They won't be feeling it. They'll know that even if they don't win this one, it's still, you know, high odds of them making the major and making worlds indeed. And we are going with the coin for Luna Galaxy.
It worked last time.
Ooh, the coin is
It did. Now, the question is, you guys back the coin?
Nope.
Absolutely not. It got jobless, so maybe we're stupid.
We are stupid. But the coin, on average, is more stupid. So we'll see. We'll see. And chat's smart.
Hey.
And chat have gone 60%, so, you know.
Yeah, it's not like there's some thought. Luna Galaxy maybe could do it. Hope we get maybe we get another best.
How
of seven.
does a salad
Who knows?
even
Either way,
fill
we
you
gotta
up?
play
I
out
need
the
to eat
series.
so much
We do have
salad.
another best of
Well,
seven,
usually
maybe
I don't
game seven
just
on the
have
way.
salad. I have
Gentlemates
something
clinch
else
major
with
on
it,
Worlds
but
if they can shut down Luna Galaxy. They've had
like-
some ups and downs, but now is not the time to falter. Now is the
What
time
was I
to
gonna
step
say?
up.
Oh, there wasn't an easily accessible thing to eat alongside the salad today, so I'm just having salad. I mean, I'm also not a dude. I'm a smaller person, so I don't eat as much.
That wasn't quite the case. They really struggled.
Yeah, very much a hot start for Gentlemates beating the teams they're supposed to beat, but then struggling against their big competition in the region. But this is a chance for Luna Galaxy to show their true level. I feel like they've underperformed so far this split, last event especially. But if they can take down Gentlemates, oh boy, does that give us exciting potential for tomorrow. And obviously, with Jobless still in the event, and everybody kind of
I would say that probably
thinking, we can win this thing. Why
when
not
I'm
go and
training
win the
at
last
the
event
peak
online
for
again?
a marathon,
Teams that look the strongest
I should reword that.
also look
When I'm
very,
at
very
the
vulnerable
peak
in
of
our
my
previous
marathon
rounds.
training,
Vitality already
I think I probably
eliminated
eat
and also very close
as
to
much
BDS
food as you
joining
do
them in our first
normally.
match of the day.
But when I'm not
Guys, you would
doing
imagine we're the most vulnerable
marathon
coming
training,
into
which
today's
is like,
matches,
you
but
know,
we also know just how often
95%
Friday doesn't seem
of
to
my
indicate
existence.
Saturday or Sunday form.
I eat a lot less.
Gentlemates keep that going. Get themselves a very much required win as Atomic now takes the shot and Itachi had to be on his toes.
I love that infield pass follow-up. It's actually led to a clear shot for Chronic, who's straight at Itachi with it. Some decent passing in the final third there from Luna Galaxy. Oh, beautiful back corner control. Backboard control, I should say, by Tox. Now 50s it back to Chronic. Still so far, I mean, Gentlemates are playing this one tentatively, to say the least, as Luna Galaxy back them into a corner again. Seiko's completely out of the game here, and it's bouncing on target. It's on the goal line, but not in, as it somehow goes clear.
Chronic's going to try and keep this going. Goes over the top, going to aim for Juice's car. No, just ran out of boost. Here comes Atomic, delays the shot. Still wasn't enough. Seiko's in goal with no boost. Itachi's the only one really anything. He's beat to the ball. So Tox looks for Juice's car, can't quite get it. Drops down to a Chronic. How on earth have Gentlemates kept this out? Surely Itachi doesn't get the second stop. Atomic finally gets the ball over the line.
I was gonna say,
I
know.
that kind of just had to be a goal at some point.
The rest of 7 earlier on today, and in just over a minute and 30 seconds, Luna Galaxy have hit 7 shots at the Gentlemates net, scoring 1. I really felt like the goal was coming there. So relentless with their attack. This could be another one. As what redirecting to Chronic.
The audio and stream is
He keeps on
ahead
ball
of
cam
what I'm
and
watching.
just chips it past him.
I was absolutely certain he was going to try and aim for Juicy. I think Juicy might have been thinking the same. He jumps as early as possible.
what?
But it's not early enough.
My video is behind my audio.
The goalie could have just tried to fake it.
Oh, you're gonna
Play for the
pause and
redirect. It was
unpause it?
perfect by a Chronic.
Yes.
What
Usually
start
that
by Luna
helps when I
Galaxy.
get these
Gentlemates
things.
looking shaky early on. They kind of invited the attack, and that's why it's dangerous to do so. They're firing right back now. Seiko puts one in the other end. It's the assist that made it also easy for him from Itachi.
It has been an utterly wild day, and a 2-goal lead you would not say is all that secure. Cut down to 1, 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's see what Gentlemates can come up with. That is going to drop straight out of Chronic. He couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yeah, Chronic's going all the way himself here. He's in front of the ball with the reset. Seiko had to really quickly get in front of that one. Chronic, the first player to hit a proper double reset in RLCS years ago now. Seiko's still up for this. Shut down by Tox, who has been delighted with his team's form this weekend. They're struggling for boost in this exchange, though. Juicy has plenty as he looks to center the ball back in. Chronic barely able to clear that over Seiko's head. And now here comes Itachi. Top shelf, no. Straight at Tox.
Juicy tried to set himself up, but that was a very heavy first touch. Chronic's on pretty low boost, and that 100 boost did not drop down there for Juicy. And did have to get himself back. Going to keep this play going, but usually very difficult to create from the corner. Chronic does prove that rule to be true. Seiko's turn now. Atomic realizes it, knew he had to go early. The wall, nice ceiling recovery. A Chronic.
I watch 720p 60. If you're on 1080, it lags way too much. Yeah, on my old internet.
Had to survive some pressure from Gentlemates. As long as Luna Galaxy can
on my old internet, I had to watch at 480.
They are looking good, looking very good in the midfield.
This is only recently I've been able to watch it 1080.
Leave it for Chronic, who's got a better angle.
And you know
boost,
how much worse it is to watch Rocket League in 480p. Watch anything really, but like Rocket League specifically, it just loses a lot of its, like it doesn't look as fast.
Nobody able to challenge that in the midfield. It is up to
your
Seiko.
Device, not internet.
Gets the laydown.
Ooh, what a save!
Needed help of the post. Now it's Gentlemates' turn to try and see if a mistake will happen. They've got half of one. Itachi shoots. Oh, what's off the post?
Oh, well, Luna Galaxy have got away with that there. They're still scrambling. No boost on.
It's just 480, you only run at 30.
No boost on Tox there. Tommy's got plenty, and he does get to the ball. That's huge, but can they get a clear? They can't. Juicy doubles it in. Tie game.
Brilliant play here from Gentlemates. They knew that this was the chance and that they couldn't just let up the pace that they had. Atomic tried, and Atomic was nowhere near. Juicy puts us to 2 each. Gentlemates are more than just.
By the way,
the platform just kind of sucks.
I mean, what a shot by Juicy.
When did they
on the rebound?
When did they put a painted black
Straight
shark?
from the kickoff. Tox gets an opportunity, saved by
Goal
Itachi.
explosion.
Tox is still up for this, so going to keep the attack alive. And it might be dead now as Seiko takes the ball away. Not long though, as Atomic gets it right back into the mixer. Final 40 seconds of the game. Rapidly approaching. Oh, Tox to the air dribble. Juicy's had to dive at the near post to stop that one. Luna Galaxy not afraid to attack the back corner of Gentlemates in this matchup.
It's been the danger man though. Itachi trying to dive forward. Seiko now. Ooh, that was close. If a Chronic got any contact, now she's got Seiko's car. That means it was going to go through. He needed help. And help arrived just
It came out 2 days ago. Why don't I believe you?
This is dangerous.
I was just about to open Rocket League.
Had an open backboard there, couldn't get it. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
Juicy
what?
I don't know if it was in or not initially. It probably was. He had to do something about it. But he crept forward.
Wait, was it on target?
By a Chronic, who, yes,
Oh, I don't know. Was it on target? I don't think it was.
Just got caught.
See, I don't know if I believe you because I could have sworn I saw somebody use it during NA last week.
Well read. On the side of Luna Galaxy.
Either during NA last week or during EU quals last week. The EU double.
Far side. Tox.
So if it did come out 2 days ago, it was a re-release. Because I'm almost positive I saw it last weekend.
Well, the upsets continue. And these are the expected upsets, I suppose. Coming into this split, Luna Galaxy they were tied for 5th in most people's power rankings in Europe. Oxygen have obviously completely taken a top 5 spot now and removed Luna Galaxy from that conversation, but they can really throw a spanner in the works for Gentlemates, the defending major champions, with a win today. I mean, Gentlemates are thinking to themselves that this will be the day they clinch on their own terms. Now, they are still massively favored to make the major. They will still be able to do so on their own terms. Worst case scenario, they play a tiebreaker, but that's almost unfathomable. What are the odds that this is a world we're really seriously discussing more than just a little cool fact that hey, it's still on the table, the 4-way tie, well, 3-way tie now. But this is becoming more and more real with every passing game.
Roast chicken harder than grilled chicken.
We'll be wondering how on earth because it has been a really wild day of Rocket League. But for Luna Galaxy, they're not doing this for Jobless. They are doing it for themselves, and they've had a fantastic run to this point in the tournament, only losing once, and that was yesterday in Game 5 against BDS. They have got a couple of very strong wins to the name. They beat Endpoint, who did make top 8, so that is a strong tally to have towards you. They also beat KC 3-1.
I have a really easy fix for you. Turn your chat off.
On form, and this is a very nice kick off the start. Although they would have
if you
now they put themselves in trouble.
can't behave yourself and you get baited in when other people are being mean to you, I don't care if they started it. You're the one who got banned. Turn your chat off. Just play Rocket League without chat.
I luckily was drunk as fuck.
You were.
And instead, it was full power on the clear.
Oh my word, what an absolute boom by Atomic. He's just sent to the entire length of the pitch. Gentleman's had no idea that was a threat in the position. It didn't look like he was going to shoot it. He looked like he was going down the line with it.
No,
no one was back. Gentlemen,
just me typing gibberish because my motor functions are working at the moment.
I will still maintain from here until the end of the
I don't think reporting somebody means that you are a...
Agreed.
What you said. I think if you say something bad, it's entirely fair to report somebody. I report everything because think about it this way. You're saying bad words. He's saying bad words. And if it's not a 1v1, there's somebody else in the lobby that could be reading it and could possibly be a literal 6-year-old playing a car soccer game that doesn't need to read that stuff. Don't be better for yourself, although I would say that first. I just don't have faith that most people do be better just to be better. But be better for the people around you. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for the people around you.
Endless boost at his disposal, Atomic. He's gonna need more than that here.
Idiot when they get banned. That's so true, King.
Yep, very true, very true.
Uncontested misses, but Seiko picks it up in the midfield. He's gonna leave it for Juicy. Good pull away from the ball there by Seiko. But the backboard's well defended by Luna Galaxy. Had all options covered on that defensive play.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy just a step fast, and I think they're expecting double commit to get the save.
That same person that I was talking crap with actually
couple of bumps left from Tops. He was an absolute menace whenever he's off the ball.
I got noticed that they were banned.
Rotation from Gentlemates, who narrowly got it back together in time to stop that one from going in. 3 minutes left. Luna Galaxy have got one. Look to try and make it two, but they got enough and Juicy can collect the ball.
Well, you know, Atomic, he continues to just be one of those players who's so effective in modern Rocket League. He's not had the winningest teams in recent years, but his individual impact is undeniable. Luna Galaxy today have been the full package team-wise. Oh, what a pass. Oh, what a goal. Gentlemen, pick a mid-pass out of nowhere. It's Seiko this time to Itachi.
It's quite possible that you should also find a better outlet for your anger. Maybe you should exercise or do activities that do not make you angry or do not have the potential to make you angry. Anything like that. But just like, I think except in very, very rare cases, just saying that you are who you are is not an excuse, and you should always try to be better. So instead of just saying, I have anger issues, therefore I will break my controllers and I will say bad things to people, to perfect strangers, even if they provoke me first. Like, I think that's not acceptable in my eyes. You should always aim to be better. It's okay to make mistakes, as long as you learn from them. But just accepting the terrible parts of yourself and saying, "Yep, that's just how it is." Like that's such a loser's like lazy mentality, you know.
Uses flip early there, didn't have one once he reached the following 50-50.
Art makes me angry. Oh, by the way, thank you for the alert, King. Appreciate it.
This is the pace they want to play at. It's not the Gentlemates can't play fast. It's more that they try to usually control their opponents. The Galaxy have not been controllable for most of this series.
Oh, what a demo. Now it's up to try and finish the job. Seiko gets the ball to drop down, but that third touch just took it away from the goal. Is anyone back? Oh my goodness, Seiko has to get there. Whoa. He's lost the challenge. Next one up, Achronic.
Oh my goodness.
Couldn't get to it. He was already mid-flip. Seiko now. Past Itachi. No boost, but they're still so close. Everyone is trying to get anything.
What?
But now there's nobody back at all. They've left it. Cox, Atomic, goal.
Wow.
A crazy double commit.
That could have been anybody's goal.
Yeah.
On either end,
I mean, they just double committed,
both times.
And essentially, what would have been a risky play for either player to go for, neither player had a clear shot at the goal. Atomic was very much there in the way of it, or was it Chronic? You can understand why
Like,
those
that
are the
was
two
just...
names that would be difficult to catch in a glimpse.
That was like an avalanche.
Well, Luna Galaxy were definitely in the way of that one. But both players jumped anyway. It's bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. But Luna Galaxy have done it again. A late lead in game 2.
You can say it's been a very bizarre weekend for Gentlemates. They looked better in this series. But still, just some ugly signs of what has been on Friday. They got 40 seconds to find a goal. Well, they will
imagine
be
if Atal was
very
on that
far
team.
behind in this series. Good chance, but Atomic, that is about as safe as you could want to put that ball, and he still followed it up.
Look at that back pass
Like
as
instead
well
of
by
Tox?
Atomic, just really
Yeah, that'd
slowing
be
the
a
ball down
fucking
here.
nightmare.
Straight in Gentlemates, who can't really do too much.
I
with
would
that
be
one.
very
It's
nervous
a,
casting them.
clinical backcourt defense. Chronic snips into the midfield, grabs the boost away from Seiko. As Gentlemates are really struggling to create
What to
anything in the
do
closing seconds.
when you're
It's
board?
Another goal attempt here. Oh, Chronic with a flip reset. Tox is committed, but Atomic still back with boost. They should be okay here.
I do a lot of different things. There's things that I'm more proud of that I do when I'm bored, and there's things that I feel guilty about that I do when I'm bored. Guilty ones are watching Twitch streams and YouTube videos to a point where I spent so much time looking at a screen for the day.
A fascinating
My eyes
series
hurt.
so far. Gentlemates started
The more
pretty
healthy
slow
things
in
that I
game
do:
one.
go outside,
Luna Galaxy swarmed and
exercise,
took the lead.
read
Gentlemates
books,
rallied, but then lost late on anyway,
research something.
showing
So
how
if like
dangerous
there's
it
there's
is
something
to
that I want to
have
learn,
that slow start
I'll
to
watch
a game.
YouTube videos about
Even
it.
if you do come back inside, you still have to close the game,
Or
and that's not an easy thing to do
when
against
I'm
Luna
bored, I'll
Galaxy.
move up regular
But what
tasks
happened this
that I
game here?
usually
Contact
do at a
early on,
different time.
and
So
it's
like
on the card clear, which bounces straight
instead
into
of
the net, and
showering
after
right before
the
bed,
tie
if I'm
midfield
feeling
pass to tie the
especially
game,
bored,
they just
I'll
completely
shower,
overextended
like before dinner
and
or
left
something
their
like
net
that. Like
open
I'll just do it
3-0.
sooner.
I mean,
And
that
usually
was
by the time I
something
finish
you
that
couldn't expect
task,
to
I've
see
thought
from
of
any
something
top
else
team.
that I want to get
But
done
certainly
that I
not
can do
Gentlemates, the
after.
teamiest team who play for each other
Same
at
with
all
like eating
times.
dinner
I mean,
early.
the
If I
two
feel
goals,
like
what are they
I'm
doing in that
bored,
play?
instead of
Just
eating
not
dinner
Gentlemates
at
goals
like
concede. Like, both of
6,
them
I'll eat it
are
at 5.
Really not
know.
to their standards.
Also,
On
music.
the
Music is really
positive
good.
Side, though, I'm just gonna say the name Atomic,
Listening to
and we're just gonna
music
talk about,
or
oh my
playing
God, how
music,
fast is he at the moment? Not only fast,
writing
the
stuff.
touches have been
I don't know.
brilliant. We can highlight
It's
the end
it's
of that
all
game where
about
he
your
was,
personal
you know, just getting the ball
preferences,
to
and
the
I feel
corner,
like
passing it back
you
to
just need to
teammates.
try
I
things to
don't know
see
what it is
to
gonna
see
take
if
to
it
remove
sticks.
him from being supersonic, but Gentlemates need something.
Well, you know,
Where's
a
my
lot of
face
the
cam?
time
I'm
when,
eating.
a player
Well, I'm
is,
trying to
you
eat
know,
lunch right now.
criticized, perhaps.
You
Many
guys
times over the years, players have been
making me talk
criticized at pro
more.
level.
So
for being
I turned
too
my face
boost
cam off for
dominant.
that.
They take it too much boost, and you know, they're zooming around the pitch, and they look great, but their
Yeah, you're
teammates
making
have
me
nothing
actually
really
interact
to
with
do.
you
But that's
instead
not
of
how I
allowing me
describe
to
Atomic's
eat my
play this
salad.
series
How
at
dare
all.
you?
I mean, he's
Also,
been, I think,
these aren't the
extremely
regular
boost dominant in
croutons
this
that I
series
have
so
with the
far. Every
salad,
time
and
you
I'm
look at his
realizing
game, he
how
seems to have a
big
full
these
mood there,
croutons are.
with plenty
And they're
of
making it
boost at his
hard to
disposal.
eat the
But
salad.
when the game slows down, he's matched the pace
Just-
beautifully.
they're just pig
and it's something I
croutons.
really, you know, I think is underrated by even fairly knowledgeable fans of the Rock League and esport. It's about keeping your car not moving as fast as you can at all times, but moving as fast as it needs to at all times. And sometimes the game slows down, and you need to slow the game, you know, slow your car down as well. When a game gets awkward like that, some players struggle, but like you mentioned, Atomic in the
Oh,
far
also
corners, he's
something
been
very
brilliant. He's
obvious
slowing
that
the-
I forgot
slowing
to
the
say.
game down, frustrating Gentlemates,
Playing
denying them
games.
opportunities, getting goal side, back passing to his teammates.
Playing games
truly
with friends. I'll
phenomenal,
ask
but
if
the
any of
whole-
my friends
I'm
are on, or
impressed
see
by
if
the whole
they're
Luna Galaxy
already on
lineup. They have been brilliant. Let's see
a
if they
game,
can
and
keep
I'll
it going
I'll play with
after the
them. Because
Gentlemates
usually
timeout.
when I'm bored, I'm not
It does
bored
feel
for
so
lack
good
of
to see him
activities. I'm bored for
especially
lack of
getting some
socialization. You know.
good result. It feels like he's been there or thereabouts for so long and just hasn't quite found the results. It's usually quarterfinals is where the
What if I
tournament peaks.
what?
Maybe
Donate
not
you? What do you
today,
mean?
Maybe not this time.
Huh? Is that
They've
English?
got to get this over the line,
Juke,
and they've got to overcome
welcome,
what is a
Juke.
very real timeout buff when it comes to
Welcome,
Gentlemates.
buddy. Jujuk is
That's
here. Jujuk has
Chance for us
arrived.
actually to get something started. Favorable 50.
Swoop and
Seiko
King will
quickly
be
up for that one. It's bounced violently
delighted.
into the ceiling, then the ground, and back
Super
up
chat?
again, so Chronic
Oh, well, it
can
shows
go
it in
with
chat.
the ceiling shot. Oh,
And
is he nearly
I
down
say,
it?
wow.
After
Oh
this,
my
the
gosh.
goalkeeper
Oh my
is
gosh.
still-
No!
Oh, Tox hit the post. I don't know if he expected it to actually to miss. Oh!
I don't know. That's what I was going to say. Took the word right out of my mouth.
Woodwork making all the difference yet again. Juicy with plenty
Better
of
late
options
than
on the left
never.
side, decides to take it by himself. Reset,
Well,
didn't get
yeah,
much
if you
on it,
super
though.
chat, I will say thank you,
Fairly
and I
easy
will
run
read your
for
message,
Atomic.
and I
Now
will
Atomic needs to
respond
go
to
quick.
anything that you say or ask there? Within reason,
well, I
obviously.
don't know if that would help the majority of the Rocket League scene. You can make it go as big as you like. You know we're all still hitting the crossbar and open net.
Oh, right. I gotta add that bumping. Hold on.
I'll still hit the crossbar. Don't worry about it.
I can do that right now before I forget about it.
Well, you, me, and the pros all both. It has been that kind of event. A Chronic, though.
You were 3 hours late?
Teammate. That teammate has been reduced to
You know what, son? Sometimes you don't even show up, and Jajuk does, so I don't know if you have room to talk.
A lot of opportunities to take the ball full boost, and Luna Galaxy have not bitten just yet. They've not been outplayed. Seiko just needs one. Atomic now up. Immediately backs down, realizes he wasn't going to get there first. Tops his turn. Into Juicy, who half bodies will clear.
It's a great first touch by Chronic. He's not able to get control of the ball fully, though, and make something happen. Oh, Atomic can, though. That was threatening. Juicy had to deflect it towards the back post. He's done extremely well there, Juicy. To come away with ball control.
I think I did it.
Looking to bring Seiko into the play. Great touches by Gentlemates here. These are quality hits to each other. It gets a shot at the end of it, which is saved well by Tux, but the demo's now bringing it in. Juicy takes the Chronic out of the equation. And he almost gets a goal, but
did it work? It did! Ha 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 ha!
Been sat on Atomic's ball cam for a while now. He needs to set himself back down as good as he has been. The last minute has been a bit wild.
Sorry, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm not late a lot.
And it was needed. Tox does not find the demo on Seiko.
I'm just saying, before you criticize somebody else's tardiness or overall presence, maybe you should take a look at yourself.
Should be reasonably safe, but Atomic decided to play it straight into the path of Itachi.
Well, Juicy's faked him off for that one, though. Nice fake challenge.
Cat Jam isn't working. It's because you didn't put a space between Cat Jams.
Disciplined performance.
Erased it as one word.
Got them scored on last game, but in offense, chances have been equally few and far between for them.
Juicy dropped down to Itachi. Whoa, that was an unbelievable setup, and it still didn't go in. Juicy will feel robbed. Now he's got to be caught into defense. Narrowly avoids getting hit by Atomic.
Yeah, great speed by Juicy there to get up quickly away from the potential redirect. That's what caught them out in game one, where Chronic was able to snipe the ball away from him. And that was definitely the best chance of the game for Gentlemates. Post keeps Luna Galaxy in a tie, and being 2 games up, I should say. This is very scary for Gentlemates. The goals are not coming easy. The chances to score are not coming easy. And even when they got their best chance, they still couldn't hit the target.
No, all they've had so far in terms of outplay is that unbelievable pass. Now,
what a freaking slice of a shot. Wow. Oh, that's even more impressive watching it from his angle.
To take the ball away in the midfield was already special. But what's a read?
That'd be crazy if Luna does
team 1 goal ahead again. I mean, he really has been.
It's on pace too.
Series at times. Final minute approaching. Gentlemates trail for the 3rd game in a row.
Of course, for us to say unplayable, they don't know what to do against him. Even there, takes on 2. Seiko can't get the recovery, attaches to the wall. A Chronic waits, lays it over to his teammate. Atomic gets it past the first one. Can he find the setup? It is Gentlemates with so little time to find a goal-scoring chance. But for now, they've got
he's up.
prevent a second.
Okay, that would have been a crazy redirect double tap there by Atomic. Sniping it up into the curve above Gentlemate's net. I mean, that's where the ball's headed right now. Again, here he comes. I mean, can he do anything wrong right now? Atomic with a flip reset, ceiling double off the crossbar.
Now he passes back to Tox. 25 seconds, or it might be a Gentlemates team that needs a reverse sweep. Timeout already burned. Not the best. Juicy looks at the and he's put it out of shootable range for his teammates.
He ran out of boost. He couldn't get on the outside of the ball again. It's the final 10 seconds of the game. Half a clear there for Luna Galaxy as they buy themselves some time, but they're not quite out of the woods yet. Oh, they might be now, though. Tox off the post, and that's game. 3 in a row for Luna Galaxy.
What happened to everyone saying European Saturdays are boring? Dare to miss one.
What are we even watching right now?
Best Saturday of the entire season. Luna Galaxy are on the verge of eliminating the major champions in the quarterfinals.
This is just unreal. I mean, we
this
thought
is
we'd
crazy.
seen it all in
What?
Europe already this season. That we thought we'd seen it all in open qualifiers with Karmi Court being upset, but
holy cow!
Event of the year.
Are we actually gonna get the perfect situation that we want?
Seiko has put a GG in.
You know, actually,
the chat room.
I think he just means GG for that game. I think.
Okay, I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping. Okay.
He didn't say GG.
I'm not stirring the pot, I swear. You are putting this on.
So I thought about it when I took my bathroom break and snack break. And I think we actually want Oxygen to lose against Carmine Core.
We're not done, but
and then Carmine to lose against BDS and Jobless to win the whole thing so that we can get the 3-way tie between Gentlemates, Oxygen, and Jobless, so we can get a tiebreaker, a 3-way tiebreaker. And then also, Carmine doesn't accumulate a lot of points, so Oxygen has to get top 8 or possibly like top 4 to then take the spot away from Carmine, or you know, like making it so it's somewhat reasonable, not like Oxygen has to win the entire event to take over Carmine, because that's, I mean, it's not impossible, it's just not as probable.
Playing everybody, that is a brand new level for a player who we thought we knew. Turns out we don't know anything about how much he can peak.
Well, you know, in game 3, you mentioned it at the start. Oh, that's a chance. It's off the bar. Oh my goodness, it's not in. How is that not in? I don't believe it. I mean, just when we thought we had a chance to breathe. No, it's not. And no, it's yet again Gentlemates denied by the post. I was going to mention, though, Tox defense at the start of the last game. Well, Atomic was heating up. Was brilliant. Now, Chronic gets goal side of a drop-down pass. I mean, they've all been there in defense. Just frustrating Gentlemates. Gentlemates know they need to step it up, and they all can. Who's it going to be, though? Who's going to take the offense up a notch? Because Luna Galaxy are not giving away freebies.
Google messages deleted from me.
Oh, Juicy needs some help, because that's now dropped very awkwardly. Itachi's up there in time. Puts it into some form of safety. Tox sticks around. Chronic already there. Ball's in the corner. We'll see what they can create from this kind of position, but typically very difficult. And, well, that has certainly gone the distance. So Chronic's going to have to try and pick up the pieces.
Chronic, even with no boost, spotted the gap behind Itachi. Sucked the ball over the top of him. And Atomic immediately up there. Just no time for Gentlemates to get anything started. As soon as they take to the air, Luna Galaxy match them. This time it's Tox matching as he intercepts the play before it could become too dangerous. I mean, they are just stopping everything here. When it does reach their goal line, it's either a Luna Galaxy player or one of the posts denying Gentlemates. But let's be honest, most shots and most attacks are not even reaching that kind of range. This
Gentlemates sleeping today? Yeah, it kind of seems like it.
Gentlemates get it on the right side.
It finally decides to agree with them. Gentlemates have an all-in.
I mean, he did almost miss that again.
And again, it's just putting that ball infield, hoping that you can win the race to the ball. And they see the fruits of their labor. What a shot from Itachi.
Yeah, great finish. And it's not easy to get those, you know, well-placed shots, even if it is a close net, close to open. And essentially open, if you shoot it properly. On a day like this, where nothing's really going your way, you're kind of manifesting a miss as you jump for it, but Itachi managed to get it right that time, as you expect from a player with his level of experience. So this is where, you know, Gentlemates are dangerous. Luna Galaxy need to be disciplined here.
Okay.
Give them anything
close.
for free. You need to make them work for every single play, work for every outplay, every ball, every goal. So
Seiko really got back to that. Oh, the course correction is wild.
Gentlemates are going to put it in.
And again, there's the shark.
Completely dry on boost and couldn't reach the top corner.
Yeah, he was
so it's Juicy's goal
to make some sort of contact there.
Of course,
and the moment
that makes
that didn't happen, he was in no man's land. 2-0 for Gentlemates. And it starts to ramp up. Gentlemates looking better and better. Kickoff will head straight over.
Man, imagine we started like this. We're like, oh, Luna Galaxy, they're gonna actually do it, and then they get reverse swept.
Touch. Might be able to make something work with that. Juicy now looking in field. And nice little fake challenge there from Itachi. Took some of the sting out of the initial play. Here comes the follow-up.
Not bad. Wait, I was gonna say, does Itachi miss that? Of course he doesn't.
Yeah, there was a jump though.
Oh, wow, the double redirects. Yo!
He's buy a boost pad right now. He's out of boost and just gets completely taken out of the game.
Yeesh!
Oh, he went for the big pad in the corner. It wasn't there. And, you know,
holy
had he gone
cow.
for the small pad rotation, I think he would have had that. So maybe a bit of a mistake there by Tox, mistiming the big boost pad respawn, but well played anyway by Juicy. That is a brilliant redirect to punish Tox for running dry once again.
Did that impress you, Raptor?
They can keep this up, maybe even add another one to it. You really start to introduce that threat.
That was nice. It was nice. Man, imagine you're actually working so well together as a team that you both get it.
Dismantled to this point in the game. Nice little bump.
Wow, good bumps.
Boost.
But this might be.
Juicy low challenge. In field to Tox.
Wow.
Okay. Troubles, and that is the sting.
I mean, 3 with a minute and 30. Not impossible, but not very likely.
From, Luna Galaxy a little bit here. You know, at some point in this game, it stops being an attempt to win and it just becomes a attempt to get some momentum going into the next game. But that could be just as important.
What?
I think that's you know, something worth continuing to play hard for.
Oh, good demo.
Not to give Gentlemates 4
Didn't even realize the Gentlemates player was on the back wall.
To give them the regain that they need.
Rocking the back. Black Shark Attack Goal Explosion? Yeah. Sure is. It's Juicy that has it on.
We often talk about how difficult it is to get consecutive goals against this Gentlemates lineup.
And he just barely missed Seiko there.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's the sort of game as well where we
yeah, when did that come out? Do you know when that came out, Swoopy? Because I could have sworn I saw somebody using it last weekend. I don't really check the shop. But it seems interesting that they released a painted version so quickly.
What will it take for that one
Usually they don't do that.
It's going to take an awful lot for them to get anything out of this one. 4-0. Gentlemates have run away with it.
A couple days ago?
Yeah, this has been their best game so far. There's, you know, no points for getting that right, but
yeah, they released that really quickly
there, Gentlemates. Obviously, barring an absolutely crazy result from this point onwards. No sweep this time around. Gentlemates have only been swept once this season. Was BDS in Event 2. This time around, they managed to dodge the sweep, so
they released the titanium white one 2 weeks ago. I haven't really seen anybody use that.
They're still playing for the win, no question about it. But
does it look like a deranged great white shark or something?
The perfect way to start the comeback vibes.
I guess maybe gray would be more appropriate for that one. But
the other question is,
like an albino
world where
great white shark.
Timeout here? Have we ever seen either one game timeout? I think they should, honestly. I feel like it would be a smart move. Just cool them down a little bit.
Oh no, that would have been a great goal to get at the end of the game. Fake one, bait out the other. It looks like the non-painted. Well, then that's just a bummer. Yeah, because the difference is that I didn't quite realize that it was the black painted version at first because I wasn't looking at the shark. I just thought like the water looked darker than usual. But yeah, you're rating for Crimson. That would fit your branding, wouldn't it?
This series, or save it until match point.
Wait, on all of your cars, do you put the shark fin topper? And then you have the shark fin trails.
I think there's still a very new thing to Rocket League. They're largely unexplored because every team is kind of subscribed to the same formula of let's use it when the other team wins twice in a row or the other team's on match point. Have we ever seen? I think I might have seen once or twice. Did Gen G do it? I know some of them online watching over the answer to this. So yeah, let us know on socials. Did Gen G do this in this split?
I might just completely snuggle up in a blanket here because I am still a little bit cold.
At least consecutively.
Oh, nice.
They don't call it good, by the way. We're just theory crafting.
That's very nice. My hands are just freezing.
If it works. What if they won game 5?
What?
They just sort of get into a rhythm and they prefer
what if your hands were always cold and you got into the habit of playing with a blanket over your lap, like you held a controller in your lap and then you put a blanket over top of it so that your hands would stay warm? And then when you went to LAN, you asked for a special exception so that you could have a blanket up with you on stage. Do you think that last the RLCS organizers, do you think that they would allow it? Kind of like the question of if you played at a standing desk, would they accommodate you and give you a standing desk at the at the LANs?
One heavy blow to Luna Galaxy, who just need to keep doing what they.
Because I've thought about doing that a couple times. I was like, my hands are always cold. Instead of having to turn the heater on, why don't I just play with a blanket on my lap?
On the ball in offense today. Chronic has had some
Because, you know, the biggest...
one of the best
the big power of blankets
European
is
Rocket
that
League
they
history,
don't
offering up
necessarily
juicy
like provide you more
what
heat, but they
play
trap
that
the
is.
heat that you're already generating
Now, Atomic looking to try and
better.
take on the challenge. Seiko happy to
So like
give him what he was after.
maybe my legs
Good
are
demo
always
as well.
warm,
Nice
but my
fake.
fingers,
Juicy took
my hands are
everything out of
cold,
that play.
and all it just needs
Losing
is a
trouble
blanket
after
over
that
top
original
to trap the
down. Now
leg
they're
or
still in
the
trouble.
heat from
Chronic
my
decides
legs,
to go backboard, test the boost
and
tools of
you know,
Gentlemates.
warm up
Gentlemates
my
passed
hands.
the test.
Chronic here
Just a
trying
black
to bait in a
topper
50.
with black
Doesn't get
asserted
one, but
light speed. I
Atomic
used
with
to
the
be a trader before
recovery
trading was
demo.
removed. Have you
And
told
now
me that
Tom's looking
before?
to get one ahead of the ball. No luck, Seiko too quick.
Gotta have hot
And once
hands for
again,
Rocket
Seiko
League?
still
Yeah.
being a menace in this
Yeah,
play,
now
taking
see,
it past
what the
every
solution would be if you
Lunar
played
Galaxy
KBM,
player,
I
but
don't know.
there's enough
Hand
delay
warmers? I suppose
the
then you would just have to get hand
first to
warmers.
rotate back.
Ooh,
Hold
nice.
on.
Good
That's
call
just
out.
into the middle. How is Atomic centered this? And Chronic is there to get the finishing touch.
But like, yeah, this is so
Oh, dear,
consistently a
Juicy just
problem
hits
for
it
me.
right into
I
it.
actually, I did play with a blanket over my lap one time, and it worked all right, but like I wasn't used to the blanket sitting on the top of my hand, so I felt like I wasn't moving as fast. Like I wasn't doing my inputs as fast because of the slight weight or the distraction of having a blanket. But I feel like you could get used to that pretty fast, like same as changing what type of controller you
Way
use.
too fast for that with too much momentum. Lunar Galaxy trying to close it out in
But
5.
the other
They've
thing
got
that I
yet
researched,
another
because
lead.
like I said, I
Playing 4
do
games
have.
series,
Whoa!
with a close range double.
Oh my gosh!
What is happening?
He slowed that down so much so that he could get the soft reset. Oh my gosh! Atomic is popping off this series.
Just rolled with it.
But yeah, I looked it up, and there's actually an electric hand warmer. Like people have made an electric hand warmer, because you know the ones that you can shake, that have like the chemical reaction. So you take them out of their bag and you either like break a metal plate so it starts the reaction, or you like shake it into activation. There's actually electric hand warmers so that you don't have to, you know, do that waste. I didn't actually see how effective they were and if they lasted long enough to make it worth it to buy them, but I thought it was interesting. I was like, what if I just constantly had an electric hand warmer on my desk so I wouldn't have to say, you know, I have cold hands. I wouldn't have to run water in the sink over my hands and waste a whole bunch of water, you know?
That's not good enough for Lunar Galaxy.
I can just charge it up,
high as possible for all 3 players.
charge it up,
and
and use the electric hand warmer. Maybe I should just go ahead and buy one of those. There's a lot of things I'm like, maybe I should just buy that so I can stop saying that it'd be such a good thing to have and I can actually just have it and use it and have it be good. Like the other thing is that the desk that I have in my bedroom has like it has a top end, so it has like letter cubbies and like a shelf, a couple cabinets on the top of it, so it's like the bottom like table of the desk, and then it has the like the top. I don't know why I'm taking so long to explain this. Anyways, it overhangs over the top, so I was like, oh, what would be really nice instead of turning on my entire like bedroom lights and, you know, having 3 light bulbs on, is if I could just install like a light strip on the bottom part of that top shelving, and so I could illuminate the desktop, so I could like write letters and, you know, write in my journal, that sort of stuff, work on stuff on the desk, but not have my entire light on, you know. But that's small things. I digress. Where I know I want that eventually, but I'm not spending money, so I don't buy that stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, electric hammer would be cool. Not buying it. A light for my desk would be cool. Not buying it.
Oh, it's a great 1v2 play there.
Wow. Is this series just done?
He was in no man's land. Couldn't get the ball clear. And the whole Lunar Galaxy lineup commit to the attack.
I'll be back here in a bit. I had to do something.
But another rare mistake for Gentlemates. So it's actually just a little bit further back in his goal, or a little bit further back towards the back post there. That's an easy
We're waiting for a shark decal. Do they really not have any so far? I thought they had one.
2 goals needed, almost a third. A Chronic look to try and put this one away. Itachi passes.
I thought they had at least
one.
one.
On the first hit, and none of it was fell for by Atomic. Itachi's just trying desperately keep that ball in offense, get something, anything going. Infield, backboard, double.
Oh, they They should have scored that.
Oh, well, he got the first part right. He completely fooled everybody with the self-pass off the backboard, but he missed the shot by a large margin. And going the other way, Atomic's knocking at the door again with a flip reset. That one's safe, but there's only 35 seconds left.
Yeah, just keep cutting rotation if you're a Chronic. Make sure that they don't get it for free. And off the backboard, Itachi, you almost got in the way. Juicy, goes.
Dang, all right, they gave themselves a chance. Man, that shark looks massive. Wait, when you usually see it on the ground, it doesn't look that big, but from that high perspective off to the side, it looks huge.
Nice, brilliant placement by Juicy. When, you know, there wasn't going to be too much follow-up there. He needed to hit the target. That's exactly what he did.
I want to really highlight what Itachi
I don't remember the
did.
shark was so black. That's a painted black version.
Completely put him off the clear.
Yeah, if they do make a shark decal, it will be for a car that nobody wants to use. You are entirely right, Jujuk.
Match by Juicy. Seiko. Looking for Itachi with the pass.
You'll change cars just so that you can have the decal?
He beats the third man, it's off the post and rebounded in.
Dang.
Game over. Only
Holy cow.
lead.
They actually did it. EU is complying to our wishes, and they are giving us the situations that would actually make cool tiebreakers possible. I'm happy about this.
But Luna Galaxy have done this for themselves.
Oh my
they march on to the semi-finals.
Wow.
Well, there's a lot of scenarios still alive right now in Europe, thanks to the chaos that we've seen today. But one very simple one, at least to understand, not quite as simple to execute, is if Jobless win the event,
holy cow,
tie break for the major.
I can't believe they actually just did that.
What on earth have we just witnessed? 4-1 as well. Jobless are rejoicing. But Luna Galaxy with authority. I mean, beating these guys is not going to be easy.
Holy shiz.
That's who Jobless have to play tomorrow.
Wait,
but, I mean,
and now the only
them,
series that we have left, chat,
I can't.
is
I mean, nobody
to
could
watch
have predicted what we are
Carmine
today.
Core versus Oxygen, two teams that are trying to control their own fates. Holy cow.
Perfect. Oh, dearie me. What a day of
holy cow. We got game 7s, and now we've got the upsets. It wasn't a game 7, but it was the technical upset to keep alive the dream for tiebreaker scenarios.
And that comes up after this break.
Like, if there was ever a series that you're like, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind if that goes 4-1 in favor of the underdogs, like, it's this one. Man, oh man. I am jazzed. All right. Man, one more series. Are you guys ready for this? All right. How about this? This is such a hype matchup. If you guys are on, let me try to get this really quick. See if I can do it. Create a prediction. Is it gonna pop up? Pop up. Please. Okay, hold on. I want to create a prediction for you guys to bet in. Oh. I gotta mute this. Sorry, guys. You don't get to listen to their music because I keep getting copyright strikes on it. Therefore I can't play it. Okay, here we go. Create a prediction. Let me create it! I can't. Oh man, I wanted to create a prediction, but it seems like it's bugging out right now, so unfortunately we can't watch that. Or we can't do that. You want Carmine to win, but you wouldn't be mad either way. I like both teams. Yeah, I like both teams. I think for the maximum craziness, in terms of like the other scenarios that are hinging on this, I thought I wanted Oxygen to win so that they could gain a lot of points and make it more realistic that they might be able to kick Carmine Core out of going to Worlds. But now that I thought about it, I think I want Carmine to win so that there is a 3-way tie instead of a 2-way tie if Jobless win the entire thing. And then, of course, I want Jobless to win the entire event. I think that'd be sick. So I'm gonna go Carmine. But I'm actually, this blanket is made so that it can wrap around your shoulders, and I'm still cold, and I'm trying to figure out a way to not be cold. So I'm gonna put it on real quick. Yeah. Not only can I wear it, chat, but check this out. Check this out. I become a wolf. Also, I can scare my cats with this really easily. When I put this on and I actually have like the wolf head on, and I run up to them really fast without them noticing that I'm approaching, and then I howl, they think I'm a wolf. For real. It's great. I wonder if I could put it on over top of my headset. Oh yeah. Holy cow. Wow, I look stupid. Holy shit. Ah, it's gonna fall over my head. I can't see anything. Oh my gosh. I might keep it on just for giggles. Just wait until you see what I wear for my streams. You don't ever have a cam on though, do you? Wow, this is really attractive, I want to say. I don't think I've ever looked more charming. I do need to squat down though, because you can't see my full wolf hat. Because of how I have my camera framed. Oh my gosh. I can't. You will coming up? Ooh, is that a promise? Do you really have a shark outfit? That'd be sick. This is just gonna keep falling down my head, I just know. Okay, wait. You put the ears forward, but then you pull the head back so that it sits cleanly. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh my gosh. I'm having too much fun.
It has been, and what a result we've just seen. Gentlemates.
This is great.
Authoritative fashion by Luna
And
Galaxy,
the best thing, I'm warm, B. I'm freaking warm. I'm so glad.
How do you feel after that huge victory?
Well, obviously we're ecstatic. We're super happy to finally pull through.
Yeah, it's a wolf blanket. It's one that has armholes. So as armholes, it pins together in the top. At this little button. And then I have a wolf hood.
Motivation going, considering it is towards the end of the season. I mean, you've come into this match not necessarily with the most to necessarily play for yourself.
But I can actually pull my arms inside, so I can be even warmer.
Well, I think it actually alleviates a bit of pressure off our backs, considering that sadly we can't make the major, but at the same time, like, we were just going for the best result possible.
I hope you guys don't need me to do anything that requires me to click, because I can't reach my keyboard or mouse.
I mean, that's basically our motivation. That's our go-to strategy.
I'm just, I am a bundle of blanket right now.
My apologies.
Oh no, I was done. I said, and yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I want to sort of
awkward.
Almost be a little bit negative with sort of the follow-up question, because you guys were phenomenal all series long. I want to sort of zero
I really
in
wish
on
Shogun
the 5-goal loss,
would do something with his hair.
There.
I don't know if it's his camera or what, but his hair always just looks so bad
maybe even during it or after that,
on stream. By the way, that is, oh my gosh, is that a Hollister? That is a Hollister sweater.
That's a good question, because I think it's just what happens to every team. Like, we've also experienced a win after losing 3 games straight against, like,
why do you need to be warm? It's basically summer. You're being cooked in your house right now? Because it's cold in my house.
Up 3-0 against Gentlemates, which
I always keep the door to this room closed. and to stream, I shut the shades on my window, so it doesn't have any way to get warm during the day. And also, I am a slight human being. I do not retain a lot of heat just naturally.
That's basically what happened, yeah. And then
His hair kind of funny. I'm just saying, like, it looks like he doesn't do anything with it.
Role is on the team, because a lot of eyes will go towards Atomic.
It just looks unruly, and I think that's slightly unprofessional for a Saturday.
The hassle that you were giving to gentlemates, always after their boost, always after their cars. Do you feel like really good when you're just
like it looks like he just woke up and tossed his headset on, and I'd like a little bit more.
I think it's just the role
from my interviewer.
Like
if he wasn't going to be on cam, yeah, what does it matter?
And I'm just there to be the facilitator.
But I mean, I said this a couple open calls ago. I would like if there was a bit more like professional dress requirements on RLCS for the online events. I think it would make
maybe due to nerves, because this is my first time.
I think it would make Rocket League appear more professional, you know.
As a coach, like with nothing thanks to me.
I mean, it's good for you that you guys are warm, but I'm not, so I'm gonna put a blanket on.
All right, I'm going to ask you as well for a little bit of help here, because we are really struggling with our predictions today. So I'm going to
heard people get heat differently. Like once I was so warm, like sweating, and my friend was cold somehow. Yeah, see, the thing is that I'm also, it doesn't really help.
And they looked very strong. They looked way stronger
I
than
have a swoopy special haircut, a buzz cut. Oh, I see. Good play.
Looks as strong as ever, so honestly, it's
but yeah, it's also kind of a detriment how physically fit I am, because that means that my resting heart rate is lower, and therefore my blood doesn't circulate as much. So like, it's easier for me to get cold because I have a lower heart rate.
Very, very quickly. Well, we will see you again tomorrow.
Like I think my usual resting heart rate, and it's not professionally measured because it's just through my watch, my fitness watch. But basically, I think my resting heart rate on average now, like within the past year, has been like 42 BPM. Something like that, 42, 45, somewhere around there, under 50 basically.
Johnny and CJ are joining me. Johnny, I guess as a spectator, you can't ask for more.
I mean, we want tiebreakers. That's what we saw in North America last weekend. The majors, they're the best content. So
yeah, I'll check it actually.
With jobless gentlemates. Hey,
wow, that hurt to take my arm back
out. Involved, there's another spot if they want it.
All right, here we go. Let me look at my fitness app.
I think that's really the dream for Rocket League fans who just want maximum chaos, and I put myself
very much in that category. How do you know that? You have like an Apple Watch? I have a Garmin watch, so that I can keep track of my runs and my bike rides and stuff like that. And it has, for those, it has a heart rate monitor on the bottom side of it, so it like flashes green. You can see when it's on.
Which would have been kind of crazy to say compared to what we had at the start of the season, but that's
the heart rate monitor is this little like green flashing section. Can you guys see that?
Exactly. Well, I want to mention that because we
that right there is the heart monitor, so it just takes my pulse when it's on my wrist.
So looking at the points for Jobless now, this they're in control of their own thing, which is a good thing to have as a team. You never want to be sitting back and just watching. They win the event, and then they'll have that tiebreaker with Gentlemates now because of that loss.
But yeah, let me see here.
With Oxygen,
health stats.
Casey does take them down in our next matchup here.
Heart rate.
Regardless, I don't know if they're thinking that far ahead. They'll just be looking at, okay, tomorrow
last
we got Luna Galaxy
7 days.
here, and that might be.
So my resting heart rate the last 7 days has been as low as 41, and the highest was 52.
They don't have the major to play for, but although while that is
52 BPM, so 41 to 52 BPM.
It does relieve some of the pressure. Now they're just
which is low
for this tournament. It's very easy to focus on the next match right in front of you when you don't have the major qualification looming over you like Jobless do. So Luna Galaxy seem like they're playing with a freedom that we've not seen from them.
Okay, so I actually on this screen it says how it gives a little explanation of how it measures the heart rate. So I'll read it out to you. Your device measures heart rate using an optical heart rate monitor. The monitor shines light into the blood vessels beneath the skin in order to measure blood flow. When light reflects off the blood, a sensor in the device captures and records this information. It can track your heart rate as you move throughout the day and while you sleep at night.
There's one matchup left, and of course, we've saved it for last.
Heart rates can vary greatly from person to person depending on factors like age and fitness level.
Both of these teams have so much riding on the line here.
And my peak heart rate,
it's that Worlds they're looking for. Get points.
Tends to be around 160, 170 when I'm working out.
I think this is funny enough, this is the series that everyone's been waiting for, set their alarms for, but the other three were ridiculous, the other three quarterfinals, but this is the one. I mean,
my hands are starting to get warm. Yay!
From this, obviously you've got the rivalries as well.
They don't feel cold anymore.
Playing against his former teamates, the God Squad. Johnny, I mean,
it's working, chat.
This gets you
the wolf
excited.
blanket is working.
As I said, you set your alarms for to show up. And
where'd Erica go? She should be here for this. She loves wolves.
It's a massive match for Oxygen. They just closed that gap a little bit more to KC right now. Obviously, Oxygen are not clinched for the major.
I tend to do. I think my peak heart rate would be lower.
So that's obviously big, but
except for the fact that I regularly do like intense cardio workouts. So if I just did like casual like runs and stuff, but I can't help myself. I'm a little bit competitive, so usually like in the middle of my run, I'm just like, hey, why don't I just do like a 100-meter sprint really quick? That sounds fun. Like in the middle of my 5-mile run. I haven't been able to do that as much recently because I hurt my hip, and when I extend my stride like that to sprint, it hurts it.
This is a very real possibility.
But yeah, that's the sort of thing that I tend to do. Also, jump roping for 30 minutes straight
is looking phenomenal today. Apparently, he's 50-50 almost, but slight edge.
Your heart rate was 60, lower than you expected. Yeah, I think the age does make a little bit of a difference, but I think it's mostly fitness level. If you're in good shape,
like we keep saying, if KC can win this,
like it's basically
at London.
Like I think people forget that your heart and your lungs are muscles as much as your, like your biceps or your thighs are. That like if you work out regularly, that's expanding and forcing your heart and your lungs to work harder for a short period of time. And so that they get conditioned and they grow stronger. Like having a lower heart rate means that your heart doesn't need to work as hard because it's in better shape.
I want to say as well, Keiko, I'm a massive Farah fan, and he must be the perfect coach to have.
One thing that hasn't been as good for me,
they don't have the major, but to lock them back in,
but I think has possibly improved because I've ridden the air bike, the air fan, or the fan bike. Basically like the stationary bikes, but instead of just a tension wheel, it has a fan on the front. So you're pushing air rather than working off of like a resistance system. That's when I started to feel like my actual heart and lung fitness greatly improved. I couldn't tell you why, but
RLCS, like
if you want to do
so he's an expert.
Something that is like an exercise that's more approachable, but I think gives you a great deal of return,
I'm sure these
I would say the fan bike is a great way to go.
Immaculate in Farming Corp camp for now. We'll see how that progresses through this. Incredibly stressful
Your peak
series
heart rate
to be a part
was 190.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, on the other side,
that seems a tad high, but I still think that's
smiles. But this is
somewhat
all
normal.
For the blue wall right now. They just got done with their huddle. You saw just whether it was words of wisdom, whether it was Strat, Farah leading the charge here. But look at their faces. These guys
she completely
are
dipped.
In. CJ,
What do you mean?
There's no chance for monkey business right now.
Do you see what I'm wearing, Erica?
We win. This is our job.
I mean, Tox said it in his interview as well. There's a bit of a different.
Do you like my wolf blanket?
They warmed each other up.
I am wolf.
Yesterday, they did look as on, and
I have become wolf.
However, today this K-Corp, as Tox said, they're looking on song, and I mean, just the quality of the players on the pitch.
You're going to join back? Oh, yeah, I just don't like to let Discord sit open. So when you said you were going to back, I was going to pop back in.
Pure results, they have to be the favorites, but if
it bothers me to see the little green circle lighting up on my other monitor, especially when I'm not actively playing, so I'm distracted, you know?
Mustache looking good.
Like I did.
Thing on Vatira, but the mustache is looking fine.
It's cute. Are you back? Are you ready to watch this series? This great show of Rocket League.
Topic of the Rocket League community. Vatira's mustache. I like it.
I was gonna ask before. How many times have we seen, like, you see it, and at least for me, I watch it in hockey a lot. The playoff beard. I don't know if we see that often in the Rocket League.
In Rocket League?
I guess some of them can't grow them yet.
Interesting. I'll sit alone then.
Yeah, right.
No?
Not too
Give us another 10 or 20
I just
years,
need.
we'll see
I
what
was
we can
waiting
do
for
in the
you to
playoff.
tell
We
me
might
that
not
you're
play all the
back. If
sashes
you're
of ours.
back, I'll join. Well, after I
You know,
figure
we
out
got
how to
some
get my
solid
arm
sash
back
game
out through
in
this
Rocket
hole.
League
Hold on.
and I can't wait to see how that develops.
I love it. Again, you guys are already spamming here, but the matchup coming very soon.
My
We've all been waiting
green
for.
circle
Hashtag
light up
KC
for no
Carmine
one.
Court, hashtag
I'm
Oxygen
joining
LXG
back.
for Oxygen's win here. Again, the laughs
Jeez.
are coming up for Oxygen. You never know before moments
Holy
like this. CJ, you have a
shiz.
lot of experience.
so
just having
dramatic.
these tense matches in front of you. Does that laughter often come out
Right.
as like we're comfortable, or can it be more nervousness?
Let's watch a great
Yeah,
series
I
of
love
Rocket
it.
League.
I love cracking jokes. I think it's so easy to sort of get inside
Welcome
your
back
own
to
head.
you as
It's
well.
different for
Right.
everyone though. K-Corp obviously adopting a little bit of a different strategy.
Do-do.
They're really locking in. You can tell, Farah. I mean, they're looking like soldiers out there with the pre-game speech and everything. But Oxygen keeping it lighthearted. But again, you can't read too much into it. We'll have to see what happens in game one.
Talking.
That's fair
A lot
enough.
of
That's
talking.
all what happens on the field. This is, I'm nervous. This is one of the most important coin flips I think we've seen in a while. Potential perfect
Yeah,
day
got a
for the
call
coin today.
from
Perfect days
nice
on the
pick.
cards.
President.
That's coin Oxygen.
That for some reason our invoices bounce back.
KC, we are so sorry. We are so sorry,
So,
KC fans. The coin has
everything
been
that
perfect
was
today.
paid for about 2 months ago,
I also apologize
for anymore,
myself
and
for going against you guys yesterday. I was
Trinity's
leading
not
KC,
happy.
but I slept on it. I thought, you know
Ah.
what? I'm
That
going
does
to
sound
well,
bad.
we
Because
paid
although
for it, but
the plot
I mean,
armor still feels like it's
I
there
don't know
for
what to tell
KC.
you because I don't have
You
access
can't
to
deny
any of the bank
Oxygen's
statements
current
for me to
level.
be able to,
They
you know,
perfect swept
show you when everything was
yesterday.
paid.
They're inside.
The
Chat
person that does have access to all
is
that,
following
the former
along though
VP
with
of
what Talk
Finance,
said,
still
almost a
has
coin flip, almost 50-50.
all of that, and is
but a
currently
slight edge to the blue wall.
MIA,
Either way,
not responding to
the
anything.
game is here, and the only way to find out the result to watch it. Our
Doesn't
last
sound good.
quarterfinal has arrived, and boy, is it a doozy. Every point matters for KC for Worlds, but Oxygen can clinch major with a win against
All
the
right.
blue wall. Regardless, I expect a
experiencing my
phenomenal
own little
series. Sit back and enjoy.
Oh, geez. That's not good.
Oxygen is so close.
Are we ready, Jet? I tried to create a prediction for you truffle users, but it wasn't working. I am sorry. But I'm still excited to watch Carmine Core versus Oxygen. Quick summary. I'm going to talk over Cole. Basically, if Oxygen win this, they're definitely going to major. If Carmine win this, they have a chance to accumulate more points to try to make it harder for Oxygen to be able to catch them at the major, assuming that they still get to go. We're going to need Jobless to win the entire event tomorrow to be able to force a three-way tie between Oxygen, Gentlemates, and themselves. If Oxygen lose. If Oxygen win, they go to the major, and the possible tiebreaker is only between Jobless and Gentlemates if Jobless win. And like with last weekend, okay, it would be played right after the grand finals.
BDS could win it in the end. Vitality lost.
You're watching on mute? Well, I'll yell at you then.
Luna Galaxy took down Gentlemates.
Let's
Finally, you have a
go!
series of 2 Titans, and no
Let's
one can choose
go!
who they think is going to be the winner. Like, it's gone down to the absolute line.
Already we've seen Archie let a ball roll across his car.
Nice.
Turn around and just save it instead of.
Wait, who am I cheering for again? Okay, so here's the thing.
As we were seeing earlier.
Oh! I'm all for tiebreakers, but I also think it's very unlikely that Jobless win the entire thing tomorrow.
Coming out from Oski as well, diving in front of the ball as quick as he can. Atto trying to pass it towards Rise.
So maybe, I guess I'll cheer for Carmine.
Of Carmine Court because
I wouldn't mind either one
The
though.
start to this split could not have been worse, considering
If
the fact
there
they
wasn't a
won all 3
tiebreaker
open qualifiers in our
scenario
first major.
possibly occurring, I would cheer for Oxygen 100%.
They managed to get in their own heads, and suddenly they're
Ooh.
fighting just to get to Worlds and fighting to keep Oski
Close.
shot out. It was Vatira diving into his own net. Not a bad goalkeeper to have. Here's Atto. He slows things down.
Wow,
He waits.
Atto is
The ball
actually
pops
wearing
up.
the Carmine
Joyo is
decal.
rotating
I
back,
don't
so
like
Oski
this
comes
decal.
in.
I like
Archie doing what he does, just staying
I like
forward,
Carmine's
hoping
not from the
something's
season
gonna fall
before,
him.
but I think
He's been
the
fantastic leading
2
the play
seasons
between his
ago.
new teammates.
It's like white.
Doing very
Sometimes I think it
impressive
was
across
the
board recently with these
decal
two
when
teams, 'cause
Nolly
they have
was
made
on
this
Carmine
quarterfinals
Core.
in remarkably different
I like
ways.
that one.
Oxygen, they have come here after facing 2 of the top 4 and also become statistical leaders in that fact as well. Whereas Casey was a little bit of an easier run where they had to end up going through 14th, 16th, and 19th.
You were always
in
here.
The event standings, or rather
We'll
in this split
we'll say
standings
that's
so
true.
far, including a 19-1 goal differential over Novo. Very different ways of reaching here, very different ways of farming stats too. Oxygen much more impressive in the way that they could get to the top statistically because of the quality of teams that they faced. How will that set them up for this quarters though?
Close.
How apt as well that it's
Who's going to score first?
all round. Of course, we have Joyo with Rise and Vatira opposite him, but also
For
Oski
what, 20 minutes? Yeah, I mean, you have been here for a while.
Oski was looking around searching for a team before landing on Oxygen. So it's about taking revenge.
The thing is that, like, oh, how did that pitch out? I don't really see
It's also right
it as a problem that you were late today, because like you're here for so much of the majority of the streams that it's like you miss one time, like you're already a crazy consistent viewer, and I really appreciate that.
Facing off today, trying to get through to the world.
So like for you to be 3 hours late one time, like that seems like nothing to me. As pennies. Oh wait, he wide turned. Did Archie not have his cam on? Why did he wide turn like that?
Yeah, that one won't change the permutations, but it will
oh
just
my
give
gosh.
a little bit more calmness to Carmine Corp, getting the first goal. Just reminding everyone the stamp they have over here on EU, winning all 3 events last time around, as you mentioned, Stumpy.
Ever since I first noticed it, now I can't ever not see it when I'm watching Vatira on cam. After he finishes talking for a long time, like when they score a goal or whatnot, or when it's between scoring goals, like their goal replays, he does this thing where he like... I can't describe it. I could only like point it out when it happens, but he like flicks his tongue out of his mouth like he's clearing food out of there, but he's obviously not. Like here, I'll try to right there. He just did it once. Let's see if he did it again. There we go. Is he gonna do it one more time?
Atta was going over boost pads to take him into the center of the goal, and that took him away from
he did it one more time. So like I didn't. Why does he do that? Why does he always like flick his tongue out?
Had the complete trust in Archie to send it towards him, who had
so weird.
Trust in Oski.
Like does he get his mustache hairs in his mouth or something? He's got clear mouth.
So far for Oxygen, and we hit 1 minute remaining. Late equalizer coming
I'm really particular. I'm sorry. I shouldn't point out stuff like that. I'm sure I have something that looks worse. A habit that I don't realize. It's just like I think I have problems when people do like weird mouth things, because there's like Atomic also absolutely. What a save with the bump! With the bump! Nice save. Oh, I'm glad I have wisened you up to Vatira's habit, Jujuke. I would love to have somebody else join in my suffering.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, Atomic does it too. He does well, not that thing. He does something else. I was talking about how Vatira does like this like licking like mouth thing whenever a goal replay goes through. That really bothers me. It looks like he's like trying to like get rid of a hair in his mouth or something.
Ew.
Yeah. I'll point it out if we see it again. But I swear he does it like every replay, at least once. Last replay he did it 3 times that I pointed out for you. But yeah, Atomic actually like picks at his mouth, or at least he did last season. So like, though I really appreciate Atomic as a good Rocket League player, I can never look at him the same for that reason. And why that oh, I was gonna say, if they actually got away with saving that, it'd be crazy. Okay, let's see if he does it. Keep watching the cams. Right there. He did it again. He did it twice that time.
I'm ahead of you.
They had to do it through overtime, but after surviving a subtle barrage.
Wait, let's see if he should. The time I noticed it, I think, was when he was on big cam.
Does that look like
I got Rise? Come on, show Vatira. Come on.
It looks better. It looks like a Carmine Corp that deserved to be here in the top 8. Seeing as previously we didn't see them
that right there
at all last week.
Did you see it?
No, I
He's like a frog trying to catch a fly. Yeah, sometimes it's more obvious than others, but like it almost looks like he has like a bad taste in his mouth or something. He's trying to get it out, but it's so habitual that it just has to be like a thing that he does. I don't think he actually has a hair in his mouth or like. Okay, actually, I thought about one time what I think it could be, and I think maybe it's a habit that he picked up when he was wearing braces, and he just never went back to normal.
And it also gives gentlemates minimum a tie break depending
that was
on
my
the
guess.
jobless result later on, as we have
I
seen with
used
that
to do
tomorrow
that
with
back
Luna
when I
Galaxy
had
having
like
the
the
potential to
crowns
be
in
the
the back.
funniest thing ever.
The ones that
There's
actually help
also
your braces.
Calming Corp. If they win, nothing really changes.
So that was my
in terms
guess,
of
but
the
he
major
still
odds.
does it. So
It just means that jobless, if they win the entire event,
I don't know how
then
long
there's still that,
he's been
tiebreaker
without
happening.
braces though, because
You're
he
right.
still had braces at the end of last season.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So it must be.
Oh, so this must have
And
been
then
fresh.
if
Yeah, I
Calming
think
Corp,
so.
if they win, doesn't change anything.
I
unless
think at
jobless win the
least
entire
like
event, in which case
he.
they
I don't
get a
think he had
tiebreaker.
it
If not,
this
then it's
season
just
at
gonna be
all.
Oxygen and
So he's
Gentlemates
been at
going
least 6
through.
months now
The biggest question
without
mark is
braces.
all about those
But I
world's
think he did
spots.
have it at the end of
That
last
depends on
season.
how well KC end up doing in this event, which will tell you a lot more about tomorrow.
Anyways, that's
Residual glue.
what my brain focuses on. Is I try to pick apart people's tiny habits and then I silently judge them for it.
So we head to next. Vatira gets over the top of Archie. What's going to fall towards Atto's?
It bothers me sometimes so much that I need somebody else to notice it so that I don't feel as crazy.
It's best to keep the KC attack going.
And this first 30 seconds is going to be vital to seeing just how these teams are
Doesn't,
going
like,
to perform
see
against
her
each
green
other. We're going to see a lot of
circle,
high-flying
long
mechanics as we would normally expect to see, but a long shot going to the opposite back corner. And
You
that's a
know,
long
I
possession.
might
That
seem
back
laid
corner
back,
is
but I
if
am
Kowalski's trying to
still a
snipe
type
him away,
A
stealing away a
individual.
his teammate. It's going to leave Vatira in an awkward position trying to rotate back.
It's a decent start though for Oxygen. They survive.
I think my nervous tick is laughing.
Made a bit of luck with the shot.
That's a good one.
They will be hurting after the end of that last game. It was
Sorry
a
guys.
chance for Joyo
I don't
to
know if
take
it's
the win.
making a
We'll
sound,
get
but I
chance to
keep
see it again,
smacking
so I'm
my
not
mic.
sure if He
That's my
definitely
bad.
easily could have put it on target,
Your
or if
nervous
there was
tick.
a defender coming in or something. I'm sure he'll be telling himself that there was.
Attacking my audio setup. All right then. Yikes.
I know I'm
down like Spider-Man.
He puts a glove up, he slaps that one away. Vatira
you not
with the
experience me
cheek
just
to
a
go
minute
for it
ago?
from that angle as well. Minute and a half, elapsed. Rise wanting to challenge, but with no boost, he
all
can't
salty
get it too much
because you left
further as
chat.
Joyo goes up.
Yeah.
That's a clear away.
I just, like,
You're not allowed to leave because I left.
I don't, I don't know what you want from me.
Joyo, long, Oski.
Oh, that
Like,
should have been a goal.
I see. The thing is, you should know.
It's big booming hits
You
at
should
the
have
moment,
known that I was
clean
going to leave
touches
chat.
rather than taking
Because,
chances in
like,
50-50s.
Okay, I'm going to be
Both teams
honest
seem
with
to be
you.
content with that for now. We'll see which is
And I'm
the
going to be
first
honest
to
with you in front of
change their
viewers.
approach. Zoski charges
Because I'm not
down
afraid.
Vatira. Vatira
I
does
I
take a
can
couple in
be
the air
real
dribble.
with myself
Rise
and with
on
my
again as
friends.
Vatira waiting in the box, but he loses the ball. This is the
But yeah,
chance
the
for
other
Joyo
night
to
when
take
I
it.
joined
He
your
can't
VC
do it.
and you guys were
Atto's
just
too
like
quick
watching
to defend
videos,
it excellently as Archie points
I
to the
would have
side.
chilled in
They give
there,
him the bump there as
but
well.
I was
That's
actually
the right
starting to
play,
get
but Vatira
anxious
finding
just
Rise
being
down
in a
base.
Discord
Joyo
call
to
and
save
not
it.
talking.
A 1-2-3 before between the former Moist players.
So I had to
2
leave.
minutes 15 has now gone. Atto
Oh,
trying
I
to find his
figured.
ball central.
I knew that.
Vatira was
I knew.
rotating back to allow Rise to come in.
It's surprising
Wanted to
he
see
even
the
joined in the
reset
first
down to
place. I was
the
like,
ball.
oh,
The reset
oh.
can't get the second time to do it. But the ideas and the vision are completely
Well, you know what?
coming to form for
I think if you're alone next time, I will join again. But if you already have people in there, I joined and I didn't realize other people were there. And not that those people were bad. Like, you know, they were perfectly fine company. But I just felt like I was intruding. And then when I continued to not talk because I didn't have anything to say about what you guys were watching, I was like, I don't belong here. Get me out, get me out.
Same way with certain servers. That's why I'm like mostly safe in mine because it's like independent of my room.
KC will come forward soon.
Yeah, I see it.
Archie does make sure
Well,
that
like,
he manages to
and
get
I
that
also
touch
think
nice and high.
you
Joyo
have a lot more
removes Vatira
practice
from the
because
pitch.
literally that's how you and Ryan
Rise
spend
rather
time
than go
with
for
each
that
other. It's
save
just like
instead.
having an open
Rise
Discord
trying
call,
to get it past
basically.
Oski. He does so. Joyo has
But
to
yeah, I
snipe him
can't.
from
That's
the
like
side.
if I'm in a Discord call, it's
When you're
because
set up
there's a
playing in front
reason.
of the ball, that is Rise's MO.
There's
He's
something
been
to
in front of
do,
the
whether
ball
it's a
where he
team
feels
practice or
confident.
like we're
And he's
actually
certainly
actively
feeling
hanging out or
confident today.
something. Like, I can't just chill and be on the line with somebody. It feels weird.
If I'm like in someone else's server and like join
Oh!
in just because I see there's people in a call that I haven't seen in a while, I'm like, I'd like to join in and see what's going on.
I would
First
never.
2 minutes, I don't. I realize I'm not capable to maintain a conversation in there. Like, just disconnect. I don't even say goodbye. Just disconnect. It feels so awkward.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna do that. I had to sit there for 2 minutes and tell myself, no, Paper, you're better than this. You can sign off. You can say, all right, I'm gonna peace out. Like I was debating just leaving because I also didn't want to interrupt you guys talking and watching the video. I was like, yeah, I just leave. It's fine. It's fine. And then I was like, no, you're better than this. Definitely prefer less people. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a problem of like less people. I think it was a problem of I wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. Like even though it was fine to come in and hang out because like anybody could join the channel. And if you didn't want somebody to join, you would be in in a closed channel. It's the fact that like it wasn't planned, you know. Let's just say I made fun of Vatira, but well, not made fun. I just pointed it out. I feel like I didn't say anything mean. I just said he does this. But I definitely have my own things. And that's the point that I was trying to make with B, where I know I have these shortcomings, and I fought back against it to try to be better. Like, it's okay to have things that it's like, maybe I shouldn't be like that. But if you don't work on it, like, that is close. It's still up! Now it's not? Okay, stop. You're too far ahead. How are you still too far ahead?
I don't know. I have low latency on.
That was anything but.
I think it paused and I didn't notice it.
From Carmine Corp. 13 shots in their favor in the end.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Compared to just 7 for Oxygen, shooting twice as many times. There's still smiles on the Oxygen side. They bring it back 1-1 level in the series.
I don't know how they're laughing about this. I don't know how they're smiling about this. You know,
I think it should be fine.
Locked in London. Even if Oxygen lose this, they haven't lost their chance to London, but that thought will be there. You know, their hearts will be thumping faster because of that. On top of that, the even bigger prize, the World Championships in Fort Worth. It's all on the line right now, and Carmine Corp is the team that you have to
making it bother you.
Game 2, if they can see there, suddenly the series can get away from
in my head, it's bothering you so much that now it's...
That's what you gotta be.
It's
you can't be sitting here stressing, being a little puddle of nerves,
that's
being
unfortunate.
A little stressy Sally. You've got to be a confident.
Because I'm honestly just chilling in a wolf blanket drinking Gatorade right now.
I think so, and also the fact you're rubbish at the game.
Oh, that doesn't help. You are right. Well, Carmine Corp are definitely not rubbish at the game.
I am not. I do not regret putting this blanket on.
Shots coming in from every single angle, and Carmine Corp back to
but every single time I look over and I see myself in the camera with this blanket on, I feel a little bit ridiculous.
I think a couple of weekends ago, we had that Saturday and the Sunday.
I'm so glad the hood is big enough that I can fit it over my headset,
so much closer when it comes down to the end of the season.
That's why I like
Vatira wants to remove Oski just to get rid of some of those pesky little plays.
Maybe I should make it like a high point redeem that I do one stream in my kangaroo onesie.
Still a 50-50 as far as I'm concerned who's going to win. But Archie trying to bomb, but just the speed from Oski is not there as he's low on boost with the runaway play.
I'd say in a series like this, when no individual player is popping off, it's all very team-based saves and goals, right? I would say players like Archie, players like Rise, who you were talking about earlier, playing in front of the ball and going through those bumps, they could be the key here.
How's it when I first started drinking this Gatorade, it tasted watered down, and now that I'm at the end of it, I'm like, holy cow, there is so much flavor, I don't know if I can finish.
Almost works from Atto. Doesn't quite that time. Rise to the ceiling, Archie clears it.
It's making like my cheeks pucker.
Excellent clear as well, like bouncing just short of the opposition's back wall.
Sorry, now I'm like a hawk watching Vatira on any cam. Does he do it in the middle of calming, I wonder?
Oxygen for an extended play as all 3 had 100 boosts for a while.
Oh man, Archie is refusing to leave the play. He steals the boost, he nips in ahead of the pass, then he gets the fake. It allows Enjoyo in the end via a touch from Oski, does it? No, Joy was all the way back. I assumed he'd be coming onto that, such as the pace that Oxygen played instead.
Alright, is he gonna do it? No, he's taking a sip of water.
Oh my gosh, the battling belt.
There it is.
Siege
There it is again.
Oxygen goal, the reset.
I need to stop looking at it. There it is again. Holy cow.
Good measure. Gives Carmine Court the lead with 90 seconds gone. We saw so much pressure from Oxygen.
I thought we were going to get another one.
And it all came to naught.
But no,
As soon as you take that
we were
we
relegated to 3 that time. Wait, he did last game? He did it in the middle of calming? Really?
He just wants to stare on the eyes of Vatira, try and make him make a mistake. Here's Oski. He gets his shot from the end. Vatira can't get the save. Here comes Joy.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, again. The man is everywhere.
Because his mustache is getting in his mouth, I think. I don't know. I truly think it's probably the braces thing.
Bumping Oski out of the way. Joyo now fully back with 100 boost.
I think it's
Joyo has been the third man time and time again. And we've seen teams where he is the third man that have not excelled. On Moist,
yeah, but then why does no other pro do it?
But Joyo's got 2 better teammates this time. I just hate to see him stuck back in a cupboard.
Oski puts it to the corner for now. Joe does have to sit back for a little while because his team are doing all sorts of defending. They're trying to force some pinches together, the block pinches, but the ball's going nowhere. There was no momentum on it for that to work. Now they're double committing in the air.
I don't think that's it because I'm pretty sure I noticed it before he had a thick mustache. Well, I say thick.
Yeah, Casey, I think I'm a little more shake to their game.
Thicker.
Stretched, I think, sending a couple players
shoulders are moving. He's calming
each other from the pitch, and then Oski
Vatira?
exit too. Vatira also departs.
He's very physical with his comms. I remember watching him on land for the first time, and I was like, man, that guy gets into it. Like, he's calming and playing with his entire body. Which I do the same thing, so I cannot knock that.
He just did not have the composure to shoot it on target.
The smallest of moments are going against Oxygen right now, and they're going for
like, he throws him when he throws his car in front of the ball, he throws his body to the side.
Enforcing that to happen. Rise gets a block in. Atto tries to get it over the top of Archie. Instead, the ball just falls towards Rise, who booms long. Everyone's pretty low right now. Vatira uses all of his boost, pre-flips towards it. That's going to slow him down. Maybe should have just allowed himself to fall and maybe wave dashed out the play. So instead, Oski can send
yeah, so basically, Swoop, you should definitely turn on your camera so I can analyze what you do.
It's 80 seconds as Atto wants to hold on to this 1-goal lead.
Oh my gosh, Vatira, I think part of it too is he's taking like massive breaths.
This entire weekend has really stayed on like 80 plus boost for a long time. Boost has been at such a premium in Europe.
I concur completely, yeah. Shout out Psyonix for adding that, because I'll tell you, as a caster, it just makes everything so much easier. As a viewer, it's huge as well. So Archie sends that one to the backboard. Joe misses Archie. Wants to get it towards Oski. Vatira could be in here. Can he get
Stumpy! Freaking Stumpy!
That was incredibly spooky. Not the one, but Joy had the chance.
Yeah, you made sure we knew that it was spooky. What a fake! Wait, triple fake? Double fake?
Vatira has to receive it, then Rise goes up. Burning boost a mile a minute right now on this pitch.
It's so awkward though right now.
Oh.
Tiny little miss and everyone's left stranded.
Wait. Oh. Hell.
Got the finish though. That was the chance.
Wow, okay.
0 boost for everybody on Oxygen as they then fall back in line on defense. Final 10 ticking down. Archie gets that ball, sends it
Oh, Carmine scored at one point. Why did I forget that?
Agonizingly wait.
Oh yeah, we got to see him do it 3 times. Now I remember.
Back down to the blue hole. Does that allow them in? No, it doesn't.
You probably won't see him because he'll be very.
Right at the end, and
I mean, maybe. Uh-oh, we got Vatira cam again.
Is it the California girls one?
Player, low on boost seemingly at any given moment. The boost stats in this series, I'd love to know what they are. We have to wait till a little bit later to see because they don't get uploaded right away. But just the amount of boost that's going through this must just be outrageous at the moment.
Yeah, this is not good for global warming. Oxygen are hoping the climate here can change because they are just because they struggle to get involved. You'll see on the scoreboard in a second.
Wait, why was that so funny to see Rise miss his cap?
From their talisman. He's struggling to get involved that much. You have to change it.
Yeah, I agree. I think he is struggling to get a little bit involved, seeing as the amount of times we saw him at the back with decent boost. but neither Oscar nor Archie rotating
that was
out
good.
nicely. It does give me kind of vibes of old Liquid days, where you just see Oski
okay.
going crazy up top.
That's good.
And then yeah, a Chronic sits in the back.
You will show your face sometimes. Oh yeah, when you go into shark mode, you should tilt your camera up so you can, like, I'm assuming the costume might have you wearing a fin on your head. You should tilt your camera so that only your fin is visible. And what if you had like a close background where also when you went into shark mode, you could do that with your camera, and then also it could just it could be a crop. It could be a crop in OBS. But you wouldn't even need to tilt your physical camera. You could just crop it differently as a source. Okay. Hear me out, Swoop. I got a perfect idea. Okay, so you do that with your cam, and then you get one cheap light to put in the background that's red. You turn on your red light, and you do your shark fin camera crop, and you call it a day. That's shark mode. It would perfectly match the camera change that you have. Whoa, nice. The camera change that you have like in game, because you do like the shark mode is when you zoom in really far, right? Make it so you can basically just see like the hood of your Dominus. I like, you know what? If there's one thing I'm good at, it's ideas. Executing on those ideas, less so. And red for you. Yes. Unless he has a shark decal, then the shark decal takes priority. Ideally, you have a crimson shark decal.
From both sides.
Okay, well, it's as you
But yeah,
were.
I feel like we're cooking up some really good ideas for you, Swoop.
From Carmine Corp and Vatira. Now it's Ato's turn, trying to get the flip.
Yeah, that would be so fun.
Vatira might be coming online here, Stumpy, and that could be a nervy thing for Oxygen.
Yeah, I think when you look at prime teams, Carmine Corp are up there, but with Oxygen, it's brand new blood. They're trying to make sure that they are not just letting the old guards sit anywhere near the top. Minute and 10 has elapsed. Joyo is found by Oski. Archie's up from that doink, taps it down, but Vatira a pre-jump to stop that one from flying home.
It's starting to fall into my eyes.
Watching behind Vatira, hoping
the wolf is taking over.
Get something on this one. He still may, trying to charge down Joyo, and that does seem to be a staple of Carmine Corp. As soon as Joyo gets the ball, wherever he is on the pitch, you close him down. You do not let him pass you or out of your sight.
It's the meme.
Carmine Corp players behind each other in their own corner is never ideal. Joyo's there, he does have some time to himself. He has Archie in the center, tries to get it to him. Atto does his best to clear it, and actually does pretty well.
I wish I had good ideas. I are dumb, like my good friend Jackie Poo says.
They're both trying to sort of wrestle it in the midfield.
I don't think you're dumb.
I think both teams are trying to push it past that midfield line.
Plus,
and then both teams are stopping
the thing is
so. The wrestles
that
are coming in from
there's a reason that group projects end up usually being better. Is sometimes you just need more minds working on a problem. You know?
Through Oski down central, but with Joyo again, just a little bit pushed further back.
Ooh, that would be pretty sick. LED water ripple projector. That would be even cooler. Yeah, like one of those like the Christmas projections, but make it. Ooh, you could do that instead of the red light. If you want to go simple, you could just have a red light. But if you want to get like really into the shark thing, you could do maybe a red light, but do like a water accent. Oh, that's cool.
What would be cool is like if there was a plugin that would detect every
top corner. Oski faking it out too. Actually goes for the ceiling. Reminiscent of Squishy going for that shot all those many years ago. Gets the scoop underneath and Archie.
Yeah, but that would be a lot of sharks.
Sweetly cherry on top.
That would be a lot of sharks.
Oxygen fighting to get back into this one.
I'm back, and with 5 tacos in your system,
redemption.
Glorious.
Over the top of one, it was almost creeping into the far corner. Vatira into the center. Archie has to be confident that nobody is there.
Yeah, there's lots of shark things that you could do.
So spatially aware at all times.
Make a little
waits his
animatic
turn, musts it into blue territory, and suddenly yet again it's Oxygen that are attacking.
Archie really has been superb this entire series. I think he'll be thinking that he's had a series.
Wait, there's actually there's an emote that I saw in Rizzo's chat. It's like a shark that is going in circles. You should get that emote in your chat, like the shark circling. I can't remember what it was called.
All of that going in the tank.
But I'm
of
sure if
Archie.
you just went on to like
Archie,
7TV
well, who went all the way
and
up, got the
search
block
Shark,
and
you would
fell,
find
and
it.
only used about 30 boost. So hugely efficient there from Archie, especially the way Oxygen play.
I wonder if it's
put it
a.
all the way to the metal
Okay,
each
it's
and
not.
every
It's
time,
not a
so
standard
cooking
evo.
something can be
I'll try to
paramount
find
for
it.
them. Let's hope they have something now. Oski does. He
Don't
clears
you
it
worry,
long.
Swoop. I'm
Archie's
on it.
still there. Boost management has
Background
been
music
supreme
should
in this
be
game for Archie.
Jaws, and then
So he can get copyrights, right?
Yeah, and then
he goes above. Oski has to get his read.
This
Oski just tries
one.
to know
It's
what
called
is there.
Sharky.
Or pinch. Another tier is in again, but that could have gone either way. It still might. Until Joe saves.
I think you're completely right about that boost play. The team that's more
Okay.
efficient with boosting.
Let me see if I can
is
get it
gonna
to
be
show
the
up at
benefactor.
Truffle.
Oski actually bumped up into that one, gets the musty. Vatira's going to be able to save it away.
Import.
But the ingenuity to even go for that is extremely magical. Rise can't get this one in the center without a little bit of interruption from
Where is
opposing
it?
players as well as his teammate.
It's a little bit awkward
I
for
got
Carmine
it.
Corp. They can see the time ticking away.
Okay,
They wanna
let's
get this
see.
one back as soon as possible.
Shark.
Rise takes a couple of touches. A
Maybe I
little
have
bit of
to
control, but it's not
refresh?
gonna be enough once again. Vatira sends it long. Oski's clearance makes things awkward for Atto. He has to really force his car around to get it towards Rise, who gets the bump. Joyo was there waiting. Joyo over Vatira. Can he tackle out Atto as well? Atto to the backboard. Joyo finds the clearance. This one might be the winner, but Vatira saves.
I mean, that was
What?
KC putting on the big press. Then suddenly they have to
They
rush back in the
overcommitted
foot
with the
race.
demo.
Bang!
They're just gonna-
There you go.
serious,
Left-hand
them
side
getting
challenge
shot
with
at.
Oski going
There it
up
is.
high, gets the beat out, actually Rise. Since Alpine gets
Oh,
Archie
do you have
in
to
the middle,
refresh?
Rise
You guys might have to
again.
refresh.
He's been repeatedly the man
Be able to
trying
see
the
it.
playmaker. Go central with it.
Refresh your
What a
chat.
pinch to the middle,
Right
but
click on the
Atto
chat
is not
and then click
receptive
refresh.
to it.
It still might lead to
And you can
something,
see
but
the shark.
Vatira has this
That
touch.
you should
He
put
tries
that
to get it
emote
towards
in your
Rise,
chat.
But it's a little bit heavy, Stumpy, and that will be 2-2.
And people can spam it.
I've got a little bit of a fun fact here that I couldn't say during the series.
Wow, that's really
because
nice
it's
that
quite
they
long.
just put it on
So,
Archie's picture.
The final event that we had last year, as we are currently. So spring.
Yeah, why
spring
didn't you
2023
share,
season,
Raptor?
There's been a little fun coincidence.
rude.
So Hogan mode with Resi.
I know, I saw it in his chat and I was like, that's perfect. And they apparently, his chat was using it. Yeah, that's one of the appeals of it. Is it's a huge emote.
To win the event, to force a tiebreaker for the major with Gentlemates and Oxygen.
But yeah,
with Joy on
he
their side. So it's Resi doing it all for Joy.
apparently that's something that you do in Trackmania. I don't know if he called it that or if it's like a professional, like how we named Flip Reset. I don't know if sharking is something in the Trackmania sphere, but basically he was getting to a platform and then he was driving in circles because you have to keep moving in Trackmania. You can't stop. So he would like drive in circles to get the right lineup before going to the next, like jumping to the next platform.
London. They've made it to
Basically
their
like
homeland.
infinite drifting
All the
until he
way.
got to the right
Players that have
position
been
that he
dropped,
wanted.
Have been cut, that have been left.
Is how I
Make
understood
it
it.
to the land. Carmine Corp win. Oxygen still could make London. It'll be so difficult for them
Tacos
to
too
make work.
expensive
They'll have to
now?
finish, I think, at least top 2 if Carmine Corp win this one or maybe top 4. But
It's crazy that they
very,
were
very
$1
deep
in the
into
first place.
tournament.
That's great value.
If KC win
I had
here.
freaking
Carmine
street
Corp
tacos
win,
the other,
this
like earlier last year or
series,
something
they
like
don't win
that.
the event, then
People
we're
were
gonna
like,
need
yeah,
to
they're so
see,
freaking good and authentic. I was
Oxygen,
like,
they
alright,
need
I'll
to
try
get
them out.
through to
Bitches were
top 2 to make
$30 for
worlds.
3 tacos.
What?
Fuck this.
Win the
Holy
entire
cow.
Like, yeah, they're
event.
good, but they're not
Oxygen need
$30
to
good.
win London in order to
Go to
make
Mexico and get them for like
Wild.
So if
40
KC
pesos.
win, their journey is
Which
infinitely
is
harder compared to
equivalent to
if
almost
Oxygen do
$2
end up
for the
winning
same
out in
amount.
this individual
Oh,
series.
that's not
they just
bad
need
at
to
all.
make top 8
My
at
gosh.
minimum to then make worlds.
I was so mad.
I mean, the best storyline here is KC win this event, then Oxygen win the next event.
Tacos
But,
here are
maybe that's
expensive.
a little bit too much for-
I have
from
to
the
say, I
gods
don't
of
find
the
myself
considered
regularly going out and buying
Gibbs
tacos,
couldn't
so
script that one,
I
but that
can't
is a
say
very
if
awkward
it's
little
the
team
same.
passing play that they did
Also,
not want.
if there's a taco place in
One of
Montana,
else is
you
Joy.
should
Only
actually
sent
err
us
on the
Sarah
side of
Vatira,
not
who
trusting
would
it
be a
versus trusting it.
menace.
Yeah, you gotta be against Oxygen, you gotta be fast enough, but it worked there. Look at this
Wow.
first touch to Vatira, and just take us through it from there.
Going with that reset.
gorgeous.
over
How many
to
times
Oski,
did you do it?
and
You did
he
it.
shies away from the ball because Atto is suddenly in.
I wasn't
Alley-oops it,
watching him.
backboard bound. Down and thank
Don't worry,
you
he'll
very
probably
much.
do
A
it one
goal
more time.
eliminated.
He did it again.
That had everything. That had the first touch, it had the flip reset, it had the comms to call Atto on. Just a class Rocket League goal and a reminder, if we needed it, how dangerous Carmine Corp could
see
well
their
be.
50
They
hertz
do make it
lights,
to the World
though,
Championships.
in
Here
their
comes
cameras.
Vatira again. He gets the
Alright.
Rise is just
Oh, yeah.
Atto's coming in. But somehow Oski gets the stop.
Oski gets the stop, but then there's a double miss in favor of Oxygen, or rather against Oxygen from both of their players. Archie.
Is it just his camera though? Because Rises look
We
fine.
are seeing a lot of
No, they were all pretty doing it. Some more than
We're
others.
seeing KC back to their very best, at least at the start of this game. This is a beautiful performance from them so far. And Oxygen themselves.
I guess my
now
eye
have to go
isn't
on the
just
gears
trained enough.
just
I
in order to compete.
can't see it
Here's
on
Archie, gets
Rises.
the faintest little touch on that one.
They have
That's
the
exactly what
camera
he wanted
flicker
to
on
pop it up.
60,
Joe's
but the
in
lights
there.
are at 50.
Joe can wait for a second to watch Rise beat his teammates to the ball. More danger now. Joe is coming back.
It's definitely apparent on Atal's and Vatira's.
Look at Rise in that position. The ball was, I think,
That's right. No, it doesn't look like Rise
He
is.
completely ignores
So,
it. He does not
Rise
care.
always knew how to set up his camera.
Okay, I was gonna say because I really don't see it on his.
Just from Rise going away from the
Rise
ball,
does have
but
it
with
set,
a
but
complete
oh my god,
outplay
guys,
in favor of
please,
Oxygen. It's a couple of sending the player to it, and then finally they get their goal.
Please.
Oxygen fight for their lives.
Oh my
and
gosh,
then they
Vatira does
thrive.
it so
They had to
much.
make
I
so many
can't.
saves, and in the end,
I
it
need
was
to
just
stop
a
looking.
clean challenge from them to get the assist for Oski.
You guys have to type whenever a goal goes in, so I have to read chat instead of looking at Vatira's cam.
Tapping Merchant, the world-leading tapping Merchant by his
That
own
weird reset shot Rise tried to do is what you've been working on?
Attempt to try and get another one.
Was it the backwards reset? Ooh. Wait, that was tricky. There was a quick follow-up. That would have been pretty class.
Chance for Joy now to come central. Taps it down, but Atto
Best taco place here is called La Taquiera.
It wasn't a full psycho, but it was the
Taquiera?
same sort of touch.
The taco shop? I was gonna say, that sounds
Scoring. Could have been absolute pandemonium.
like
One
taco.
of those games where all these players are fully fit and firing now. The mechanics are working.
Taco Mio?
They're all playing
Ta-
like
Taco
we know
Mio?
they can. So any second, a crazy goal may go in, especially with this man on the ball, Vatira. But he's charged down by Oski. Was going high. Oski goes for it himself. Used all of his boost. He's just faked out the player. But now Atto comes forward. Joyo already up. Joyo has to get this one to the side. Can't do it. Atto gets it towards Vatira. Vatira to the side this time. And KC are playing with their food at the moment.
I mean, these touches are making everybody jump, and I think this food may well just bite back. Oski trying to go for one reset, can't get around the side of Rise.
Did you say this
Vatira gets rid
food
of
might
Oski.
bite back?
And Oski now get rid of that ball. Oski with this respawn has to make contact.
I
Does
think
so.
he was trying to
Joyo
make a reference saying that he's
back.
toying with them like
Needs to go
playing with
towards
this
that ball. Does so as
Oh.
well. That was a very
But
sketchy
I don't think I
moment
heard
because
that first part.
No, he did say that first part. I remember him saying that, but I just don't think of food biting you back.
Aggression. Wrestling players out of the orange net.
We won't see it in this replay, but all of this started about 30 seconds ago when
What?
Oxygen had to go in KC's half. They went for an aerial fake, and we've seen time and again.
Holy cow. It's even worse when you're in VC.
Bravery of the man completely reads it, just charges towards where the ball already is, clears it back.
Hold on a second. Yo, you didn't even give me time to ask what he means by that. You just immediately took it that way. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm with you, Raptor. Whoa.
It was funny.
Well, no, that's immediately what my brain went to. I was like, food or that other thing?
Oh.
No! Stop it! Quit it. I can't.
Back towards Oski and Archie, but now he has to track back as Vatira and Rise are
I
on the
retreat to
prowl.
my wolf
Direct
blanket.
shot.
I can't watch Rocket League anymore.
Double. Atto central. No one's there to receive it, but Carmen Corp do not need to push that far up.
Oh, wow, Vatira's been bypassed. Here's Rise up against Joyo.
Oh,
Joyo
that looks
gets
so
the shot, but it's
confusing
not
for a
strong
second.
enough. Oski has a pass in the center. Joyo again. What's Archie gonna do? He's gonna follow this one up. Is he not?
You guys don't realize I'm just too awkward for it. I can't handle the Riz.
Now or never, 10 seconds remaining. Rise central. Ball back towards the middle. Archie with control. Oski, 100 boost. Dives off the wall.
Spicy pizza? Yeah. All it needs to be is
Towards
pepperoni.
Archie. He's got nothing. He just has to pray that he beats Vatira. He does though. Joyo has a chance. Rise beats him to the punch.
Dang.
Carmen Corp have game points in their hands.
If Rise does not occupy that exact
Is Rise
series
gonna
of
miss the
pixels
cap
in that
again?
moment,
No, he did better this time.
and Oxygen have taken a timeout to decompress from there. Casey are straight up. This is the Pera strat. Get up out your seats, walk around a little bit, because timeouts realistically are for both teams.
Yeah, they're for both teams if you use them. It would be very easy here for Carmine Corp to be frustrated. You know, they're the team that have just won their game to make it 3-2 to themselves. They don't want this break. But even so, they're taking it properly, as you say, Stumpy. You're not just sitting there stewing, frustrated, wanting to get on with it. You know, getting overwhelmed and, you know, a little bit itchy. Doing it all right. And that is the fairer effect.
Oh, right,
as for Oxygen and Snasky,
within the box.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a time, as we say multiple times in these, for the coach to earn their money. The difference is,
got
the
nothing,
coaches with his
Raptor.
players, he can physically get them to calm down or to amp up whatever it is that they decree that needs doing. But on the side of Carmine Corp, they are in the room together. We can see them standing and talking and discussing everything in person. Those hand movements, just being involved with each other.
Especially if it was proper.
What are those hand movements are saying?
Oh, careful, boys. You're sitting in front of a camera. You're sitting in front of multiple cameras. Be aware of that.
They do believe there are slight tweaks in theory and in mechanics that can be made here up against Oxygen.
Sounds good to me.
Oxygen are looking like a serious threat, but Stumpy 3-2 to Carmine Corp. I believe
How is that hot? Because it's Italian sausage.
Just reminded all of us how brilliant they can be.
Again, I remind you, I am being perfectly forthcoming and honest when I say that I am a wuss.
I think now we're seeing them in the porch.
I added more than 1 tablespoon of chili powder to my enchiladas.
I don't think
and I was sweating.
A little bit more involved, but they're trying to do all the right things. You know, the goal they conceded in the last game was
I am so incredibly white, y'all.
But the worst thing they can do is toss it.
Yeah, I tossed it in just for extra effect.
They punish you ruthlessly.
Game number 6.
Yeah, chili powder.
Tokyo is lit up. 2 minutes have elapsed.
Because that's what I had on hand.
And Oxygen.
How did you find that emote?
Game 7, the third
Wait, that's actually great, Duke. I love it. That must just be like a standard Twitch emote.
For these teams respectively.
It's France versus the UK as well. As Joyo gets his catch. They'll believe they're going to London, but they'll want so much more Oxygen. They're going to have to take the long road. Potentially if KC continue playing the way they are. Here's Atto.
I think only technically because Oski is a dual citizenship.
There's not too much to glean from the first 30 seconds. It's pretty even between the two teams.
That's not usually what they attribute to him, though. They attribute his, what is it? It's not Dutch, he's... What is he?
And Rise Cole, his physicality, everybody's physicality, apparently as Vatira now gets involved on Carmine Corp, has been astonishing.
That could have been what Casey were discussing, that every time they do take an Oxygen player off the pitch, suddenly things open up. Taking that risk, moving forwards after, instead of rotating out of the play immediately, as Joyo has to really force something wide. That's so difficult.
Audacity. The audacity of that.
Why do we keep spawning to the camera that's directly under the ball? Please, can we get behind the play for a second?
Joyo just have an insane
what a read by Joyo.
But Carmine, they want him to be shut down.
To be honest, I think
so far Casey doing a great job of shutting Oxygen down. It's all been played now in the orange half. A minute and a half
I think it's always been director cam, but they were starting to introduce a little bit more of a player view. Because you could notice when you saw people flicking your camera on and off.
No, we have some pretty good. I think it was 2 seasons ago or maybe last season.
That shot, you need to shoot it low. Rise is battleboard anyway.
We actually had a full
camera group. A disappointing touch from him.
Because there was at one point.
What? Holy.
The most iconic moment was this one point. I forgot what team it was, but they were stuck in a row 1 in the corner. And we just started watching the game in that, like, in a cinematic view. And it just panned over to that corner. And we got to row 1. It's really funny.
Gunning for game number 7.
Nice.
Here comes Rise, though.
Erica, if she ever visits, you make her eat a lot of spicy foods, so you just want me to be miserable.
This time it's personal as far as Rise is concerned.
Won't be miserable. I'll give you enough aftercare.
Going for bumps, playing in front of
okay.
Joyo gets the save to the top. Rise is coming in. He wants to find Vatira, but Vatira's all the way back.
Okay. Okay, calm down.
I think that was Archie them out a little bit. Sent the ball back over towards Vatira. And this attack is still continuing.
Yes.
Rise ceiling double is going to be successful. Underneath Joyo, it is speed from the
I
man.
told you, like, if I actually tried, it would be really awkward.
That's because I'm awkward.
All right, approaching halfway through the game. Again, we are drawn level. And Oxygen, they're wanting to make sure that their goal from earlier on is going to be
Pause and
where they don't need to
resume.
fight too much
Wait, are
harder.
you on
It's gonna
YouTube?
be a horrible fight.
No, I went to
Thank
Twitch.
you, this
Because
game
you told me
7,
it was
everything
fine.
opens right back up again.
Oh,
Game 7
yeah.
seems
No,
to
it's
be a
fine.
great equalizer in Rocket League.
Because I was like, then if you pause and replay, it doesn't work on YouTube. that will be a useless endeavor. But although, is that a good point that I don't think I've ever had audio desync on YouTube?
Interesting.
When Auction expected that he'd be gone.
I mean, that was the idea, right? Like, he was in such an obvious position, you may as well try and just do something a little bit
This is
different.
just
And
a
Atto
Twitch
being
deficiency.
experimental with it, Joy is sending it along, but
Twitch
to
It's probably because it
Spark
doesn't have
playing
playback.
who you absolutely not want to give the ball to. Left-hand wall has Oski.
Because I would assume YouTube doesn't do it because it has instant playbacks on its stream if you turn it on.
Until Joya picks it up. 100 boost missed from Archie. He can still get the shot towards the target, but Vatira is that next.
Oh,
man
they
to
both went.
Oh my god.
And so rush back towards the orange half.
Yeah, Oxygen were rushing there. Archie stole the boost and was going for a bump, and suddenly Oxygen had players both saying, yeah, we can score this. But you can't double commit in your opponent's corner, especially when it's calming.
I did not like that from that angle.
They continue to survive.
That was terrible.
KC now have the
It's terrifying.
Joyo has to get this ball away.
Ooh, nice.
Composure, he
Back
does.
to it.
But Rise gets
No.
the read to the ceiling. Rise
This is
can
not
kill it
good.
here. Rise gets the flip reset. Archie's on the backboard, and Archie sends it, not for the first time, safely into that corner.
But Atto's going to be waiting in that corner.
Oh my
Vatira shooting
goodness
top
gracious.
corner. Archie. And just sits nicely in there as Oski clears that one away. 30 boost Vatira, can't get to it. Atto for the double. Goes down a snipe, and Archie again is the one to make contact.
Yeah, but Auction
I don't have any boost.
To respawn. Joyo grabs one, and Joyo's pre-flip is true. Gets the middle boost as well. That may just calm down
That's good.
Oxygen.
I was scared for a second. Holy cow.
He does provide his already there, and Atto steals another one.
I certainly wouldn't get that on zero boost. No, 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 no. Oh my goodness. What a pop off.
Doubles.
Atto and his angles are sublime.
Oh
What a touch
my.
from the corner, inverts the play
That was
entirely,
dirty. That was
turns it on
filthy.
its head,
That was
and
downright
Darwin
nasty.
rush towards a victory in Game 6.
The man scored the goal of the tournament in Copenhagen on Neo Tokyo with that floor pinch. And now he's back for more from afar this time.
Oh.
Those coming in can equalize straight away. It's over the top
Ooh.
of Vatira. Vatira had to get Carl on ball. Managed to do it. Here's Joyo. Oxygen desperate to get
Wait,
this
did he just say has to get Carr on ball?
Not quite able to from Archie's shots. And Rise is coming in.
That's like a kindergartner trying to read Dick and Jane. Yes, dog get ball. Spot chase ball. Not even chase. No, Spot has ball.
Where
did Rise go?
Anything could have gone in.
Final
He
20.
did not just try to pinch that.
Right-hand side with Atto
Call him
going
out,
for the
Swoop.
one. He's had a magical
Call
angle
him
earlier
out.
on, and he secured himself another. Final 10. Joyo backboard. Overtime is looming. Gets bumped out of the way. Oski clips it onward. Anything away from that orange.
We
half
should
is good for
definitely
Oski right now,
armchair
because we know how
analyze
good
the
Rise
pros
and
while
Vatira
they're
are at zero.
performing at a higher level
Rise
than we could ever
100
dream
boost,
of.
but surely no angle. He's got no way to break through.
Oh. Dang.
Close. 5 more seconds. Maybe Carmine Court would have had that. Instead, it's OT.
Lovely kickoff. Oski now with a little bit of boost.
Yeah,
Flicks
this
it
is
round, but
definitely-
Vatira waits.
Yeah.
Very patient. at the back.
AJ
We've
would
seen
never
players
do
trend up in
that.
those positions. You don't want to do it on those kickoffs. Make sure that you just chill a little bit closer towards your own goal. And Casey have learned that lesson. Joyo
I love that
erroneously
you have a
gives that ball away,
personal
gets
vendetta
faked out,
against
100
him.
boost Atto.
It's
It's been on
entertaining.
Oski, a technical shot, but Vatira easily saves it. Sees Rise on the side, sees Vatira, sees net, but victory is not in their
Isn't he on
sights just
M80?
yet.
He is, yeah. AJ. Well, I mean, not anymore because M80 is disbanding.
All KC back in their half. All
Wow.
of Oxygen the same. Joyo
What
is
a
up.
bump.
Vatira's bumping him away. He and Archie
Ooh,
go.
that
Maybe
50.
gets
That 50.
It's saved
Woo.
by Oxygen.
It's because it was
He
Rise,
manages
not
to
a
clear that
foul.
one away and then becomes a bit of an annoying nuisance in that back corner. Atto
Achievement
ceiling.
unlocked. 10K dollars. Don't you mean 10K coins?
Throws himself in front of
Congratulations,
that ball.
mister.
Heroic defending from Oxygen.
You didn't know that?
Too, not too
Have to launch another attack.
Yeah, 'cause,
This time it's Rise, again, forcing those flip resets.
Joria's didn't intend to stay on NNA past this season, so there's no reason for M80 to stay together now that they're not now that they're out of RLCS.
He used 100 to do so. The Archie from earlier on, who was being so efficient with his boots, he just used a lot for very little gain.
That's a chance maybe for the
Game 7. Game 7. Game 7.
Horrible position to defend from.
Right,
Somehow he finds a way, and now
Oh,
Archie gets a chance. He
wow.
fakes the lick, works in the post. Joe's coming in.
Wow.
Oh man, that could have gone either way. Oski this time to the ceiling. It's not going
I mean,
in just
he
yet.
didn't have any
Stayed
boost.
alert to pop away the
There's
clearance.
no way for him to get a
Gets flip reset
good enough
towards
flick to get past a close
No
shadow
expected
and a
outfit from
follow-up.
Archie. I don't think Archie did either. Vatira challenging
The demo.
Rise and Oski
Uh-oh.
remove each other. It's a brief 2v2. Who's going to be winning out? It's
Okay.
Archie again to intercept. The defense from the Englishman is divine.
Got a message from
Joyo
a
has
bot.
to do more than defend.
Yeah,
The ceiling
I
with
see it.
him
I
gets
didn't
the
open
dunk.
it, though.
Is anyone arriving? Who read it for oxygen?
Lock.
Nobody is the answer. So Vatira can clean up, tee up Rise. Archie's there on the goal line. The
Literally
first touch
just
is perfect. Keeps himself behind the ball as long as possible, but
Does it
was
start
able to
with an
nick in.
S?
Joyo tries to get it towards
No,
Archie,
it was a-
manages to,
some other
finds the
one.
ramp as well. Rise has to
Start with a
stare
B.
upwards and get something on the ball to keep Oxygen away for now.
2.5 minutes
trying to
already
get him to
elapsed in
click
game
it
number
for
6.
drops.
Everything, as we've been saying, is on the line here. Oscar wanting to go for a pitch, does get it
rabbit.
round, but with no boost. He's going to have to retreat back. That mid is going to be his. Atto with 0 towards the ceiling. It's going to take a little while to fall straight back down. Archie, opportunity, goes central with it. Oscar
Love
would
how
have loved for that
conditioned
to
we
have
are
been a little
to
bit lower.
serial
Just so he could power it on a defenseless and Vatira
rabbits.
towards that back blue side.
Yeah, a little bit lower, a little bit higher. Hitting the ceiling as well could have been deafening as far as KC were concerned, but not quite to be. Just in that worst position as far as the
5:35.
pass went. Oski, he gets that
Yeah,
one
but who?
towards two.
Who wins it? Who
Two
scores?
players who both have full boost. It's the real chance. Atto could get it now. The Rise could. It's the
Yeah. Well, you're wrong.
I'm calling 310 for Carmen.
Yeah, you know, I went back and forth a little bit with it being Rise, but at the end I decided that Vatira was going to clutch it out. Yo, they celebrated so hard.
Yet they are finding themselves through back again to Championship Sunday.
That's a huge win for them.
Come back here, easy as you like.
And actually, I just remember where they are in the standings for this.
All sorts of other permutations, meaning that
This
maybe
split.
even
You
Oxygen
predicted
won't make
Oxygen.
it to London
Fell off.
because Jobless might take them over.
Everyone
Who
predicted
didn't predict
Oxygen.
that? Wait, what?
So we're top last
So
time,
many
right?
of us had Oxygen.
All right, chat. We still have the potential for the maximum amount of insanity to incur. Now,
Calming Core just made it so that Oxygen, if they
yo,
want
that's a
to make
crazy
it right
typo.
now, they need to make minimum
Big
top
fingers?
2 in
Sure.
the kingdom. If they make the major, which they're likely to do, but if they make the major, Jobless could still go sicko mode tomorrow. Top 2 minimum now.
Now we
for
just
Oxygen
need
to make worlds.
Jobless
Yeah, and
to
they can
win.
get better as well. If Carmine
Period.
Corp win this event, then Oxygen will have to win the entirety of London. Joyo will have to go back-to-back London. Easy. GG, no re. That's a big...
Wow, Stumpy just sounded so old saying that.
that we've just seen. And Carmine Corp have done it. They've kept the ice. Rice of the eyes.
What happened to Gentlemates? They lost to Luna Galaxy.
Not Rice of the eyes.
It was a good series.
And then Vatira just does his job.
It went
As Rice had eyes, apparently.
No. I was going to say it went to Game 7, but it
Like,
didn't. That one didn't.
Well, I know that we've clowned him a little bit previously where we said, you know, he doesn't play Rocket League that much. He's not as invested as we've seen other players be. I could not see any amount of Archie that was not 100% dedicated to Rocket League today. I am blown away by his performance. Defensively, he was the most impressive person, I think, on that pitch. He was always diving back. I think offensively, he was creating so many opportunities.
Dang.
It just proved to be too much in 6
Man,
games.
that was a lot of
And
good
doesn't
Rocket
it
League
just feel
today.
good, Cole, for Carmine Corp to really be back?
For sure. I mean, the Blue Wall will be such a big loss at Worlds if they're not able to make it, but nothing
I wish they would
is
get a
locked
new
in
music
just yet.
pack.
We have just seen is but a taste of what RLCS
Some variety would be good for my ears.
as we head towards the dramatic end of this season. And now, thankfully, we have
Yeah,
got
M8
our
is
beautiful, brilliant,
Gentlemates,
delightful
mister.
guests to talk us through all that we've just seen with their sultry voices.
What?
I'll be honest with how much he compliments us. I just am beginning to not trust him. And what is?
I never trusted him.
To be a smart man, though. That's why.
What a series.
Let's talk about it. Yeah, my man. This CJ. This was phenomenal.
Why does CJ look so much like a lumberjack right now?
Love that the Rock is there for EU. K Corp is
like
back,
if you
also,
put Johnny's facial hair
Archie,
on CJ's face
on the squad,
and have that shirt
Oxygen
on,
is looking so good.
I mean, the level of
he
play in
would
that
look
series,
like
it was clearly the
quintessential
best,
lumberjack.
we've had so far today. We kept saying it to ourselves in the green room. How on earth are these guys not making main events? How on earth are they? Like, this level of play is ridiculous. And I mean, just if you're not saving it, every shot is in. Like every shot is on target. You have to, pre-jump. You have to make absolute worldy saves. I can't get past
Leafex,
credit to
K
Corp. Atto in particular was popping off individually.
He's had this facial style for like the entire season, though. I think, but he really does.
Just on that one map,
it's hidden right now.
It's
just giving right now.
They're not going to be able if they were, they could win it.
I think it's the crow right at the end.
They messed up in the second
true.
event, this split, but
Bro's shoulders look
still at that
huge.
top level.
They do.
They can beat anyone.
They do.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Johnny. Is it's just such a brutal format for teams. Like you got to be on all
I don't know,
the
with
time.
the button up
and
all the way
CKC
up,
now
kinda
pull
looks
it
like
back
brutal.
is just, as I said, a phenomenal bit of Rocket League.
Oof, that save though.
I mean,
If only that actually stayed all the way out,
but,
man.
I mean, Oxygen. I want to say as well, like they have to make final in London, and if KC win this weekend, they have to win.
That's tough.
It's pretty. I mean, it is going to be tough. But
Yeah.
That feels like it's scripted. I wouldn't mind it if KC win this online just to force Oxygen to need to win London. I mean, at that point, fair enough. You won London. I don't think KC could even be too mad at Oxygen if they did that.
Well, yeah, they could. They could not be too mad at Oxygen, but they will be absolutely furious with themselves.
You look at Jobless
if they let their world's chances get stolen away because they performed poorly 2 events in a row.
And yeah, as you said, Oxygen have a lot of work to do now if they are to make London in the first place when they get there. To get that top 2, but you can see how much meant to K-Corp as well. The reactions was fantastic.
Right, I don't know if they're gonna say anything that we need to keep watching. So I might switch over to our dot.
The fact that everything up to this point has just been
because
so
we know everything basically
makes
that needs to happen. Sorry, let me get my wolf hood out of my eyes. But yeah, I think so. Basically, what we're gonna see tomorrow is Karmine Corp versus BDS, and the further that Karmine Corp go, the further Oxygen have to perform equally at the major to be able to take their spot away. So if Karmine Corp lose this match tomorrow versus BDS, then all and I say this kind of sarcastically, all Oxygen need to do is get past the semifinals. So they need to get into the grand final at the major. Who's flossing? What? Oh, they have the interview.
When we formed, we never expected we'd be missing regionals, but that is Rocket League. Things can happen. You can have bad days, and that can cost you. So
is that Vatira's girlfriend?
We've locked in really well. I'm really proud of us as a team, as a collective. We've not let our heads drop. We've kept the grind up. We've kept trying to improve. Whilst it, maybe knocked our confidence for a bit, and it kind of showed. I think that we're playing really well, and we're gonna keep going as long as we can.
Let's talk a little bit about that as well.
Whoever pinched that on K-Corp needs a lecture. I mean, they still got the win, so I don't know if Fair is gonna be too harsh about it.
After the results from that second open qualifier,
as long as Gentlemate stays top 4, I'm happy. Yeah, you're losing your teams one by one, aren't you, Raptor?
Straight to the drawing board. Let's see if we can fix this.
So, if I remember correctly, we took a day or 2 to kind of, process everything, because it is, as much as it is for the viewers, it is for us as well, a shock. Whilst not taken away from those teams, it is a bit of a the beat us, it is a bit of a shock. And then we came to Paris actually to discuss everything and kind of talk over what our feelings were, our thoughts, and yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure it was Farah's idea, and it was great. It kind of helped us start from square one again, and yeah, helped a lot.
And for
Interesting.
sort of the rest of this major that we've got, obviously you guys are no longer in contention for London. Is there any sort of look towards, you know, what Oxygen can do, or is it just play your game, worry about what Oxygen might be able to do later? I mean, you guys are now in a position where Oxygen now need to make finals at minimum at London to try and take your spot. Is there any worry about them, or is it just focus on yourselves?
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if we go on to lose tomorrow, for example, and they go on to win London, we've got to hold our hands up. Fair enough. They deserve it. So yeah, it's just focus on ourselves. You know, put everything into this weekend because it could be our last weekend as a this season. Sorry. So yeah, it's just lock in and give everything.
And before I let you go, is there anything you want to say to the KC fans out there?
Just about to league. It's the last season.
Sorry, more than anything. You know,
What?
We wanted to be in London just as much as you guys wanted us to be there. Thank you for all your
He was
support.
looking for his words and he
all
almost
your
leaked
messages
the
mean
wrong
everything
word.
to us, to the best fan base in the world.
I was gonna say, instead of saying it'd be the last game of our season, I was about to say it'd be the last season as a team.
Bring the trophy home.
Oh.
You kind of didn't know how to
Fantastic
word
to hear
that.
from you. We'll get to see more of you tomorrow. But for now, go and enjoy the rest
Has
of your day.
Evo been interviewed
too,
after
Sherman.
his
Have a little
debut
one.
of just answering with Yee? No, because I don't
As
think
Rise was
Dignitas ever
saying,
performed as well
they're
again.
not going to be in London as much as they would have wanted it, CJ, but we do have BDS and Vitality locked in.
Yeah, look, you know, Rise of Materia, they've already won in London. So they don't need to do
Dang! All right, now I think there's nothing else for me to look at. All right, so it's going to be BDS, Carmine Corps, and then Jobless, Luna Galaxy. Let's see which one's going to play first. Looks like Jobless. Okay. Jobless, Luna Galaxy first, followed up by BDS, Carmine Corp. And remember, the one thing that you want tomorrow, the biggest thing to remember, you want Jobless to win the whole thing. Anything less than that, and it's boring again. And it's just like, oh yeah, the teams that are going to the major. Oxygen still has a chance to possibly take down Carmine Corp, but they have to get to the major first. So like if Jobless lose tomorrow, then it's down to Oxygen performing well at the major and outperforming Carmine's final placement in this qualifier. Then they will have caught up to them in points. But let's see where everybody's sitting. We still got Jobless alive here, chasing after. We got Oxygen closer, but they're locked in at 8 points, so they can't get any more. And yeah. They're hunting down Carmine, but Carmine is extending the gap even more. So theoretically even, Oxygen might be able to boot out one of these other teams. Might be able to boot out Vitality if Vitality has a poor major. So lots of things could still happen. You know, EU is not locked in for sure for Worlds yet, but that is going to do it. Let's go ahead and get our dot on the poster. And I'm going to leave this on. I'm going to leave it on. I've committed this far. I'm just going to continue to be a wolf, so I hope you guys don't mind.
One of us.
Okay. For anybody who doesn't know, at the end of every stream, we have a ritual, and that is to add a dot to this poster. I created it when I first started streaming, and each dot represents a piece of content that I have created, whether that be a stream, a short, or a YouTube video. To be able to be added to the wheel to possibly choose the color of the dot, you have to repeat the word that I type in chat. And right now, we're gonna do we're gonna do wolf. We're gonna do wolf. Because I'm wearing the wolf blanket. So go ahead and drop that in chat. And I will get you guys on a wheel. Boop. Who we got today? We had a big wheel yesterday, but there's less people here, so you guys have a better chance of winning yourself a dot. Raptor, Erica, do you want to be added? Sure. Oh, yep, typed it. All right, calling all people that want to be on the dot wheel. By the way, I was gonna stream last night, and then I was like, no, I need to not stream for once, and I need to actually get that freaking poster done. And then I started working on the poster, and I realized that the plan I had for it was not a good plan, so I had to scratch that. And I'm trying to figure out a new idea. So that's why I still don't have a poster. I wanted to have it for today, but I'm still working on it. Basically, like the image, the Fennec image that I wanted to use, which was the starting screen one, where it's like taking off and the camera is like placed behind it so you can see the roof and like the hood of the car. It would just be really hard with uniform dots to make it look like a Fennec still, without a lot of line work that I didn't want to do. So yeah, I'm working on a different way to approach that. And I have a few ideas, but I've got to actually still, you know, draw it. So that is the status of that currently. Oh, we got Mr. All right. I think that's everybody. Bang. Gonna spin. Nicely done. Juke. Congratulations on your success. What color would you like? I'm actually starting to get really warm. Pink? Okie dokie. Now I'm going too far the other direction. Now I'm too warm rather than cold. But I prefer it. Alright, pink. Can't get my arm up. Sorry, I smacked my mic again. Let's see. Let's do it up in the corner. Perfect. Perfect. I need to stop making the dots touch each other.
Whoa.
Sorry, that was a bad statement. I knew it as soon as it came out of my mouth. I need to stop There we go. I need to stop overlapping the dots. Goodness gracious. Okay, there is your pink dot to shoot. Enjoy its beautiful, colorful existence on the poster. Yeah, I got nothing else. Heard that. Stop, guys. Erica has me thrown off today. It's her fault. It's her fault. Like food touching on a plate, exactly. They need to be individualistic. Okay. Anyways, time to get on the pixel mod, right? Stop it, Erica. Jesus. All right. Well, I'm gonna peace out before Erica can get any more unhinged. Whether in chat or vocally.
Or the memes.
Goodness gracious. Okay, so that's gonna do it for this RLCS stream. If you guys want to tune in tomorrow to some more, we got Championship Sunday starting at the same time. It's gonna be 8:45 a.m. Mountain Time. As always, if you don't want to convert that, or you just don't know what time that is, just look out in your subscription feed. So, for the clips, no, stop. All right, that's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna try my best to possibly to stream tonight on Twitch, so be on the lookout for that. I'm gonna try to get all the things I need done productivity wise before this evening. So yeah, maybe I see you there, maybe I don't, maybe I see you tomorrow for RLCS, but either way, ta-ta for now. Peace out, chat.